in its PRs and then suddenly catch a little bit of a push. But MSTR, again, looking very, very good. I think last week, Friday, look at this intense relative volume that you can see at the bottom of the chart here, over 2.5 times, and we just traded in a range. Leg consolidation. I'm looking for that push through those pre-market highs today, 450 halves. I don't know if we're going to get it. Higher time frame, man. These stocks, some of these stocks will look absolutely strong coming in off of those April lows as well. And a nice stair step here. You can see that 360 holding on the bid pretty well for multiple months here on MSTR as they, again, buy more Bitcoin and continue to push even higher now with Bitcoin pushing some fresh highs. So I think we're excited for some of the names and the volatility and the opportunity that can potentially come out of this. I am also noticing now, look at this, expanding volume and expanding relative volume here on a 3-hour as we push higher. So again, more confluence for if we're looking to break out, that we can potentially sustain higher prices. So I like that.
Yeah, and don't forget ETH broke 3K as well. So like it's not as if it's not just Bitcoin, right? You can look at other tokens, ETH breaking. I guess we didn't really get to 31, but breaking out itself. We could have talked about the possibility of actually getting that as an intraday break, because we can always just trade ETHA around here, but that's all right. Maybe there'll be a dip buy that bounces off that 3,000 level, and we always, whoops, I wanted to go to a daily, not an hourly chart there. And we always sort of talk about, the leader of the pack, but there's a ways to go here for ETH. Obviously, you've got the stable coins built the platform, and just from a statistical point, like I like this 20, like where we broke out from at 2,800, just feels to me like we should be getting to 32 very quickly or relatively quickly. I can see that in the next couple of days there. How far it's able to go, I mean, who was it? Who here was saying somebody here was saying 7K on ETH, which I don't know if I believed in that one too much. I think
No. Yeah.
Oh, Sharif was. We'll go to Sharif
yeah.
and Sharif because I don't know where the 7K. I hadn't heard 7K from them before, but there's a ways to go here.
Within range.
But there's a ways to go. That's a hefty triple
yeah.
top up there in ETH. Just realized I wasn't really zoomed out far enough for you guys to see it. I think we get to the 32 to be able to test that at some point in the next couple of days. And then if we get a consolidation, we'll see how far we can go. I'd be surprised if we got to, 7,000 seems like a little bit lofty to me. But at the end of the day, the crypto party is definitely alive and cooking. And there's a lot to look at. I mean, Prime, we can talk about that, and we'll certainly talk about the Mag 7 as well, because Amazon's going to be in play after what ended up not being a disaster for Prime Week, like everyone was saying.
They've been doing better and better. Every year it's.
But what
did
you buy? Did you buy anything?
I mean, this time around, I was looking for, I guess, a couple of headsets, but I didn't really see anything that significant, to be honest. Nor that I need anything.
Randy, Apple a day.
Very much.
Keeps the shorts away.
Keeps the market makers away.
Well, we'll try. So we don't have any crazy noise this morning.
Quiet.
It's perfect.
Enjoy the peace and quiet.
While it lasts?
While it lasts. There's more coming, but
of course.
hopefully it's not as raucous as it was last week, but we're trying.
Yeah, fair enough.
It is what it is.
We'll get the floor done at some point.
I mean, the floor out back is pretty much done, right?
It's very bright.
It's
the
bright.
yellow brick road, everybody.
I literally, I came in through the back today, and I thought, it was still wet. That's how shiny it is. I was like, I had to, do a quick step. I got to make sure there's no signs on the other side as well. It was super shiny.
We'll be stuck to the floor in the hallway.
Yeah,
you can't
exactly.
move. We'll have to hold the show out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit intense.
Yeah, anyway. Is what it is. Coffee?
Yeah, for sure. I'll take
I'm okay.
one. Thank you, sir.
Still hot.
Appreciate it, Randy.
Much.
Yeah, Studio A never sleeps, man. The work always has to get done.
Coming in hot.
It's coming in hot. It's coming in loud is what's actually happening. Let's get back to the desk. And I know we're going to have Michael coming on in a little bit here, but let's move it on.
Yeah, thankfully, there shouldn't be too much in the way of noise today coming from behind the curtain out there, but we'll keep that capped going forward, hopefully. Little one here, MGRM flying around. A couple of people talking about this one. It's a buyout. I think it was $4.04 I saw there for MGRM cash deal. So a heads up on that. That's probably going to calm down at some point, not necessarily trade like typical high flyers or small caps go. Here's Tesla this morning looking better than most, really. Up significantly, a couple of dollars worth of a gain here coming off. Nice day on Friday, rallied throughout. I mean, mid-morning on, we'll call it, right through to the close. Elon coming out, though, saying that I mean, a lot of people were speculating that maybe the XAI Tesla merger happens sooner than later. He's come out now and saying has no interest yet in doing so.
Well, after he included in the cars, or the software update that's upcoming, Brendo's going to include in the cars, speculation swirling again. He publicly stated that he does not, as you said, for the moment, support a merger between Tesla and his startup XAI in response to a poll on X. The statement comes amid speculation rising, obviously, around the potential integration into the overall ecosystem. But we know other companies that he runs, Brendo, have invested. For example, SpaceX, to the tune of $2 billion. They've already invested in XAI. So it's not something that he hasn't done before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll happen. It's just a matter of when. Also in EV land, Rivian downside here this morning, heading the other direction in a hurry. We're not at lows, but just bounced off 1275, 1280. Cautious note out this morning from a couple of different analysts. There's these new second gen or Gen 2 R1S models and R1T models. I saw a couple of reviews. Marcus Brownlee had a review of the 1,000 horsepower R1T I saw he posted the other day. That's just absolutely destroys Lamborghinis, apparently, in the pickup truck.
The difference between the price on the used market, Brando, between the R1T and the R1S, it's kind of maybe almost 20 grand now between similar comparable years and kilometers. The demand for the R1S, at least in north of the border anyway, so much more for the SUV than it is for the truck.
Yeah, I mean, his I guess the takeaway from his review of that thing was, it's fine, but I mean, there wasn't a lot different.
Looks the same.
Yeah, the Gen 2, just minor refreshes, a little bit of a software update. There was some transmission, I think, differences, and the ride quality was a little bit better as well. But Rivian looking weak here, guys, to start things off.
Just one note on that MGRM, because I think if anyone happens to be trading that MGRM, it's $4.04 in cash plus a $12.37, well, potentially $12.37 contingent value right. So essentially, like what that just means is if a certain product, which they don't say which one, of development reaches certain milestones through 2030, then you could have a CVR worth up to like 12 something. Which obviously that's really large, but given like the time frame on that, that'd be difficult to price. So you're going to see that's not going to trade at $4, or probably not going to trade anywhere close to $4 with that big of a CVR. All of that said, I want to make sure we got that out, because I didn't want anyone to think, oh well, it's a 404 cash deal. You could just short that; it's going to go to 4. That's probably not going to be the case with MGR. So just be very careful with Rivian. It kind of stinks. We had Rivian Randy here just a quick second ago. This one was it was looking really, really good a few weeks ago. And all of a sudden, all you got left between it and that $10 Randy bottom, because I think that's where he's been buying it, is this $12.50. And it does feel like we're going to test this here today. I mean, we're not moving around in terms of a lot of volume, but there's here, and then there's underneath $11. And Rivian has been fantastic for bounces off these levels. So I think you're looking square at this $12.50 today if you're trying to catch any kind of a bid. Like, there's nowhere else I'd look. I'll be looking at Tesla for a long today in the EV space. There's no question about it. And I think in secondary play would be to look over at something like a NIO. But yeah, Rivian $12.50 is the one to go. I do believe we have Michael Noss locked and loaded and ready to go. I know he's happy about the crypto move. Yeah, that's true. Oh no. That BMNR is halted. Brendan's mic, they can't hear. So we're having some issues with some mic issues. Brendan's mic, it turns out, was an issue. And also, apparently, we're going to probably have Michael coming on in just a little bit here, but we're just working through some audio issues. Look, just for a couple of people in the chat, I saw that are mentioning this BMNR. If you remember this one.
Oh, trust me, I remember that one. I'm talking about Obi.
Certainly was a heavy short on Wednesday.
Yeah.
it is halted. Let me just double
One
check.
of the traders that I follow, and I've been following him for many years now. I look up to this trader, and I learned a lot from him as well. But he had probably one of his best trades on that BMNR on when was it?
It would be Wednesday.
BMNR Wednesday. Yeah. So was it seven? Yeah, seven-figure trade intraday. This trader had getting involved in the pre-market and off of the open on this beautiful short here. Again, we saw BMNR, what it was doing, front side of the move, nice little push, consolidation, can't really hold that, and then coming into some of those prior levels, you can see just disaster for the longs right there as they hit the exit and hit the bids as well. 120s all the way down to 58s. By I guess what is this? We can see exact roughly the exact time. In about an hour and 30 minutes off of open on Wednesday. I was just saying, one of the traders, Randy, that I follow, but he got in short going into the pre-market, few 100,000 shares, easy 10 mil. Intraday trade. Lots to learn from. I definitely playbooked this, and I was like, yeah, if I want to be involved when setups like this happen, and of course, a beautiful display of trader prowess in the trading, environment, I would say. Last week, yeah.
And just a heads up, it is halted. That's the BMNR is halted, news pending today. And I've seen nothing that really indicates what that story might be, but we'll find out. Like, it could be. You never want to speculate too much there, but halted, news pending, BMNR. That is certainly going to be a mover. It was already gapped up a little bit. I think we're going to give it another shot. We should be locked and loaded, ready to go with Michael.
Able to hear me at this point, so Michael Noss is shaking. Can you? You can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Hey, I can hear you too. Fantastic.
Can you hear me now?
Let's
Perfect.
go. We're live.
Live TV. Happy Monday, first of all. It was a eventful weekend, to say the least, for crypto markets. But I mean, you want to talk about banks? So, I mean, thoughts on Bitcoin here, just to start things off?
Yeah, I know. It's sometimes I'm coming in talking about dog with hat, and then the next time it's regional banks. But we got to do what the market gives us. But yeah, we talked about the breakout. We talked about some potential ways that technicians would do targets on that breakout. Again, looking around 150 or so coin. So I'm very happy there. What is not so surprising, but I'd like to see more of, is Solana and Ethereum kind of keeping up here, right? I'm just looking at them now, and yeah, they still haven't moved. Ethereum looks okay. It's one of those. Bitcoin could be looked at by a lot of people as like digital gold, and that might not be a super risk-on indicator that we're rallying here. So I want to see Solana and Ethereum and some of these meme coins really start going as well, because that will make me feel better that, okay, it's time to do crypto as opposed to it's time to just do Bitcoin.
Yeah, from a general standpoint, though, I think more so than ever before, we've seen that separation grow, and the focus on that separation continue to grow. Like the smaller ones are there, tend to pop up a day or two after the fact, but definitely Bitcoin leading the way here.
Well, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that investment advisors, large institutions, right, the TradFi, I guess we're called now by the kids, they're starting to get noticed, but it's a lot easier. So say I'm a financial advisor and I'm finally comfortable to telling my clients that, hey, they should add some crypto to their portfolio. I'm probably not going to be able to talk to that 70-year-old retiree and say, hey, it should be dog with hat. It's probably just easier to go, okay, here's Bitcoin. We know the whole story behind it of can't be manipulated, can't be controlled, digital gold, that kind of thing. So it's going to obviously be bullish for the whole crypto space, the fact that we're breaking out and making new highs like this. I just think that, like you mentioned, that separation is going to start to grow between Bitcoin and kind of the rest of the crypto universe. Doesn't mean that they all can't participate, but I think we should just start to look at them a little bit separately.
All right, let's get back to equity land here this morning. The market's still kind of chopping around at or near the highs. Regional banks as a group have been pretty quiet so far, but the financial, if you zoom out a little bit, the financial sector continues to show, pretty impressive strength. We went over some of the big banks going back to the middle of last week. that continue to rally here, is it time for a bit of a catch up with the smaller ones?
Yeah, and I think so, right? So I'm going to give my pitch on that there. But first of all, just a chart of the SPY, right? And just showing that the S&P 500, like Brendan was talking about here, is very range bound. This doesn't include today's candle where we're gapping down just ever so slightly here. So still within inside this range, inside this box. I've just kind of drew this box from when we hit and closed above those all-time highs. And then we've just been kind of consolidating ever since. However, sometimes we like to do top-down analysis where we like to look at the sector and then we look at the indexes inside the sector and then the names inside those indexes. However, sometimes we kind of just get hit over the head with some bottoms-up analysis. So over the weekend when I was running my systems, and this is the system that we're going to talk about today that we do at Stats Edge. Again, we are quants, we are systematic traders, which means, I run and I backtest certain ideas and certain theories, and when I have one that looks good, that gets kind of presented to users. And this is the area that we're looking at. So I wanted to highlight the 45% win rate just to show, not very accurate on this one, but we're keeping our risk very, very small, and we're trying to target 2 to 1 times our risk on plays like this that we'll talk about. But when I went through them, I'll show you guys, most of them were in this kind of regional banking category. So I'll just go through some of these names, and you can see how they're kind of very similar here, right? So the purple line above is always going to represent our entry point. In this particular area, we're looking for breakouts or break to prior highs here. And then, we use the low end of the base or halfway through the base. Really, if we don't get that breakout and that quick momentum continuation, we want to be out. So yeah, this is FPC. I haven't heard of any of these, but it says bank shares. Anytime you see bank shares with a K or a C for some reason, that's going to be a regional bank. So it's like 1620 on this one. Again, you can see the nice, 5-6 days of consolidation that we've had here. Next one here is FMBH. Again, you will be shocked if you just want to go through the list of all the regional banks out there. It's crazy coming from Canada, in which we don't have a lot of these, to the States where in Canada we have 6 banks for you guys in America who don't know. In America you have tons. So this is FMBH, shopping around $40 a share. The thing I like about this is like $39 is you're out, so you're risking $1 a share, hopefully looking to make 2 or more. Next one is PRK. Which is Park National Company. I think this is a regional bank. But the long story short is there was about 70 available symbols that came out of all of the strategies, and almost half of them were regional banks. So you can look at under the hood to play these things. However, we live in a beautiful world with a lot of these really cool ETFs. So I did a lot of my analysis on the KRE, which is just next chart there is KRE. And KRE is just an ETF that controls all of the regional banks out there. And it's doing the same pattern, this nice kind of sideways consolidation. So if we start to break out here in regional banks, and I start to get a flurry of all of these notifications to enter all of these regional bank plays, what I might just do, and a lot of people don't know about this one, I don't think, is DPST, which is Dextron's 3X regional banks. And this just shows that in this world, and you can call it the degenerate economy, you can always find leverage on your bets wherever you go. So if we're going to get a nice push up on regional banks here, this was kind of like a 105 area that we could look to enter this. I just like to give all the caveats on these triple leveraged ETFs. They are good for day trades. They are good for short-term swing trades. Anything over a couple weeks to a month, I really start to worry about, because they degrade over time. And it's just because the way they're getting this leverage is they're using derivatives. Those derivatives degrade over time. So this will at some point go to zero and reverse split and so on and so forth. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's just kind of how they do it. So DPST would be an interesting way to play this. And overall, if we're going to get a move in regional banks, it means that at least the market is betting on lower interest rates. So that could affect a lot of these small cap sectors, not just regional banks.
Whether or not that actually plays out is the key question here. The odds still pointing at 2 moves by the Fed before the end of the year, but we shall see. With all this talk about who is going to be leading the central bank, the Fed chair position is still kind of up in the air as well. So a lot to discuss as far as where to deploy money in that sense. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
I'll talk to you then.
Thank you very much, Mike. And you saved us from making the usual statement regarding those leveraged ETFs, which we try to warn people about because, like we say, excellent trading vehicles, certainly because they give you that extra oomph. You're going to get a bigger percentage move or gain on the underlyings move, but at the same time, you just don't want to get caught turning that into some kind of a longer hold, which is a bit of a problem. But I do like that look on KRE.
Yeah, no,
There's no question about that. Like, look, in a bull market, you like bull flags and you like those types of consolidation breakouts, no questions asked. And I will, before I'll give you a second, there, I will thank you, Rustam, for the super chat. I know, look, we know this symbol, it doesn't do any volume, and there's no catalyst to it right now, but we appreciate the super chat for sure. And I hope it works out for you. That's all I'll say.
You know, thank you again, Michael, for that. I pulled up. It was funny. He was going through all the regional banks. I'm like, he's got to look at KRE. He's look at KRE, and finally we got the KRE, and I was like, yes, let's go. That's what I like to look at because I was going through the banks as he was going through them. Some of them not as liquid as I'd like them to be. Even the triple levers, the DPST, you can see average volume of 873K by the end of the day. That's a 30-day average volume. I like that, but the KRE definitely a little bit better here. And again, he pointed us to that bit of a consolidation that we've been having. Yeah, very, very interesting consolidation. We see that whenever it does have consolidations near highs before, sometimes you can get pretty directional when that consolidation breaks. And I think we're all kind of looking for similar kind of things here, consolidating between, 64 highs and then some lows just above 62. There, but yeah, again, lots of space to get to or get through if we are going to get through the 65 or even this prior high at 68.80s as well. But yeah, interesting look there. Definitely one that I wasn't watching. Didn't really have regional banks on my watch list for the day today. But again, I don't know about the intraday, but definitely going to keep an eye out on some of these regional banks because that consolidation is definitely a little interesting, Neil.
No questions asked. And what's also always interesting is getting an idea of what might be moving based on some analyst upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, there's some pretty interesting ones to be sure on the list today. I would say across the board, starting with Solar Edge. We know that, especially around the big, beautiful bill, these solar stocks were definitely on watch today. Barclays actually upgrading SEDG with a $29 price target. Then we have Stitch Fix up 7% with a William Blair upgrade. Then we've got Kellogg. This one, of course, on watch recently as Ferrero announces plans to acquire the company. They're getting upgraded today by TD Cowen. Then we have Uber getting upgraded by Needham. On the downgrade side of things, Core Scientific said to be acquired here by CoreWeave, getting downgraded by Citigroup, though they're up on the morning so far. SoFi, another stock that's been definitely on the move as of late with a Goldman Sachs downgrade. Then Albemarle up on the day, but getting downgraded by KeyCorp. Last but not least, JD.com here with the Bank of America downgrade. Lots to look at today.
Well, don't short that. So we just that WK Kellogg, of course, being
it's a buyout, not a sellout.
Buyout. It's being like they're being bought for cash, and we did get a super chat about Palantir, so I promise we will talk about Palantir. I don't love a downgrade in SoFi. Come on now, SoFi's been doing so well. All right, so yeah, there was that trend break on Friday, which oddly enough, this broke trend pretty much exactly when that fintech headline came out on paying for data. And it just trended down after that. But SoFi, they report on the 29th, so we got about 2 weeks until they report. Still in a very good upward trend. The only reason why I don't have this one on the radar today is nothing to do with that downgrade. It's come so far so fast. I just like Hood a little better today. I think Hood maybe moves a little bit more with regard to crypto, just a little bit stronger relative to where it was on Friday. It's up 3% to like SoFi's 1%, so that's why I'm looking at Hood for longs today instead of SoFi. But I think this continues to work. I do love them in the long term. I'm not saying that you should be concerned too much with that downgrade, but one thing that would give me a little bit of pause here is like when I see, like here's Robinhood trying to break out the highs. And of course we had that slight move in the group to the downside affecting maybe Block and PayPal and Affirm a little bit more. What would give me a cause for concern is if we were to fail the lower high on a continuation play, there's just a lot of room for profit taking on SoFi right now. I'm not saying I'm going short, but I'm most certainly not trying to be aggressively long on SoFi. I'm going to take my shots in a Robinhood today. And just quickly for the super chat, because we want to make sure we get to it here. It was Toxic Zombie. I like that one. It's a good one. Palantir broke 1 hour trend line. What do you think? I know I wrote down on my iPad that we still like the 145 break this week. So I'm still kind of lining up for the 145 break as a trade that I would look to have. I'm not entirely sure which whoops.
Yeah, what do you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whoops, what happened there? What trend line is broken on an hourly? Like, it'd be tough to say. Like, did it break it down? I don't think so. Like, I don't know. It would be, to me, it's holding trend on that time frame. So my thing is, it looks like it's a holding an uptrend, and I think it can break 145 this week. That's what I'm looking for. It's not on the note today because I just a little bit further away, and I think other things are a little bit stronger. But yeah, I'm not really seeing the exact same thing. I do like it for a breakout maybe later this week.
Yeah, no. Okay, so Toxic Zombie, that broke 1 hour trend line. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that you may mean this hourly trend line here from these lows. Maybe, yes, technically this has been broken, but that was broken a little bit last week, and you can see that bit of a reclaim as well. But I think Neil's definitely right. Again, shorter frame, yeah, maybe we are testing the break of that. Maybe we do potentially come in to a shorter time frame. This is an hourly. Now, I also kind of like to look at multiple time frames. So going up just a little bit more to the 3 hour chart, you can see, yes, sure, we've broken a shorter term frame trend, but bigger term, you can see since, again, I'm going to point out these April lows because seemingly a lot of stocks just trending and making higher highs and higher lows off of this point here, and a bit of a shift there as well. But yeah, higher highs and higher lows. So technically still in an uptrend. Shorter time frame, yeah, maybe. But the thing is, like, I also like to give a lot more weighting to higher time frame trends because everything else in the middle could just be a little bit of noise there. As again, higher time frames doing more volume cumulatively and holding larger participants as well. But yeah, out of those upgrades and downgrades, maybe, I don't know, I was looking at, I went through a few of them, and interestingly enough, Stitch Fix already in the pre-market got a pretty aggressive bid here and doing relative volume as well. So I'm like, all right, didn't really have this one, probably not really on a lot of people's radar either, but take a look at this relative volume that's increasing in the pre-market, Neil. We're doing over 60 times. Sure, it's a little bit of a crumble. We haven't done a lot of volume, but relative volume is 60 times more than normal in the pre-market session on Stitch Fix. And you can see with this bit of a push-up, we're pushing into prior week's highs, as well as some interesting levels from earnings, that earnings day one reaction low, sitting right at that $4.30 area. So pushing up back into some significant areas, pretty much a slow bleed off since earnings on Stitch Fix, which was on June 11th, pulling back into some of those levels. Interesting stuff. Maybe not the top idea, but now I'll definitely have this one on a little bit of a watch because of the signs that it's giving us in the.
I like that. Let's get up back to the desk so we can get into the watch list, everybody.
6301, guys, just above that 6,300 point area is where we closed out Friday on the ES September contract. We're already below it, though, having lost that 6,300 point area as a result of the new 30% tariffs on EU and Mexico announced over the weekend. So the overnight low, 62.59. So we'll use that 62.50 area as our support area. As resistance, we'll use 6,300. Now, if we clear 6,300, we're looking at that 6,350 area that we couldn't really breach last week, Brendo, as resistance.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that link, which will be the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Every single day comes right to your inbox for free. Again, just an email address required. IBIT, I mean, we can look at a whole bunch of different angles here for crypto, but the bottom line, yeah, if you missed it, Bitcoin topping 120 has all of these gapping huge to the upside.
We know that every exchange has their own price. Brendo, I saw 123.5. I'm going to go with the higher number here, okay? So 123.5 is what I saw. That's an all-time high, guys, hitting that very briefly. The gains follow a 1.18 billion, Brendo, inflow into BTF, spot BTFs. That was last Thursday. That was the strongest day of 2025. Institutional buyers are continuing to accumulate here, picking up about $15 billion over the last 6 to 8 weeks. Long-term holders are locking in supply, while retail investors remain, I don't want to say sidelined, but not adding certainly as much as institutional. The risk from Trump's new trade disputes may cause volatility, but institutions appear kind of unfazed and continue to accumulate anyway. And we're going into a big week here, Brendo. It's called Crypto Week in the U.S. House. They begin debating major crypto bills in what's being dubbed, as I said, Crypto Week. Key legislations include the Genius Act, amongst others, which would regulate stablecoins and digital dollar issuance. New rules could provide clear federal guardrails long demanded by the crypto industry. And just to give you an idea here of what we're expecting, 10x research sees the year-end BTC levels between 140 to 160,000, supported by the macro policy trends. But there is an overhand here. We were talking about this Fed hawkishness, and interest rate, I don't want to say hikes, but leaving interest rates as they are could kind of be a bit of a damper on some upside price movements.
Yeah, speaking of MSTR, Obi was alluding to that early on this morning, picking up more Bitcoin as they typically do. So prepare for the offering, because that's the next step that usually comes as far as MicroStrategy goes. Robinhood, I saw, also looking pretty good here, just took at that high from Friday, guys.
BMNR also opened back up and traded as high as $50, and they doubled their ETH holdings to 163,142 tokens to 500 million in just 5 trading days. So that would be why this is going to the upside. So everyone's sort of following suit and copying MSTR. I think a lot of people are going to be looking at the 450 and the 400 levels on Coinbase and MSTR in tandem. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense. We're at 122. If we break some fresh highs, great. But I think last week it was more about trading the actual equities. Bitcoin was okay for some reversion plays, and we'll see what happens if in the middle of the day for that. Whoops, I just want to actually accept for the locates on BMNR just in case I want them. I just have to double check. So I just got those. So MSTR is in squeeze territory. It just needs to break out the 450. That said, I like Hood. I think Hood and Coin are the two that I'm going to be looking at. And probably Hood first, Coin second. Because on Friday, I wanted Coinbase breaking out over 400. And it's just, nothing, sell. And just looking at the way that it traded, I think I'd take a shot if we dipped into 380. But I'll probably be looking at a breakout, which is more imminent here on Robinhood. Robinhood is breaking out this top pretty much off the open, and I'm anticipating, that there will be a decent chance at a pullback. And if we do get the dip, I'm looking primarily into the 99 area here, and obviously 100 to 100. But I want to play the dip on any fail break and a continuation play here in Robinhood. This is where I want to go for the long. Coinbase looks great as well. It's just a little further away from getting that breakout.
Yeah, I like the setup there on Hood for sure. I'm watching that one as well. So thank you, Neil, for pointing that one out. MSTR and Coinbase also top of my list as well. Kind of covered this a little bit in the morning session there, but we were like, okay, leg consolidation, relative volume on Friday, pretty nice chop here with a high, defined highs in and around just shy of 440s. You can see already in the pre-market gap up, pullback, holding that prior level as a bit of support. So let's see if we can continue this sentiment coming in off of the open. Again, already doing significant relative volume over 2.5 times, pretty much sustained from the 4 a.m. open here on MSTR. Now, Coinbase as well, kind of a similar story, but on the chart looking distinctly different. Because again, you see MSTR gapping up above its prior day's levels. Coin, not so much. Coin here, that 395. I remember I was involved in this one on Friday as well. Beautiful short action there off of the open, and didn't really re-engage later as, again, that supply underneath that 395 comes in once again. So the question becomes here, Neil, it's still holding underneath that 394. So the question becomes, can we effectively break prior day's high? We see we have some pre-market levels as well in and around that 398. So the question is the same. Can we kind of accumulate inventory in an effective way, maybe holding some trends, holding some moving averages in order to take it into 400, into and through 400 if that move presents itself to us today? But if supply steps right back in, as it did on Friday, we kind of have some range here as well to see what levels we can potentially come into some prior day, end of day consolidation ranges, prior day high and low as well. Now we can't forget some of these other stocks that are pretty related as well. I got GBTC on watch as well, Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, again, very in line with what Bitcoin is doing. And then you also have IBIT as well. I know Joe likes to trade this one very often, again, giving that gap up as well. So you're going to have opportunities, you're going to have a lot of trades potentially here setting up today. So Bitcoin space definitely on watch. Some of the top names on the watch list today are definitely crypto names.
All right, let's talk Tesla hanging out here near the highs so far this morning. I mean, nothing significant as far as a storyline goes so far this morning. There was a lot of rumors floating around over the past couple of days and weeks about the possibility of XAI and Tesla merging into the same company. Elon comes out over the weekend, says, not quite yet. He didn't actually definitely say it's not going to happen. He just said not now.
You didn't see any videos online of the integration with XAI into Teslas, right? Neither have I.
No.
Okay, just making sure, because nothing was released. All right, Elon publicly stated he does not support a merger between Tesla and his startup XAI in response to a poll on X. The statement comes as speculation rises around the potential integration of Musk's various companies, particularly the growing role of AI in Tesla's ecosystem. Musk hinted, though, Tesla may hold, though, Brendo, a shareholder meeting on investing in XAI, although no date is confirmed. This follows a 2024 public poll on X where a majority of Musk's followers supported a $5 billion investment in XAI. The Wall Street Journal also reported that SpaceX has agreed to invest $2 billion in XAI as a part of a broader $10 billion funding effort. And lots is being made online now about XAI continues to scale aggressively. Some people billing Grok 4 as the most advanced and most intelligent AI to date. Independent testers say Grok 4 performs above average, though exact capabilities remain under scrutiny. And we know usually if Elon's done something quite well, he's not going to get the accolades immediately. He's going to have to pull it out of your hand.
Yeah, I saw on the weekend it topped all of the ratings charts or whatever you want to call them for the latest models as well. So Grok 4 just, I haven't got my hands on it yet.
No, and people are saying the heavy version is insane, like having multiple PhDs just there at your disposal.
Like the one thing I've noticed about ChatGPT lately is that yes, the reasoning side of it is very, very in depth. It'll take 10 minutes sometimes to go and find all the information, but it still tends to make shit up a lot.
Very true.
Yeah.
Hallucinating.
Yeah. Anyways, Tesla guys.
Hey,
perfect. Well, here's what I know. Not a single person, once again, nobody mentioned a thing about the American Party or any of the controversy. And since then, we have gone up, filled in the gap. And the day before that, well, I mean, it was the Friday, 2 Fridays ago. The top was about a 319. We have filled that gap right back in. It sets up for a breakout today. In my note, I got a Tesla 319 break, and I'll play dips back into what seems like an obvious area of support. That same day, you had a bottom at 12. In the afternoon before that, on Thursday, you had 12, and then we closed just slightly above 312. So if we go dip hunting, it's going to be at 312. We break out, it's at 319 here on Tesla. That's what I'm looking forward to. Whether or not they end up making that investment, who knows? I think that's it's certainly interesting. I don't know that it's going to weigh on the stock today.
Yeah, no, I think coming into today, Tesla was on my watch due to that catalyst as well. And again, we're getting that bit of a continuation. Like Neil said, we've been trending up since last week. We got that gap down on Monday, and a lot of aggressive volume, lots of relative volume, and higher highs and higher lows since then, and coming back into reference prices of the prior day from that aggressive drop, which was Thursday. Again, shortened week, the prior week before, and I'm just watching this. high right here, 322s, 322 halves right there. If we can continue this trend, can we get through that level from last week is what I'm asking. And I think, yeah, a little bit of interesting sentiment there with the XAI. I think it'll be awesome if they do a little bit of a merge. But regardless of whether that'll come into fruition or not, it seems like Tesla is looking to continue the trend that it pushed into going into the end of last week, which was a bit of an uptrend, revisiting some of those prior levels here. Again, higher time frame. We know that this thing kind of came all the way down into 290s and then pushing right back up. So higher highs, higher lows after this aggressive pullback that we kind of based off of in, when was this, I guess, March, April, May, and then pulling up off of those as well. So stair step, once again, stair stepping a little bit higher, this time on top of 300 is Tesla. Can we get a little bit higher? I like the build up from last week. Let's see if we get that continuation today. But I think Neil's definitely right. I don't know if how much that XAI is going to weigh in on today's price action, but if we catch a bid, maybe it's a little bit of confluence.
It's the robo-taxi time, baby. We got to be talking about the things that matter here, and I think that's the exciting, that's the exciting part. It's expansion. I saw in the chat, it's Saskatchewan in the chat. Tesla's story is more so the expansion of robo-taxi service in Austin. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what matters now. But unfortunately, not everything is bullish because the first two stores, I guess, we're looking for some longs. Upstart, yikes, not good.
Yeah, ugly. I think further on that Tesla angle, the robo-taxi angle specifically, it's the technology they're using. In typical Elon fashion, he has to go about it in an entirely different way from everyone else. And as you said, the hard way compared to everyone else as well. So got to give it time. Yeah, UPST, ugly. Goldman says sell this thing immediately.
They don't like it at all, Brendo. So Will Nance, the analyst at Goldman, assumed coverage of Upstart with a sell rating at $71, suggesting basically a 10% downside from when they issued it. You can see we kind of topped up there last week at $81. We're down, losing 71 as we speak. The firm sees the take rate compression risk from the company's shift up market. However, they still view Upstart as a top marketplace lender. Tell that to the sell rating, though. How do you have a sell rating and then label them a top marketplace lender? Don't get that.
If you look at that higher time frame, I think they just want more lower. Because I mean, the chart is actually constructive, coming back into some moving averages. Looks okay, guys, for Upstart.
I mean, yeah, I see where it looks like it's okay. Like, I get it. Like, this could pull back into 60 and be like, that's all right. So oddly enough, it was a firm with the story on Friday of yada yada fintech payment companies having to pay up for data. I like it a firm short, but Upstart kind of looks similar. Not the exact same type of setup, but this to me is broken trend here on Upstart. There you go. Like, you're breaking the trend on the daily with this move in, and it kind of sets up. It was a flat bottom under 75. I guess the real reason to not be looking at this instead is just how far it's already dropped from this area 74 to 75, where I'd want to play short, and then you've already made the move back into here, like 71. So it's like you need to consolidate and break down even further, which you could, or I just feel like I'll go to another type of name here, which I just feel like it's underneath already that secondary spot, like around here at 64. Like, it's going to give me that consolidation area now on a firm. So two very similar charts. I suppose looking for both of them to the south side. If Upstart bounces into like 73, 74, I think that's a short. If we get any play back into 64, I'm taking a firm to the south side. So yeah, I'm looking to short. And I would probably be looking at Upstart if I wasn't looking squarely at a firm.
Yeah, I think, again, Upstart, like you said, you pointed out the catalyst in the morning. There are a lot of different choices for potential continuation here. We're looking at PayPal, looking at XYZ, looking at Upstart, looking at a firm as well. So yeah, doing relative volume here is, again, something important, I think, kind of encompassing a lot of these stocks in the morning today and giving us that push into that $70 level here on Upstart. We have broken this trend here on Upstart a little bit. Again, just throwing in a bit of a trend line right there. Wow, okay, we're extended off of this anchored VWAP as well, which I have no idea where that's coming from, but probably from a prior earnings level as well. So yeah, look at that, kind of breaking in the pre-market already is this trend that we've been holding for a few weeks here on Upstart. Yeah, so that's coming in from even prior than this earnings. So should be interesting. I'm looking for that continuation on a lot of these names. Don't know if we're going to get it right off of the bat because again, this to me, this is support that turned into resistance in the pre-market session. So if we do bid, how much space do I really need to give it to expect or to look for sellers to potentially come back in if support turned into resistance right there? So again, going to keep eyes on some of these names for sure. I like Upstart. I like PayPal as well here for that for a similar story, doing relative volume once again and holding some of those levels from prior week. Affirm as well. Affirm kind of coming in to some of those prior support levels from a few weeks ago as well. So looking for that continuation. Don't know if we're going to get it right off the bat, but let's see if sellers step into some of these names.
Before we get into, oh, there we go. VinFast is ramping up its India expansion, partnering with 13 major dealer groups to open 32 dealerships across 27 cities, including Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. The Vietnamese EV maker is building a strong sales service and spares network ahead of the July 15th pre-booking launch of its VF6 and VF7 electric SUVs. They're targeting 35 dealerships by year-end, with a CKD factory set to open later this month in India. VinFast trades under the ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Scan the QR code for more information if you're interested. And let's talk a little bit more about EVs, as NIO is actually on the run, believe it or not.
Yeah, remember that stock? It's been a while. But apparently their latest offering, the, what is it, Onvo L90 SUV, pre-sales much higher than expected. The first time in a long time we've heard really any positive headlines for NIO. Xpeng as well, worth noting, following suit this morning. Not as much to the upside, but higher anyway.
And getting a boost here from Chinese exports rising, Brendo, to the tune of 5.8% year over year in June. That beat easily the Reuters guide of, or the expectations, of 5%, led, by strong demand outside the U.S. and temporary tariff relief. Imports climbed 1.1%, marking their first positive growth in 2025. Despite 3 straight months, though, of U.S. export declines, June, which saw a minus 16.1% drop, was a notable improvement over May's 34% drop. So some of the areas and the industries that are seeing a boost here, Brendo, shipments to Southeast Asia rose almost 17%, and to Europe over 7.5%, obviously trying to make up for lost ground in the U.S. Major export gains were seen in rare earths, steel, and integrated circuits, all catching a nice move up. So Chinese ADRs, I was looking at my watch list this morning, mostly green.
Yeah, I was just noting this one, not bad either. This Li Auto looks pretty good. Very, very light volume so far, but we're right at that high from Friday, guys, for LI.
Li Auto, those look spicy, but like you said, very light volume on Li Auto. Look, for as far as NIO goes, just very clearly on the daily, any dip, you had a huge volume day on Friday. That was the biggest volume it's had in a few months there, as you can see. So I think it probably some kind of a pullback, like 390 makes the most sense, is the prior high, and is also where it closed. So I think you're probably going dip hunting on this name. Before I throw it back over to Obi, I know we can talk some Mag 7. I just want to throw up the imbalance locator. BBAI, only notable, well, I mean, Neil's there for 700,000 buy. We just talked about BBAI, 700,000 to the sell side early. Not much else there. CGC, Kenvue. So the biggest 2 names, ETHA's in there for a small amount. But I think BBAI still, it's SSR down over 10% on Friday. The biggest sell here on the locator.
Yeah, that Neo, again, I pointed this one out to you in the morning as well. I like that. That's interesting to me as well, Brendo, where it kind of gave up all of that move and now just a bit of a crumble, lack of volume in the pre-market, but kind of coming back into some of those prior days highs. Very, very interesting kind of action to me. I'm just asking two questions. Is this supply going to come in? And if it doesn't, are we going to sustain effectively for the next move up? Kind of putting those players from last week, anybody and everybody who's short on Friday, maybe still holding, maybe a little bit underwater through some of these highs. You can see these prior highs as well, just above 2866 is 1, 2, 3 triple top, where supply also came in a couple of times back to back. So some interesting levels that Li Auto is coming back up into. And again, this ticker has been sold off pretty aggressively as well. So going back to a 3-hour chart, you know that this thing has come down from its former glory, but holding a little bit of a stair step as well. So interesting levels on the horizon. Let's see if we can get there on Li Auto today.
Wrap things up here. Meta not doing much right now, possibly to the downside. However, there is this legal note. Sharif will mention it in a second here, but Friday pretty weak, ends the session going into the weekend. Almost back at the lows ahead of what could be a challenging week here.
Yeah, it's getting interesting here. So Meta not directly named in the lawsuit, but Mark Zuckerberg will be testifying in an $8 billion shareholder lawsuit tied to Facebook's mishandling of user data. Shareholders allege Zuckerberg and other executives at Meta ignored the risks tied to a 2012 FTC agreement and failed to prevent the Cambridge Analytica breach. The scandal erupted back in 2018 after it was revealed Cambridge Analytica accessed data from millions of Facebook users without consent. The data was used to support, according to some reports, Trump's 2026 presidential campaign. Meta ultimately paid $5 billion in regulatory fines and settlements related to the data breach. Defendants here include ex-COO Sheryl Sandberg, as well as board members Peter Thiel, Brendo, Reed Hastings, and Mark Andreessen. Some big names listed in this lawsuit. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, one of those things that just seems to not want to go away, but we'll see what happens with that coming up this week, guys. But Meta, I mean, big $700 stock, one to watch maybe if the market continues downside.
Certainly, although the NASDAQ just got a little bit of a bump there. Like I said, there was no big imbalances, but I did see a few things move. Alphabet with a move to the upside. I saw NVIDIA move to the downside. I think if I'm looking at Meta, I'd be concerned with it breaking down under 710. I'm not watching Meta today. Of the Mag 7 names, NVIDIA, let me just zoom it in very quickly for you. I like an over-under play off the 164.5. Like, I just want to see the opening range on this stock, prior resistance, turning into like a bit of a double bottom. But we need to hold this in the opening range for it to be any good. Otherwise, it's just another make an all-time high and do a pullback. If we close out here in the opening range above 164.5, I'll be playing alongside NVIDIA. We already talked Tesla to the breakout. Robinhood looking pretty good for potential break. I do like a firm over upstart to the south side, but both of those incredibly weak as we're about to get to the bell for the first time this week. There is a Dara. Should be a fun one. We get earnings, bank earnings starting this week as well. We'll talk about that later on today. Let's go. Ooh, and right away, NVIDIA, well, you can want it to be strong off the open, but the first move was rather precipitously to a said downside. So initially, we're getting a downside play. Even though the market's looking strong, NVIDIA headed to the downside. Tesla as well, like that for 319 break. It dips. I want 312 somewhere in here if we're going to go to the downside. Otherwise, we're waiting for it to break out that 319. And Robinhood, certainly a chance that it can break out that high in the next little bit. Bitcoin at 121, not really doing as much there, Obi. But the hooded one looking pretty strong. Here comes Tesla. Tesla's probably going to break this first.
Yeah, again, I'm going to be patient. I'm waiting. I'm watching this hood. I'm watching Tesla as well. Tesla's going, market tailwind coming in real hot, going into the open as well here. So again, got to be patient. Tesla 320s potentially on the horizon as well, and then hood coming into that 101 halves as well. Curious to know if or not that supply steps back in. Here's hood going through that 101 half. So if we're going to break through this with any sort of conviction, that's what I would like to see there. Nice scalps on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla just broke. Hood did not break?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Hood didn't break the high. I just looked over. I'm like, did I not get filled in Robinhood? I know I did get filled in Robinhood. What are we talking about? The Tesla broke through the 310. I did get filled in Robinhood. I just was like, where is my fill for a quick little second there? But yeah, Tesla goes right through to the 321 on the 319 break. So it goes a couple of dollars initially. I wanted inventory into 320, was able to take some out on the way. But it's Robinhood. You always want to be more concerned with the one that doesn't go than the one that does go. Look, Tesla obviously fantastic, but Hood breaks out the high. I think I got a late fill on this, so I might have been able to scalp something out, but by the time I actually saw it in my blotter, we were already starting to come right back down. I just gave it to that prior high. You know me. Everyone to each their own. I do not hold on to these. You've got to get out almost instantaneously.
Oh, boy.
Wow, Robin, did you get the reverse?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
you
nice.
know I
Well
love
done.
the reversions,
I know
man.
you love
Come
the
on,
reverse.
you know I love the reversions. I got to catch these. Oh, boy. I'm not even watching how much I got. I'm just watching this book, and I'm like, all right, thank you. Come again. 99. So we broke that 101. We broke back through that 100. Oh, boy. False breaks. That's not what I was looking for, to be honest. That's really not what I was looking for. I wanted that push, and I was getting ready to get long. And then when I was like, all right, this pushes, and then it fails to follow through, yeah, I definitely want to be involved there with a little bit of that there as well. So Tesla was another one right there, Neil, as it aggressively pushes. 320s, 322s, oh boy, missed out on that one there. But that thing is going to give us another opportunity. Hopefully, Alphabet was the other one, Neil.
Where is
I was like,
Alphabet?
Alphabet's continuing. In the pre-market already, I was like, okay, this thing is going aggressively right now.
Whoa, 322 just went.
Yeah, so 322s on Tesla.
Also on
Tesla's
Tesla.
aggressively strong, man.
Tesla's going
Great trade.
absolutely ham. It goes through 322 just now. I think let's zoom it out for a quick little second. We just tagged the 50 period on the daily after gapping above the 200. I think we've got, 323 is resistance, so I guess I'm holding at this point through that. I'll see if we get one dip back into 320 that might be able to get us into it, but not everything is looking rosy here. I don't know if you've taken a gander at any of the chip names. NVIDIA went red, and it really, really went red here. Big hammer candle to the downside on NVIDIA at the open, not looking healthy whatsoever. And then just to go across the group, you've got AMD headed to the downside, maybe not as bad as NVIDIA, but not looking too healthy either. So a couple of names to the red. And obviously, I know people want to talk about and look at crypto. MicroStrategy, I don't know if you got Coinbase up. MicroStrategy broke the 450.
Congratulations!
Everybody who has this name going on the squeeze. Coinbase, however, did not break 400, so maybe that's still yet to come. Definitely a strong day for a group of stocks, but man, the NASDAQ pulling back a little bit here. The chips not looking very, very healthy. And the short I wanted was going to be in the payment space. Unfortunately, firm didn't really pop much to get me into the short yet. Yet is the
Yeah, so we came back up to 101s. I covered a little bit, still holding on to some right now. And oh boy, are we going to crack through this day low now on Robinhood. Day low's coming in at 99.5. So we're kind of coming right back up into that 100 mark. So it seems like supply does step right back in, right off of the open on Robinhood. And sure, we can kind of talk about potentially why or what we were looking for. And again, something like a hood on a day where, again, crypto is at all-time highs. Yep. And we were talking about how the sell-off, the aggressive selling that kind of came in on Friday, maybe not really, not necessarily really warranted. And it doesn't really break out of those highs. So false break, crowded trade, people potentially on offside. I like it, and it kind of gave you a bit of perspective when that bid just pretty much vanished off of the open back through that 101 all the way down to 99.5. That's absolutely crazy there on Hood. But Tesla as well, giving us that opportunity. Look at this beautiful reversion. I'm watching Tesla out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, all right, well, I did not have the short on this one here as we pushed all the way from 317s to 322s, and then kind of a pullback in on this one now. So let's see if we can hold VWAP. VWAP's coming in right now here at 19s and some change on Tesla. Amazon, oh boy, I thought that one was primed for a push, but like I said, I didn't make any purchases, not on Prime Day or on the stock on the day today either. So I'm going to be waiting and packing my patience for that one there. Shout out to Sharif. Yeah, no, Tesla was a great one as well. So out of the list that I kind of had on watch, now again, I added a bunch of names on my list. Now this is not necessarily a sticky note. I just have a list of names with potential, I guess, how much it makes sense for me to risk on it, and if that kind of structure sets up intraday, I'll be like, all right, this makes sense for me to indulge in this. But I had Tesla, I had PanW, I had Next, I had LI, I had PayPal, Levi, Hood, Upstart, and Affirm. And out of all of those, Hood probably is the only one that really did what I was looking for or I was involved in. So it is what it is. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking.
I'm hoping it's in Affirm, but Affirm, I'm going to get to Affirm and Upstart in a quick little second because they're going in different directions as Sharif's got the food out. No, that Tesla break, when it got to that 322, that's where I took our last out on the way to the upside. It wasn't on the pulling back in, but once we got back under like that quarter mark, it was 319 a quarter where the first size showed up on the break. This is all the world like it looks like we could pull back into like a 317, 318. I don't want to get anchored to this 319 breakout price. You got VWAP above, you've got the 20 above, just going to be able to make it on the initial push, be happy with it, and move on to what the next setup I think on Tesla can be. And it might still be the long, but if a 15-minute, like if we open a 15-minute bar on week underneath 318, you know how nasty this could get. You can get a big time retracing play. So breakout trades are just built a little bit differently. Affirm and Upstart, very different. Like Affirm pulling into the pre-market high. Now I like this one to 64 as I fight a little bit of a sneeze here. There was the headline on Friday, of course, going to have to pay up for data, but I do not want to fight this too hard. Like I said, pre-market 64 are two different things. Like, am I going to give it another 0.5% just because I liked it here? I don't think so. And then why I was saying Upstart is look at Upstart compared to Affirm. Like, Affirm was still going up when the Upstart just absolutely tanked off the open and then just retraced $2 off of the lows. So $2 off the lows and is catching the other side of it. So if Upstart, which was weaker than Affirm, on a similar sort of headline from Friday and continuation, and it's catching a bid now off the lows, that's a good reason to get out of Affirm and be a little bit more patient with it, because it's not the weaker one, A, and B, if they're all headed up, allow it to get higher if I'm going to take this one to the south side. And I think we got look at that. Like, look at Tesla.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why you don't hold on to it. Like, and it's fine, everyone can do their own thing, but that's why on a breakout trades are different from a lot of other types of long setups where it's like building off consolidation and higher lows and VWAP pullbacks and all that. No, that's a clean break. We've seen this happen a lot in this market where you reverse nastily and the market head to lows. I got Nvidia's down 1% over here. Robin was breaking that 100 level. I know you're in that one.
Yeah, it's
not looking overly healthy. Do want to jump over, and everybody in here, I see you in the chat talking about Mars. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. We'll cover everything we can. The crypto names are where the strength is right now. Mara up 11%, MSTR going absolutely ham, and that's with Bitcoin not doing much. It's just the squeeze is on. I bet you GameStop's probably rallying in this.
Yeah, GameStop's probably moving as well, man. I'm watching this Tesla, and I'm looking for the bid, and I'm asking myself, where's it at though? Exactly. So it's not even there. It's 316s, 317s. We're coming back through the open here, and I'm like, oh boy, what a beautiful reversion I missed out on. Can I now revert the reversion and try to find that bid, maybe back into VWAP? I have no idea, but this selling is aggressive coming in right off of the open here. So I'm waiting, I'm watching, and seeing if I can potentially get involved with anything interesting here. Let's see, maybe a little bit of a bid coming in as of right now. So let's see if we can catch that reversion back towards that VWAP, and if we can get back towards some of those prior levels as well. If not, that's perfectly fine as well, Neil. Again, just trying a little bit of a stab here as Tesla shake and bakes that morning range here. And Hood still holding that 100 mark pretty well, so I'm waiting, I'm watching. Didn't really get any more involved in that one just yet. but 317 halves holding here on Tesla. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading off of the open? It's only been 10 minutes off of the open, and already we've had so many great opportunities, and the market's taken a little bit of a pullback now as well. Oh boy. All right, so let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7 names, and oh my God, that the Alphabet move pretty much wiped everything there. That's
these are
pretty
nasty
there.
No,
and
these
NVIDIA, look at NVIDIA.
Obi, like these are nasty retracements. Like these are traps, left,
trap.
right, and center. It's a trap. By the way, like every single time I make that comment, I'm just gonna say that Admiral Akbar was done wrong, and he was an absolute legend, and he deserved better. That's all I'm gonna say. But you're about to go
You're
red.
just on the wrong ship at the wrong time.
Well, I mean, or you just have terrible writers. But Alphabet going red any second now. Palantir, like these are strong moves off the open. Like Palantir went like 2-3 points off the open, and it's starting to give it up a little bit. I'm going to throw this one into my bull with the market pulling back like this. I'm going to throw this one back into the bull area. Although the 145 break didn't hold very far compared to everything else, it's not giving it all up. I'll get back to Tesla in a second, which is breaking the lows as we go to Adara at the desk.
And RCAT, this is one mover that I'm seeing this morning. In case you guys missed it, there were some drone-related catalysts last week. So we know that Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, basically, I guess, released a memo in support of kind of furthering this drone technology. So good look here for RCAT. Again, this looks like a bit of a continuation play. I'm not seeing any new news on this. Also be aware, not a ton of economic data coming throughout the day. We will get at 12 p.m. Eastern, Donald Trump speaking at a luncheon. I'll be covering that in case anything market moving happens there. Then at 4 p.m. we'll get the Genius Act committee. So that'll be after the close. The Genius Act, of course, the stablecoin related bill. We know it's crypto week for the House of Representatives. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
We are dropping like it's hot.
Oh boy, yes we are. Whew. Oh my God.
I am so glad I am not in.
Some of these.
Wow, the Tesla is what in the. Yeah. Anyways, 312. I like to break at 3. And my plan was 319 break, 312 dip on Tesla. So it's at least got to get down into here to prior close before I even think about pulling the trigger on this. I want to say piece of nonsense, but that kind of is what it is. Everything else is just dropping like a rocket. NVIDIA just continues to 162 on NVIDIA.
Oh boy.
Where's Micron at? Micron holding the lows, I mean, half decently as well. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Robinhood looks like a great short. Again, all you can do is get out. Like I liked a couple of breakouts today, but when you take a breakout trade, get out when it's wrong, or certainly get out when it breaks that trend. I'm not going to be fighting to get in too early on any dip buys. As heavy as the tape looks over here, I'm just trying to find some relative strength, everybody, and I'm not really seeing it. Like outside of crypto names and maybe Palantir to a certain extent, I'm not finding a heck of a lot of strength. We'll see where the bid starts to come in here. The Nasdaq's at about VWAP right now. We'll see if it has a little bit of bounce in it.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any sort of a bid come in here, Neil. So yeah, no, that Tesla, you know what? We'll let that one kind of, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll let that one kind of move there. Hood, yes, sir. Circle.
Remember this?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So we were bearish on Circle because of Circle. I'm just going to set up. I think this is a breakout through 191. What I want to do, because I think this could squeeze a little bit. I'm just going to put the order first, and then I'm going to explain later. That way, if it breaks, I have the position, right? Like I get in this habit of like talking first, and then I don't put the order. So Circle, we were talking about this being a continuation. Core, we've been going for a couple of days to the downside, whereas Circle had just started breaking down underneath $200, and then you look for continuation short. Logically makes sense. But if they're in the crypto space and it hasn't broken away yet, and everything is weak with the exception of crypto names, I'm thinking why not go for the squeeze play on Circle. It's just a breakout, so that way if I'm wrong, I can get out of it almost instantly, which is a function of the breakout, which I like. I suppose you could also short off of this level as well, but I'm kind of in wait and see mode. I don't want to chase shorts at this moment as we're breaking lows. I just have to wait for something to set up. Like what's wild is the only place that I went to the short side, like a firm fills in the gap. That's why you get out. You know, like hold your winners for bigger. and get out tight when you're wrong, because a firm, for whatever reason, is looking kind of strong here. Come on, Tesla, do something. But I think this circle's setting up pretty nicely.
I think this this hood is kind of reverting back pretty aggressively back into VWAP. So again, covered a majority of everything there. Just taking out the last pieces now. Okay, so there you go. So back through VWAP. I don't necessarily want to be here as of right now. Sure, I can get a reload here for a potential continuation to the downside, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient and kind of let it chop around. If you're going to chop around the 100 this many times, I'm going to let you kind of do your thing and just sit back and watch for now. But yeah, that Tesla is still kind of chopping around some of these lows as of right now. So we'll let that one kind of work around, jump around and see where that one really goes. I'm going to look at the chat here, see what you guys are trading. Tossed, yeah, I don't know. It depends. Can it ride the beat that well? I have no idea. But
well, I mean, it's the cream of the crop.
Yes.
And it rises to the top.
Yes.
Now, I never eat a pig. Well, I'm not going to say the rest of that because it's kind of.
Yeah, I don't know this reference. I just, yeah.
I never eat a pig because a pig is a cop. But better get a Terminator like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Try to play me out like if my name was Sega. You don't know that one?
No.
Okay.
No. All right.
No, that's fine. Look, man, I'm old.
Bars.
No, I'm old.
Straight bars.
It's just, like I said, somebody gets that. You guys know that. Please, you guys know that in the chat.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Turner Music Productions. Oh, thank you. Because for a second there, I'm like, that'd just be embarrassing if absolutely nobody got that reference. Like, I'm not that old, everybody.
Oh, boy.
Okay, what was I saying?
Look at the bid on the market come in. Let's go.
The bid's coming in the market. The only thing that was relatively strong outside of those crypto names, I said, was Palantir. And a big shout out to everybody that was mentioning Palantir, because look at this classic VWAP hold, everybody. 144 even. So you get a wick under 144 even, breaks back above the 420 in the volume weighted average price. Stop goes under the prior bar low. Actually, just a couple of shekels underneath. 145 is big resistance, so I should get orders out in front of that. Let's see if we can't go to the upside in Palantir. You had to be a little bit patient with you for that as well. Come on, pop up. I just offered 78 and it went to 77. It's still, there we go. Just got to fill into 145. So find where the strength is. I'm on the wrong page. So we'll jump to that. I wanted to hit something else, but let's see if Palantir can continue. I'm away from Tesla. Circle did not break out, so we'll just go for Palantir continuation. You got to be willing to pivot. When the market did that and nothing I was looking at for long set up anymore, we jump over to something that was strong. And it's pretty clean. It bounced right off the volume weighted average price. Love that classic setup. Was that a call for Adara?
I don't think
it was not. I am incorrect. Well, it was something. You'll have to repeat that for me.
Yeah, this. So I'm just looking at the Mag 7s here, Neil. I'm noticing that both the SPY and the Nasdaq. Look at this, absolutely beautiful. SPY almost back to its opening range highs right there. Beautiful shake and bake right here, coming right in. Nasdaq not quite there just yet. Still about what is this? About 40. Just about 40, 60 points away, or $60 away from that there. Tesla finally catching a little bit of a bid. Can we get back up to VWAP? VWAP on my chart here, I have at 318s. Come on. Don't you guys love the XAI potential takeover speculation? I don't know, but that's me potentially talking to. Why would that
be bullish?
That's me trying to talk to the bidders, trying to convince them. But no, I'm joking. I'm just seeing that the selling did kind of dissipate here on top of that 315. Just trying to stay involved for a potential reversion, and the market is probably the best place to take the reversion and then the reversion of the reversion itself, because this shake and bake is absolutely beautiful. I love this price action here. Hood still cannot do anything meaningful with $100. So glad I got out of that one. That one was absolutely crazy here. It kind of flushed all the way down right off of open. False break of pre-market highs as well as some of those prior highs there. And it seems like some of those VWAP, some of those sellers coming right back in at that VWAP as well. So, but still chopping around 100. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Let's see. Out of some of the semiconductor basket I have here, Neil, there is one stock that is looking distinctly different than the rest of them, and that is SMCI. If you compare that to NVIDIA, ARM, TSM, Micron, AMD, or Intel, all of those look distinctly the same, and this one looking distinctly different. Now, you just got to find my chart over here so we can pull in that SMCI right here. Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of a push. So we attempted to push a little bit lower. 48.78 is the day low, but look at that little push back up. Not really doing relative volume. I was hoping to see some relative volume, but distinctly different than that of NVIDIA or anything else right here. You can see that NVIDIA down in the dumps right off of the open. Absolute strength to the downside. I know when we talk about strength, there's a connotation towards for it being only long. I don't necessarily carry that view at all. I'm like, if something is strong, it is strong. Which direction? I have no idea, right? If price action is strong, I don't really relate it to going up or going down. It's strong directionally, right? So this is very, very aggressive to the downside. Strength is definitely what sellers had off of the open here on NVIDIA to the downside. 162.02's current day low, pretty much giving it all back from Friday. Friday aggressive move, beautiful reversion as well. I tried to get involved with this one here. Didn't really, I got involved here for a little bit of a breadcrumb into VWAP, and I was like, all right, I scratched that itch. I really do like the short, and look at that, coming in, follow through, coming in on Monday at the beginning of the week, kind of giving back that action from Friday there. Oh boy, nice trade on Palantir.
Palantir goes right into the, so it goes basically VWAP into the high, almost clean. Like, remember we were saying like 145. So there's, look, it's kind of obvious here. VWAP hold. These bars are at 144.8, so I sell some in front of there. Then I hold for the high of the day. That's just usually the plan of action. But if there's a name out here that's going to buck the trend, then why not have it be Palantir? Because you know what? Forget about buck the trend. We're about to go green again. But if we reject the high and this topping tail candle on the NASDAQ holds, like we do that huge recovery off that flush at the open. Remember, it was breakout, flush. If we break it back out, I still would be inclined, instead of maybe going back to the well on something like Tesla, to go to a name, to continue with a name that is strong. So I think I'm going to keep Palantir up here and then look for something either off VWAP or maybe it'll hold 145 on a higher break. If the market takes out highs, you can always look at a 146 break, although that just failed. Like, I look over at Tesla, and as much as I want to be bullish on Tesla again because it was so good off the open, I'm seeing that look. That doesn't look that great to me yet. Like, I'd say yet because it does do a bottom until it holds 315. I want to see that higher low for some continuation and TSLA. Even the chips aren't looking that great for myself. So I'm going to be patient. We've been fortunate, and thank you everyone that was yelling about Palantir. That wasn't on my. That wasn't even on the trade plan this morning. It just, you could see it set up when the market came bouncing back higher. It was the only thing that was holding like a bull flag or above VWAP. So you just jump over to it. NIO, hey, it's that kind of a market. NIO up 7.5% and one of the strongest stocks out there. It did not dip into 390. It's holding those highs and trending well. Good day for the Chinese EVs. I don't really feel, this was not really something that I wanted to be trading in here today. So I got my eyeballs on Tesla. Still hoping NVIDIA can make some kind of a turnaround, although this doesn't look very good. Like,
a little bit of selling in the beginning of the week.
Yeah, like there's stair-stepping to the downside. That's a strong push up, but if you don't break back out above 163.25 here, it might not be constructive. Like, NVIDIA's at the lows when the market's trying to retake the highs. That is not the strength that we're looking for.
No, these are not the tickers that you were looking for. So what I'm looking for is the next trade here. Got Tesla on watch. I'm reading through the chat as well. So be sure to, first of all, like and subscribe so you can post in the chat and can stay involved with some of the activities that happen in the chat, like the voting polls and just interactions as well. But DJT short saying bullet leg. Okay, interesting. Let's take a quick look at DJT on a 3-minute chart. Okay, nice. A little bit of a pullback down, continuation from what seems like Friday's action here on DJT as well. You were talking about GME potentially moving around on that on the crypto move there. Let's see what that's been doing. Nothing too crazy just yet, Neil, but holding within prior day's range pretty well here on GameStop. Circle, what's going on with Circle here? So let's take a quick look. Okay, Circle pushing. All right, all right. So we got a little bit of a bid on that one there. Beautiful selling coming into Friday on Circle. Nice little rollover happening on this one here as well. And then CoreWeave, CRWV, that was another one that I had potentially on watch as well. So if we can pull that one up. Okay, so a little bit of a bid coming in off of the open. Relative volume 1.5, 1.75, so holding pretty nicely to the upside as of right now here on CoreWeave, breaking a little bit of a trend that we were doing going into the end of the week. And look at that aggressive kind of a downtrend on Thursday and Friday last week, coming in with a little bit of a bid going into this week right now. So definitely going to be one to watch out for, but a little bit of a backside on this one if we do kind of take a closer look at the higher time frames here. So 3-hour chart, take that VWAP out of the way. You can see that it's been rolling over pretty nicely here, broke this consolidation at the 150s, 160s. Let's see how much lower it can get. I'm looking for a potential push of that 100 mark, but who knows when and if that'll potentially come as well. So Tesla coming back into the day lows, man. So it looks like that is very likely or unlikely to work as of right now as selling kind of comes back into this market. We got this aggressive bid right back up, bit of a shake and bake here. SPY actually breaking its range high and giving us a little bit false break for that push back into some of these lower ends of the range. So let's see if it'll come in here on the market. Tesla's definitely looking to potentially push that fresh low. Hood still holding up here as of right now. Let me go through the list of stocks that I had on my watch list.
Just very quickly, yes. Circle did break this that consolidation. Oh, position board just disappeared for a split second, but I can show you. I just wanted to make sure we got the executions. Look, I did take the breakout on Circle. It went 191 into 192, and then immediately lost like the prior bar low, just as you were saying, the futures pulled back a little bit here. So I mean, it's a muted success. It gave you the initial scalp trade on the break. When Circle goes, I'm thinking squeeze, and I wanted. Yeah, let's be real. Like, I wanted the push to take us right into 94, 95, just very clean. And if it's not going to be clean, I don't want to be fighting any breakout longs, like I showed you guys with Tesla. And again, it just, the way the reversions have been coming back in on these false breaks, I don't think you want to get caught in one of those. You're better off to buy, like if you like the longs in a general sense, like buying dips on trend, like that's $2 down. Like you didn't give up a whole point. On this, now you might as well be patient, wait for it to get down to 189, show you a bounce, instead of just trying to hold a breakout all the way. And if anything, the breakout could have been clean a little bit lower. So I'll just duck out of that one. It still might, look, at the end of the day, it might have been a better long, but I can live with that. Because for every time that I have one of those, or anybody where you're gonna do that, and you're like, oh man, it goes higher, I should have held on to it. Trust me, because the other side of that is, well, but what if Tesla went to 320? Yeah, Tesla could have done it too, but Tesla continued to trend down. So that's the reason I duck out of the breakout trade, because I just rather bank the profit with the trading strategy as we like it. I do want to, before we go back over to OB, I just want to go back over to Palantir, one of the relatively strong names in this market, pulling back into VWAP. So that's where we got the bounce the first time. I'll look for another continuation play off the volume weighted average price. Palantir, no specific story that I saw, just Palantir being Palantir, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think again a lot of movement in this market as well. We're hearing about bigger players doing some positioning as well. So I think when we're getting some directional moves without any catalyst or any aggressive moves as well, I think. We were having a conversation about this last week as well. It's like the traditional sense of what might be in play can change over time, right? And sometimes if it's just purely technical, I think it's definitely worth dabbling in as well. It doesn't necessarily always have to have a news catalyst. I think technical catalysts are more than valid as well. But yeah, let's go.
We're about to go to happening now. BMNR halted. Again. High of day.
Hey, yo.
Halted down, now halted up. Good luck, everybody. Let's go to Adair.
Before we get to what's happening now, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path: instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million and earned more than 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV, that's TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the S&P 500. As you can see here, super choppy in these first 15 minutes. Lots of support here around that 622 area, but making a slightly lower high on this 15-minute chart. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, looking almost identical, though, interestingly enough, finding support a little bit lower than its pre-market consolidation level, unlike S&P 500. Now, we have to talk about, of course, the cream of the crop here this morning, I'd argue, MSTR, but more specifically Bitcoin. We know BTC made a new all-time high here, just around 123,000 this morning. So crypto still very strong. Ethereum to boot. So MSTR, MARACOIN, any of these types of tickers certainly on watch today. Also on watch, a lot of these Mag 7 names, including META. Mark Zuckerberg expected to appear as a witness in this $8 billion trial over privacy violation allegations related to the Cambridge Analytica scandal. We also have Meta reportedly acquiring Play AI, and then we have Fastenal trying to bounce right now. This one had a nice push off the open. Gap up here on a double earnings beat. We know bank earnings are really going to kick off the season in earnest tomorrow morning before the bell. Back to you.
Right, JP Morgan, everybody. That'll be a good one.
Back on.
Earnings season back in play, everybody. I see Roger Noonan in the chat. Long silver, a little SLV action. Continue to get pulled up by, well, let's be real, getting pulled up by gold. Oh, come on, you can't look at SLV on a daily chart. It does not do the move justice. You got to look at, let's look at a monthly chart. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you got to look at a monthly chart for this. This is why you got to look at a monthly chart for SLV. Oh yeah, it's on an absolute tear. These are historical, there's a big historical breakout happening, I think, off the 34 level on SLV, continuation. It's got a lot of room, suffice to say. There you go. Out into the 40 range, it seems like is the next push to the upside. So you think it's only Bitcoin that goes? You think it's only gold that goes? You think it's only the market that goes? No. You got bull markets pretty much everywhere. Silver, don't at me. It's one of those everyone calls it a manipulated market, the silver market. Yeah, well, it's considered to be one of the more, whatever. Big players manipulate or control. Whatever term you want to use, big players control a lot of different markets. It's not just silver. Oh, yeah. It's not just natural gas. It's not just certain commodities. Yeah. But this one,
it's not only small caps.
Gets a lot of a rap. Just quickly over Nvidia's. It's looking a little bit better. I can tell you what I'm watching. I still have eyeballs on Tesla. Nvidia's starting to look a little bit stronger, but I feel as if the continuation, at least for myself, still might be in Palantir as it tries to pull back in. It's on uptrend. I'd love it to hold this higher low, and then we can get back into the top. Let's be patient with it. We caught it down in this move the last time. But is NVIDIA at VWAP as it's, I guess the shine is wearing off from all the excitement over Jensen going to China. And, and obviously that.
It's Wednesday, I think.
Well, there's a press conference or whatever he's calling it, a presser on Wednesday. Hopefully negotiations go well, and if they do, that's the big bargaining chip, obviously, for the U.S. With China, and that can maybe lead to some deals being made. And I think everyone kind of wants to see some pen to put to paper to justify this market rally. And this NASDAQ seems to want green here. Obi?
Yeah, no, it's catching a little bit of a bounce, right? We talk about reverting the reversion, and now once again, we're getting a bit of that continuation. Let's see if we can kind of break back above some of those opening range highs. But again, pretty much sideways chop on a lot of things here. I'm in this Tesla right now, but sideways chop it is doing on top of its, opening range lows right now. And the market's looking a little distinctly different relative to that of Tesla as well, kind of coming back to its opening range highs or trying to attempt to push towards its opening range highs here on the NASDAQ and the ES as well. So let's see if that'll come into fruition. I'm glad I got out of hood when I did. because again, it's pretty aggressive back to the upside here. But yeah, that one, that straight off of the open, that one was crazy, aggressive. And oh boy, look at that 101s. As I'm speaking about it, Neil, it is ripping back up to the upside here. 101s coming back in here on Hood. Remember that high was 101 halves and some change here, 101.70s maybe. And if that can potentially come in here, oh boy,
I think
will that be interesting? If that can kind of give us a little bit of a squeezing action on the intraday. Tesla, okay, coming back into day low. So it seems like that one's not really going to happen as of right now. So going to be patient for that one there. About minutes left for this 15-minute candle, Neil, and the 15-minute candle on Tesla looking like it might be breaking or looking to break its low as well. Okay, so we're getting a bit of a bounce here on chips. Nvidia back at VWAP, nice. AMD as well. Oh boy, Intel not catching any sort of a bounce. All right.
Intel's gonna Intel, man.
Intel's just gonna. I don't know who has the Intel on that one, but it usually does its own thing. So. Sometimes, most of the time. PayPal coming into 74 as well. So 74, that was an aggressive push on PayPal. Let me pull up that chart here if I can just see my window. So yeah, let me pull up that PayPal chart. And oh boy, wow, look at that aggressive selling coming in on Tesla. So we got stopped out on that one as we get back through that 315. So that's kind of what I wanted. I was looking for that 315 to hold. Average was 316s. Doesn't really go in. And we lose about a point on that one. So GG, where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. CoreWeave, again, interesting stuff there, but we were going to take a look at PayPal. So let's take a look at PayPal right here. So I was looking for that continuation as well on PayPal. I was looking at this a little bit of a base end of day consolidation lows, and that happened to be at $70.80. Coming into the open today, though, not really giving us anywhere near those prices as the bid comes in and reverts pretty much all of the move from Friday, coming back into some of these consolidation lows, day lows, or consolidation lows prior to the catalyst that kind of came out across the payment sector here, and that support now acting as a little bit on PayPal. So that's interesting as well. And Levi, again, I said we were going to go through all of the stocks that I kind of had on watch coming into today. And Levi's, again, earnings day 2 was the day today. I think I was looking for that continuation. 22 halves is the pre-market high or opening range high as of right now, but doesn't really make it that far off of it. Coming back into day 1's range lows, currently just above or just below $20. And what is that low specifically? $20.97 exactly from Friday. So Levi's, don't know if that one is going to come in the way that I'm looking for. It definitely didn't right off of the open, but I'm going to keep eyes on it as well. Circle, I liked it for the for potential continuation. Again, not doing what I'm looking for. It's not selling off. Sellers are not in charge right now, and it's continuing to push up on the intraday. Now, looking for them to potentially step back in at some of these prior levels, maybe. Perhaps, let's see it happen for me to believe it. Li Auto, again, we covered this in the morning session as well, looking for a potential push of this, and I do have eyes on it, and guess what? It's done nothing. It's done absolutely nothing, just kind of churning, chopping and churning here. Maybe a look on a higher time frame might be necessary. 15-minute wicks to the high side there, kind of maybe signifying that supply may or may not still be sitting here. We talked about those prior levels as well, 2870s, where again, last time we were here, aggressive supply, aggressive supply, aggressive supply. Let's see if we get more of the same, because on Friday we did pretty much wipe the whole day's move back to the day's open.
Obi, I want to get to a super chat here. But before I get to the super chat, got to show you, we tried Palantir again. It was just like before. Like this candle here bounced off 144, took it on the way back up through 144.20. Almost a similar entry. It broke through 145 down on the way back up through 145.20, took the long with the prior low and jumped out of it. So it's going to lose. It could lose VWAP in here, but I just want to make sure I want to take the same trade. I did miss the first punch and ended up having to add to it above 20, but same average price as before. Trying to lose small and hopefully win big. Hopefully we can hold VWAP here, but this market was at the highs or back into those highs, and we're kind of rejecting going green on the NASDAQ. But Barbados Playmaker, good morning to you as well. On that Tesla short through 322 at the open, was looking at it from pre-market when you mentioned it. Coffee on me. Well, appreciate it. I've had my coffee this morning, and you know what? This is the best thing about the market. Like I like the breakout long into the 322. You like the short into 322. You can play market action in either direction. Like you can decide to focus on one direction or another. The price levels ultimately can be really important. Like that was sort of an obvious spot if you zoomed it out a little bit to grab your breakout trade. It gives you that 319, it gives you a point. It just so happens to be a percent on that move. But hey, let's be real. As long as you win, that's what it's all about. And we can have different, like I can prefer the long, you can prefer the short, and you can both make money so long as you have the right entry and the right plan of action. We appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for that. You can always just sort of add us in the chat if you want to get our attention. Just type our name in there. BMNR, as I'm waiting for Palantir to set up a little bit better for a long, is now up 40%. The story is they doubled their ETH holdings. That was this morning, the 500 million, after what was not necessarily a good week for them last week. Maybe we should show what that looked like. Not necessarily the best week, and it looks like it's breaking back out. It's a decent sized spread. Tons of volume, but liquidity concerns will have it potentially halting if it starts to break, and it can halt in either direction. Just be a little bit careful if you're trading there. Love to trade. Am I waiting for 312 on Tesla? Yeah, 100%. And then like Tesla on my note was like the #1 stock. It was a simple breakout trade, and as anybody could tell, long to there, like breakout there to there. That was the first plan, and then it was a dip back into prior highs. I could make an argument that if we're bearish enough, the long could be down into 310. I liked it into more of the 312 area. Once it gets down there, I'll look for reversion plays. I'm just gonna be patient. I don't want to throw away the profits from this morning. Circle was okay. Palantir's been pretty good, and Tesla's been fantastic so far. So I'd love to see it continue to go. If anything, the stock that wasn't any good was that Robinhood breakout through the high. It's back there again. Yeah. Robinhood all the way back through the top. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, well, we can't get fooled again.
Yeah, no, the Robinhood, again, I got eyes on it. It's been doing some interesting stuff here on the day, but luckily enough, got involved with a bit of the trade off of the open, and oh boy, there goes Tesla once again, breaking through those lows. So I tried it a couple of times there, and you know what? It is what it is. Where is the next trade? The bid is clearly not there here on Tesla as of right now. So I tried to attempt once more there. I just taken it back through that 314s. And yeah, selling coming in pretty aggressively. You can see the wick action here on the NASDAQ and a little bit of a green to red here on the ES as well. So this is what I was looking at here on Tesla. I think Neil's looking for this 312 as well. We can see that after hours consolidation just above that on Friday's action. So 4 a.m. low as well, coming in at 313.38. Currently trading at 314 halves. Just kind of churning and chopping to the downside here as of right now. So nothing really kind of clear. I'm just taking stabs at potential level holds of some of these pre-market levels here to look for a potential bid. But you can see the bid came in pretty aggressively off of the open. We talked about it. And then since then, we've just been kind of selling off, even with the rest of the market kind of bidding back and taking back a lot of the selling that it did off of the open there. So Tesla, a little distinctly different, might be a little crowded, which it usually is, I would say. But opportunities, yeah, for sure, definitely there. This thing is either a scalper's nightmare or a scalper's paradise, depending on how you're looking at it. That's how I feel about Tesla.
I think if you're super nimble.
Yeah, if you're super nimble, you can definitely take off like half a dollar, $2 off of it.
Like you look at what you could be doing. Like here's an example of what I would mean by that. Is if you're, like, say you're only looking to take every single possible long entry that you like and scalp it, well, look at the prior high, look at the Friday high. So like me, I'm waiting for like 312 to make a move on Tesla, but you could just say, I want it back into the prior high. It dips into here. You see it bounce, and then you take it back through that low 314, 50 cents worth of risk, and then you could scalp half out at better than 1-to-1 and then try to hold it into 16s and VWAPs. But that's that's a sniper-like entry. It's still in the downward trend, but at least it gives you something to look off of. Because ultimately, like what's weird about it is like Tesla was one of the first things to go and super strong, right? And now it's trying to bounce off the lows. Well, look at the NASDAQ. Like the NASDAQ is trying to break back out and go green in through the top. And I've got, like, I'm looking at Tesla through the lows, and another stock which I like, we'll see, Palantir at the same time is losing the volume weighted average price. So the strength is certainly maybe not there in some of the early strong names. Like look at Apple. Apple's down 1%. Like, we're about to go green on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Apple's under VWAP and at the bottom. Amazon, here's at least something which putting in some higher lows, but again, underneath the volume weighted average price. So you're wondering, where is this market strength kind of coming from? Full Christmas tree recovery. It's not my term. Christmas tree recovery or pullback into Google, holding a double bottom at 180. That's actually, this looks pretty solid off of 180 on Alphabet. But you're wondering where that strength is actually coming from, everybody. And it's, I want to say Meta looks one of the best for a typical long breakout setup, but NVIDIA is on the warpath, it seems.
Yeah, no, and again, NVIDIA, that grind up in this market has been crazy. I don't know if I've talked to you about this before, but like there's a certain kind of price action which I find is so, like I'll get caught up into it. Right? I got caught up into it, and it's like the slow grind. Whether it's a slow grind up or a slow grind down, it kind of, it's full of potential false signals. And what I'm starting to realize is the faster I can recognize a steady grind, and I'm trying to revert it or I'm trying to counter trend it, I should just try to stay away as far as possible from that kind of specific grinding action if I am looking to counter or revert there as well. With trend, sure, I think it can definitely be nice as you're looking to get with that grinding, trending action there as well. So sometimes definitely recognizing the kind of price action your trade style should be avoided in is definitely beneficial. That's what I'm finding as well. So yeah, the NASDAQ coming back up into its highs, Spider as well. Oh boy, can we blow past some of these prior highs here? I have no idea, but it's looking like we're poised for a little bit of a push here, Neil. Yeah, market's coming in strong. That NVIDIA reversion is looking really, really nice here as of right now. So definitely a bit of a miss on my part. And again, that reversion coming in not just on NVIDIA. You can see it. It's here on the ES, here on the NASDAQ as well. Sure, the constituents themselves maybe not as reflective exactly as how the futures are reverting, but there are certain names that are definitely taking them there.
Well, and Tesla, you're back into Tesla? That's starting to look
I reloaded
a little bit better. It's trying to break a trend. But Ash in the chat has wanted to look at INVZ for a little bit here. Unfortunately for this one, and we always say this, don't mind looking at individual names, but you generally speaking on a small capper are going to want some kind of a catalyst. I, for the life of me, can't find a recent story on this, and clearly it's had some action like last week and a few weeks ago back into the middle of June. But today, down on no volume, unfortunately. So yeah, whatever stair step it was doing, it kind of lost a bid on no volume this morning. These are the kind of things you got to sit out. You wait for them to have a catalyst. And there's nothing wrong with joining momentum in a sense to make profit, but overall, this is like it's got a momentum up. Like if you're swing long this, you're absolutely fine, but there's really nothing going on today. Could just be maybe it's going to consolidate and wait for the next reason to go to the upside. But until I would see one, it's either you're holding it now or waiting for it to do something. So I don't have the do something key, and if I did, believe me, I would hit it. NVIDIA is certainly doing something. Palantir still can't seem to catch a bid to jump back into it. I know, yeah, maybe Tesla doesn't get all the way down to 312, but it's still putting in lower highs and kind of lower lows. So I'm going to be patient with that Tesla reload. It really just seems like Robinhood. Yeah, Robinhood's really Robinhood's trying to go here. Like Bitcoin's not doing anything, but Robinhood with that reversal, there's some shorts down here at 100. Like the way it broke that pre-market low, there's shorts in here that maybe have held on to it, thinking they're going to give it to the top. So I think I give this a shot if we get to VWAP, or we just retake the break of the top here on Robinhood. I just want to wait for that next opportunity, that next trade. Everybody, let me know what else you guys are looking at here, what is piquing your interest, as we're going to go to Adara, actually in timely fashion, and get our small cap recap.
IWM, really nice push higher here just throughout the day. We were kind of below this day high here of 222.60s, but holding on pretty well. So we're noting as well, though, that even this move up to the upside is not going to really be able to eclipse this action the last 2 days. So we're still well below what looks like our high of a week from last week, around 226. Not a bad way to start the session at all, though. It looks like we've only had green candles on the IWM. Another area that's had a lot of green candles as of late is crypto, and that's where we get this first small cap ticker on watch today, CAN. Canaan. Canaan and IREN are both small cap crypto related tickers you can keep an eye on. CAN, for its part, is about a 16% short float. Then we have SQFT. This one I'm seeing a float of under 1 million shares, around 910,000. This is called Presidio Property. I'm not seeing any news on this. About a month ago, it regained NASDAQ compliance, but nothing since then. Then we have MGRM, Monogram Technologies, announcing that Zimmer Biomet's going to be acquiring the company for $4.04 per share, currently trading here around $5.50. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
As I said, one note on that MGRM, $4.04 cash, $12, the contingent value right worth up to $12.37, which is wild. That's one of the bigger CVRs that I've ever seen in recently. So this thing is not some automatic sell back into $4. That being said, if by some minor miracle this stock gets down to $4, I'd just be buying the living you know what out of it. It's not going to happen. Although maybe it does because I want it to. But yeah, just be very careful with those because oftentimes you're like, well, it should go down to the price. Not in this particular case. It's not that simple. All right, Palantir is starting to look a little bit better. It just bounced off the 144, which that's going to be the prior high. It's trying to retake trend. So it's trying to break the downtrend from the high, which would happen here at the volume weighted average price. I think this is one that I stick with as a long, at least for now. Robinhood not looking like it's breaking back out. The market is taking out the high, so I do want to be back into a long here at some point. It's just going to be this or Robinhood, and let me save that for everybody. I'm seeing in the chat, AMD. Just like NVIDIA, look at the program buying going on here in AMD, just like NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA and AMD have this somewhat V-shaped recovery going on here. Maybe it is stronger, but NVIDIA, my plan was to be in NVIDIA a little bit more, and you're coming into a resistance spot, whereas AMD's breaking it. Yeah, I'm going to stick with Palantir for the trade, but good shout out for AMD looking incredibly strong. I think I like this Palantir busting through VWAP. As we speak, I'm going to try to get reloaded in that name as the market starts to get a little bit bullish. And crypto, I know we're all excited about Bitcoin over the weekend making fresh all-time highs. Yeah. This is IBIT right now. Bitcoin is doing literally nothing. In fact, pulling back off some of those highs. We've seen this story before on a gap up, where we had the gap up, and this was on Friday, similar strong gap up, do nothing, round up. Eventually, all that doing nothing ended up with a bottom break of the pre-market lows, and then we caught a reversion off the bottom. So I think you got to be patient with Bitcoin. It's other things that are going. It's MicroStrategy, it's Mara that are probably giving you the moves. Like there's Mara up 9%, MSTR. This is where you need to be. Like this is squeezing to the upsides while Bitcoin does absolutely nothing. So you just have to be patient with it. I'm looking for Robinhood because that was the one that was on my list today as it tries to retake that high break here.
All right, guys, so Trade the Pool. We got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interaction, Trade the Pool Discord is the place to be. It's packed with active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone, you're joining a firm that invests in your growth. Technically, mentally, and financially, head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen, guys. All right, so this Tesla seems like it doesn't really want to follow what the market's doing because the market's pulling all the way up and Tesla's just grinding near its lows right there. PayPal pushing for some fresh highs as of right now as well. Palo Alto, we talked about that Pan W potentially being interesting as well, and that's catching a little bit of a bid off of the open as well. So pretty strong bid here. So let's take a quick look at Pan W alongside everything else. So Pan W, I did have it on watch today, looking for a potential continuation, and you can see a lot of these stocks that I'm looking for continuation, they are not necessarily working as cleanly. And I think again, a lot of people seeing that directional move and looking for more of the same coming into the next day, maybe not necessarily happening as clean as people are looking for, at least as I'm looking for. So some strength coming back up here on Palo Alto, but you can see here very clearly that we have been in a bit of a downtrend since Thursday. Some aggressive selling coming into the stock, still holding within range of this downtrend here as of right now on Palo Alto Pan W network. So going to keep an eye out on that one as well. There goes a PayPal as well. PayPal coming in up, AAPL. PayPal coming in pretty nicely as well. Some aggressive push to the upside as of right now on PayPal.
Same chart as Affirm in here.
Same chart as Affirm, yeah. So it seems like some of these payment structures just getting that push, that reversion of that action, that news that came in on Friday. So yeah, good stuff there. Wasn't necessarily looking for that. And again, something I was looking for was a little bit of an anchored VWAP hold as well off of the event. So we can see right here, boom, anchored VWAP coming in. That gets blasted through right off of the open there coming in on the day. So holding higher highs as of right now on PayPal and a lot of these other
you know what I like right now, though?
What?
Well, okay, I don't like that the market's doing this. I don't like that the market is wicking this top and trying and basically just trying to hold green. But at the same time, like I wanted to firm back in on the short side. And oftentimes, the line I like to use is it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And that's in trading. Well, I mean, in life in general, I mean, you can try it in life, see how it works out for you. But I would say in trading, for sure, you don't want to do that. But I allow it to finally make a higher low, double top it, and then try to break trend to the point where we close this underneath the trend line and I can then short that to the prior bar or to the high of the day. That fly is going to get, the fly is going to get got. All right, you see my eyes darting around every now and then, you know, this fly. Literally, you can't see it, but it's literally on my screen right now. I'm not going to punch my monitor because like that would just be a silly thing to do, but he's just chilling right there. He's just basically taunting me.
Oh, no.
Like this, seriously, I don't even have anything that would be good to smack it because I don't want to hurt my monitor. But anyways, the trade that I'm looking for would be the close underneath of this trend line on Affirm and then look for the reversion back into VWAP. And traders community wants us to look at CoreWeave. Yes, we can. We can always look at CoreWeave. Obviously, it's going to be adjacent. Whoa, okay. That was an interesting coincidence. Like the moment I pull it up, it just dropped a bit under 135. Like seriously? So this has been trending higher all morning long, 7%. I think this is like akin to a relief rally. It's bouncing adjacent to the 50 period. It just broke its upward trend. It just broke the 150 last week. Both those things make sense to pull into 120. I think you're getting like half dead cat bounce. I think it's going to be a short at some point. Maybe it's not today. Hey, the first place you take a shot would be this 136. But it is a firm that's on my radar right now for reversion short. I like the momentum play, but you're already right into first resistance. To me, that's not exactly a place that I'd be punching into the long. You had to like it off the bottom, in my opinion. But good look for if you got it. I'm looking for that reversion on Affirm. Is this thing dead just sitting on my screen?
No, I see it.
It literally is not moving.
It's trying to take a look at these moves here. I think that's what it's looking for. It seems very interested in the charts.
Oh, it's alive.
Yeah, no, it's alive. It's definitely alive.
Okay.
No, it's again, it was sitting on the Nasdaq chart. It was sitting on the Affirm, and I was like, all right, well, you know, we'll see if we can deal with that one. But right now, let's see what's going on in the crypto world with Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Right now, we'll of course go to the daily chart, which is quite impressive for Bitcoin. But in case you missed it, Bitcoin's at all-time highs, and it's a very momentous moment for that to be the case. As you can see on this 15-minute chart here, double bottom just above 121,000. So that is clear support. But if we break below it, that could spell a bit of trouble. That seems to be the clear support level that we've really, I guess, had since this all-time high break. It's also worth noting it's not even at a clear previous level of resistance. It's actually a little bit below the last notable level of resistance there, around 121.5. So interesting look on the daily, the 15. Here's the daily as I tell you guys a little bit more about Crypto Week. That is, of course, we're calling this Crypto Week because we have a couple different bills and acts here being discussed by U.S. lawmakers and legislators. So we're going to start with the Genius Act. This has already been passed through the Senate, but it basically aims to clarify when digital assets, including crypto tokens, are considered securities and when they're considered commodities. So that can help people avoid legal uncertainty and give them clear regulatory clarity. Speaking of which, the second of these acts is called the Clarity Act. It's going to block federal agencies from using court rulings to overextend regulatory power so that Congress can define how crypto assets are used and categorized as opposed to the courts. Then last but not least, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act that would basically prohibit the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency. Here is crypto, Ethereum to the upside, nicely holding on to that 3,000 level. Bitcoin, as mentioned, holding on to 121,000. XRP up almost 5%. Solana up almost 2%. Doge, Tron, Cardano relatively flat. So mixed performance, but Ethereum, Ripple, and BTC, the top three crypto names in market cap, performing very nicely. Back to you.
XRP Army, everybody. Go get it, XRP. I like Sam. Any targets on BTC? Moon? I don't know. Get a key for that. No, yeah, I mean, I usually leave that for like market technicians. I think on the day trade, don't have any, and certainly, like when I looked at it, you know what? Let's just go to the chart because I've been looking at the same chart and with one approach on BTC. Like, there's a reason why. Like when the market was pulling back, I was a dip buyer in front of this nice line, resistance to support, and this one, resistance to support. And when I look at this gap here, that's about 16, 17, and then you get the same thing here. Well, that works out to about like 32, 33. So you break out the high, that sets you up in the mid 140s to like just underneath 150. I think first stop is like with 17 thou up, which would be about 125, 126, and then another leg higher from there, so in the mid 140s. That's what I'm thinking at this particular point. The other thing that's happening, I'll get to a firm in a second, but it's just like Tesla just doesn't seem to have it today at all. It's now making this test of 312. So this is with the market. Here's the real problem. The market just wicked the high again. So I think you maybe pull back into the volume weighted average price. I've been waiting for it to get into this 112 for a test of the low, but with it not able to break the trend, like there's no chance it'll be a trend line break if it gets there, at least anytime soon. It would have to be a bottoming tail candle. Like, give me something along the lines of this, like a bottoming tail that breaks the low, that breaks 312, and then I can get an entry like that. Otherwise, I'm not going to be in Tesla, I don't think, again today. It's just not the way. I don't want to stand in front of the level the way it's falling. I did get into that Affirm on a trend break, which we showed you guys earlier. And Palantir, I missed. I missed it. As I was pulling back in, I kind of anchored myself to down here, and Palantir wanted to hold 145. This is, I don't know if it's the strongest stock out there, but one of the strongest things that I'm looking at is Palantir. I got to be able to jump back into this one. Congratulations if you have this, but I missed this one back in and off of VWAP. We'll see if we can get into Palantir for a third long, if it can give me some kind of a dip buy there again. And Daniel's asking a little bit about Goog. Alphabet.
Yep.
I know, I'm assuming that's what you mean. Like, all I can say about Alphabet is somebody's buying it at 180 bucks. Like, look at this hold. Now, generally speaking, this would be a good thing. You're like, oh, well, then why not just go long off 180? The problem I have with that is the market's putting in these topping tails. That's not exactly the moment that I would want to be picking the long. It's almost as if we revert this top and fail it. It's almost like you want the breakdown underneath on Alphabet because the market's at the top and failing, and that buying in the market isn't enough to drive Alphabet away from this 180 level. Well, I don't know in particular you never know how big that refresher or buyer is going to be in Alphabet. There was a minor story there this morning because there was some AI hiring that they did. I don't think that's enough to get it going. You just really have someone buying it up around Friday's close. And if the market can't really punch through the top, I'm not sure what gets it away from there. But it's a good look off this level. I'd be more inclined to, if the market stays with these topping tail candles, to look for the breakdown underneath, because that way, like, you can put some tight risk on, and if the NASDAQ retraces to the low, your risk to reward is gorgeous, because this could fall all the way down into the 178 range, and you could risk 50 cents on it. That would be the look I would look for here on Alphabet.
Yeah, I think I like the way that Google's been moving over the past few weeks. Some aggressive kind of direction, and again, off of the open, it just goes. Sometimes it just goes in one direction, and that's what makes it beautiful, I think. And so sometimes that opening drive can really come in real hot, but we can see the reversions coming in as well. When the opening drive is a little bit hotter than you expect, maybe you're looking for a bit of reversion as well, right? So again, that directional moves on Google. If you go back into the past couple of weeks there and kind of look at what it's been up to, then you can kind of see that kind of price action there on that one there. So that's what we have looking at on Google. Tesla's trying to hold. We actually got down to 312.60s there, Neil. So yeah, I don't know. I think I got a call for someone there, but
absolutely. And traders, everybody listen up. eSignal still got the first month free, everybody. They're waiving fees, so you can try them out here, where you can get a platform that is highly customizable, incredibly reliable data, the ability to hook up essentially multiple brokers, many brokers, so you can trade directly through the platform, back test, forward test, all of your strategies or indicators that you want to try out, live level 2 access as well, the imbalance locator. It's all there in one spot. It's highly intuitive, so it's not really that difficult to figure out what it is that you want or don't want, entitlement based, so that you can add and subtract the data that you want. Scan the QR code in front of you. The first month is free over at eSignal. Check them out, give them a chance. But let's go back to Adara, I believe.
I just want to let you guys know here, we do have Donald Trump, president of the U.S., apparently set to meet the Secretary General of NATO. I was seeing on his schedule, this is actually a closed press event, but I guess they're meeting outside here of the White House. If there is anything of note, I'll let you know. I'm watching the stream, but usually he just meets the individual outside, they go inside. If this does end up being on camera, I'll let you know. But again, I was seeing that it was supposed to be closed press. Additionally, Donald Trump was set to attend this luncheon at 12 p.m. today. Given that his meeting with the NATO Secretary General seems to have been a little bit delayed, this meeting might not happen at 12, or this luncheon, sorry, might not happen at 12, but I'll let you know if anything changes. Back to you.
You are fake news.
Oh, that wasn't loud enough. I could barely hear that.
I heard a little bit of that one. Yeah, that's funny.
We have that key.
I don't think so.
I need that.
I think Fabian has that key.
I have like this. This is the key that I never use.
Oh, Sharif has it. Okay, nice.
I like the Flintstones key. It's a really, really cool one.
Which one?
But no, this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's just this, right. I thought we actually had the animation.
No, well, yeah, we don't have the actual Flintstones animation, but we also have. Oh, I'll hit the bad one. See this one? That's the bad slap key because a firm came out again. So I hit the bad slap key. I could have scalped some of this out for about 30 cents, but the play is play this back into the volume weighted average price. So I hadn't really gone far enough, but you got to be able to get out. Like, make sure you get out when it's not working for you. Make sure you hold when it is. I'll jump over to what I think can be the next continuation play. Palantir going. It just double tapped the 146. Let's see if we can get this dip. I didn't miss it off of VWAP in here last time. If it gets to VWAP again, I don't want to miss it a second time, as Palantir looking incredibly strong. I know CoreWeave is going, a lot of people looking at that, AMD and the chip names. Maybe it was just a sell program that was happening on some of the chips. Like, the only real chip headline was a note on Micron that suggested that demand could soften for them, and it wasn't necessarily like it wasn't a report that I was putting too much stock in. I doubt that that's what it was. But I mean, a similar candle like to the downside off the open, and then it bounced back in. Micron doesn't look very healthy at all today. So I'd stay away from that. I think it's AMD or NVIDIA, but I'm just not at the point that I like those longs over something like Palantir, which is stair-stepping to the upside. Mike, I've seen a few people ask about HIMS. We'll go to Adara and come back, and we'll get to that one for sure.
I actually know about HIMS. It's going to be off the top of my head, so it's not going to be exactly the details, but I believe it was Morgan Stanley. They had done some analysis here, and apparently HIMS had a year-over-year drop in one of their metrics for the month of June. That was the first time that it ever occurred. I'm going to look at this and give you more details because this is just, as I said, off the top of my head, but there was a negative note there for HIMS this morning. Here is the market. Actually lightly green in some sectors. Finance lightly green, though some of these major banks, including JP Morgan, relatively flat ahead of their earnings reports tomorrow morning. Consumer services has some green spots. Utilities, health technology, a little bit more mixed here, but industrial services fairly green. Now let's talk about weakness. Consumer non-durables, PG leading this group to the downside by about 2%. Energy minerals, red. Producer manufacturing, red. Transportation, weak. Health services, pretty weak as well. And let's talk about these tech sectors. Some of the names in this group are actually green today. Palantir, Netflix, ServiceNow here in technology services, but Google, Meta, and Microsoft all flat on the day. Then let's talk about electronic technology, which is weak across the board. Micron down about 5% with that new Neil just mentioned, but NVIDIA, Apple, Cisco, AMD also a bit weaker. I'm going to get more info on that note on HIMS and get right back to you. But this sector board, not the most promising start to the week. Back to you.
So just a couple of things here. Here's what I'm looking like. Tesla is just weird. But what's happening now on Tesla, pun not intended, is since it broke the opening bottom, which is right here, that first high got put in, look at the clean trend. This is now a very clean trend where if it can hold this bottom and break 315, that's a play into VWAP for me. That's what I want to see happen in Palantir. Sorry, in Tesla. Palantir, I'd hope for a pullback into the volume-weighted average price. Apple looks incredibly weak. My goodness, if this market fails the top, Apple looks like a breakdown for sure, as it's 1.2 to the downside when the market's absolutely flat. Let's go to Adara. I believe we have some more news.
I just wanted to say, provide more details there on HIMS. It turns out that the note that I had given was pretty much exactly accurate, but here are the details because I was not able to provide those off the top. So Morgan Stanley here with an equal weight rating and $40 price target for HIMS and hers. They cited decelerating business momentum. So they had basically said here, as I alluded to earlier, app downloads, that was the metric there that dropped year over year, actually dropping by 8% year over year. This is the figures falls below the levels seen before the company launched their compound GLP-1. So this is the first time we've had a decline in this metric, or I guess had the metric at this level since May 2024. Not well liked here by Morgan Stanley. Again, still an equal weight rating, but they are concerned about decelerating momentum for HIMS. Back to you.
Thank you there. Well, yeah, HIMS is incredibly strong today, but I don't know how much you want to chase.
They had some news as well, and like she just reported. I think
that daily.
Yeah, the daily is what was very interesting to me on HIMS and hers. I did kind of pull it up this morning, but you can see like relative to where it's at from where it's been, it's kind of in the middle there.
It's 100%, and just every single time, like look what's happening at about $51, right? Every single time it gets to this prior support level, all of these wicks, it can break 51, it can't close above. It can break 51, it can't close above. It can break 51, can't close above. So I think if you want it to basically close above 51 and then break out after that to get that next leg continuation, because all the short-term longs have already kind of won here. My Palantir, everybody. Palantir, Drago's Palantir boom. Donkey Kong has a different opinion of it, which I'll leave that alone. It's still trying to break this 146, up 3% into a market which is about to go green. So maybe we don't get the dip buy on Palantir just yet. I hope for everyone else's sake that I don't get the dip buy, because if you're in it long already, you're absolutely laughing. But Tesla is now trying to break that trend. I think it's going to go. I'm not in it yet because this is, like, I'm looking for it to close breaking this trend line, which right now would be break this bar at 350. It's like a 315
take
break.
Take them out.
Bring them out.
Ew.
I hear you.
Yes, sir.
I'm with you on that.
So we broke that trend now. So let's see if the bid actually comes in. So I was involved a little bit. I did get aggressive. I was telling Neil, I was like, that 313. I've been trying for a while. Boom, boom, boom. 315 is currently coming in. Let's see some size on the ask there at that 315s. Can we take Buddy out? Holding right now 314.90s. I just realized you guys cannot see the tape here, so let me pull up the tape on this side so we can take a look at it together, and we'll put on a little bit of a size filter as well, so we can see if any larger players potentially post up and show themselves on the ask or the bid there. So yeah, 315 is finally coming in. Let's see if we can get a push towards VWAP. Market is looking strong in this direction, and oh boy, here we go. Let's see if we can kind of take me out here along the way. I was looking for that 315, but yeah, that 315 is coming in pretty nicely. But yeah, I got pretty aggressive. It was just holding, and I got into I guess. Technically, I got into 5 times what I should be in Tesla, but that's just because I'm risking break even on the push, because I'm just like, okay, I'm playing momentum. Every pullback, 15, 20 pennies keeps holding and getting bought up. Even we had a 50 penny flush there that also held that 314, and then we got that next leg up as well. That gives us that built us up into the break of this I guess not really multi-hour. Has it been multi-hours? No, just 1 hour trend down. So oh boy, for that one there. So 315s. If you're not gonna hold well, I'm gonna be a little bit nimble there. I'm not gonna look all the way for VWAP because it's very clear right off of the open that sellers are in charge. So will they even let it get to VWAP? I have no idea. But my job is to try to stay nimble as possible and manage my risk in an effective manner relative to my daily shutdown. We're at a prop firm.
I just scalped some out as well, but I'm going to look at this penny stock. But first things first, Riley, there's 1 million shares, like right away. There's 1 million shares on SDST at 54 cents. 1.2 million sitting on EdgeX that's holding this stock right now. But you just said, please look at it. And this person said, say my name. TS Booker. I like it. TS Booker's like, say my name, so I'm like, whatever. There we go. But Riley wanted me to look at SDST. I have not looked to see exactly what the catalyst is or the small float or anything like that. But I can tell you this much. Hopefully, and I don't know if you're a fan of the Boondocks, but hopefully SDST is going to pay what it owes. You're going to pay what you owe. But I know I tried Tesla there as well on that trend break, which here I can redraw the Tesla. Let me just redraw the trend line. Right in there is about where the trend line was. Yeah. So I took it, immediately runs into resistance at the $0.50, and it just does not look that strong. I want that going right away. And see how weak the tape is? It's just, you can take your shots at Tesla, but I don't think you want to fight it forever.
We were literally talking about this morning.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just some days.
If you get in on confirmation, so we've been talking a lot about these trend breaks on the show, and I know in trader world as well, there's certain trend line breaks or trend breaks that are pretty decent, right? But here's the question I have for you guys. If you wait for confirmation, how much edge is really left there? If everybody can see the confirmation, is that, like, you can see how many times, if you get in on confirmation, how many times does it come back and wick you out or stop you out? That's the question that I'm asking, because I find that if I'm waiting for confirmation to get into a trade, more often than not, for me, I think it's almost already too late. But some of the best ones, they do just go right away. So if you're willing to lose on them multiple times, you can definitely catch the ones that do finally take off and go right away as well. Again, reiterating that some of the best trades definitely have that characteristic of going right away.
That's why I want that.
It's like, if you
trend
want
break,
right
either
away,
goes right away or not.
or if it doesn't, then you're totally, you're done with it there. But yeah, no, we had this conversation last week as well of like just if waiting for confirmation is actually valid, or is just because everyone's looking at it, how crowded does that really become? And do you have to find places along the way, along the story of the price action, where you might be able to pick up on nuances before others? So again, interesting stuff. We'll be right back with Money Talks from Madeira.
It is not at all an eventful day in terms of economic data-related catalysts for the U.S. dollar. So after I provide a quick look at the daily chart, I'm going to get right into what we have on tap for economic events this week, because later in the week, we do get very interesting. Here's the U.S. dollar, still more or less here in this downtrend. Though last week, as I mentioned, on Friday, actually not bad. We did get quite the pop here last week, a bit of a bullish engulfing candle, if you will. But the weekly and daily trends are still very much downward. Let's talk a little bit about these economic data prints that we have coming later this week. Of course, CPI coming out tomorrow. And so we're actually expecting an uptick here for all of these prints. I looked a little bit into this because I was curious, and it seems like people are attributing this potential uptick to tariffs. So this CPI print, or these set of CPI prints coming out tomorrow morning, could be the first sign of tariff inflation, or at least that's what some people are projecting. Year-over-year CPI, we're expecting 2.6% versus 2.4% previous, 0.3% versus 0.1% previous for the month-over-month. Core year-over-year, we're expecting 2.9% versus 2.8% previous, and core month-over-month, 0.3% versus 0.1% previous. Let's see if this print is where we start to see these tariff-related inflation impacts that the Fed keeps hinting at. Back to you.
Look, at the end of the day, I don't know how much the Fed's going to matter, but rates matter. No questions asked. This market, though, we're just holding barely on a green. Like, how many times we've gone back and forth? Like, if I look over at the NASDAQ and see what the ES is doing, ES is still solidly red, but the NASDAQ's gone red to green, like so many times through here. It does feel like we're going to power up and
Power up.
yeah, and break out higher. But I just still only want Palantir. Well, I shouldn't say I only want Palantir. That's not a fair thing to say. Palantir is the one I'm looking for to catch on a pullback. The only trade, we were just having that conversation about waiting for confirmation. Sometimes I just want to be in, and then when you get the confirmation, maybe it's too late, because the confirmation, I think, came in here, and I didn't retake the long on Palantir. Sometimes that's just how it is. The other place I want to be, ideally, would be Robinhood, which is, it's got like a wedge thing happening. There's our higher lows on Robinhood. It's not decisive in terms of the downtrend at all. So I think it would just be a hold this VWAP and play into this. And then this SDST. I got to admit, Stardust Power, great name, by the way, and that big seller. Remember I was saying on this penny stock, I saw 1.2 million shares on the offer. It's done 220 million shares on the day. It'll go through that like it doesn't really matter. But as long as it's holding that level, the longer this consolidation is, I'll probably take a shot at this breaking out through that order, as long as I still see it there. This takes out like 54 and then gets to 54 quarter. Why not? You give it you give it like a penny risk. I mean, first resistance is at like 57, 58. So right there, you'd be making 2 or 3 to 1, and the high of the day is at 70 cents. And it's done a lot of volume. So I'm going to probably have this one on the side burner for sure. Jake Roberts Snake, yes. Stardust, of course, the Star Wars reference. If you don't know well, you probably don't.
Which references?
Stardust in Star Wars. No. Yeah, he never.
I think it's not necessarily it's in Rogue.
If you've seen Rogue One,
okay,
then you should
yeah.
get the reference.
I've only seen that one like twice. I would.
You've only seen it twice?
Yeah.
That's
I really like that one.
It's my second
really
favorite Star Wars. Well, it's tied
Really?
for second.
It's really good. What's your first?
Empire Strikes Back.
Really?
And then Rogue One and New Hope are like tied for second for me. Andor is fantastic, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. Andor is the best thing they've done.
Phantom Menace, I really like as well.
Okay.
I don't know. That's one of my. Okay. No, you don't really. That was a very. No.
No, it's not.
Sundial is running.
Sundial's
boy.
running. Get out of here. Well, we need to change the subject because Obi's saying that he likes the Phantom Menace.
It's good. What do you mean?
Adara said it's her favorite too.
So far, I like it.
So Sundial running to the up
13%
Sundial, and I'll tell you right now, the reason why Sundial, I do not know what the story is, but I'm gonna speculate that it's because the demand for weed is so high that it has people liking episode 1 of Star Wars more than any other film. Because you would need to be as high as all you know what, smoking that good. This would have to be you, Obi, right now. All up in this, doing that and Adair as well to actually think that the Phantom Menace deserves anything. Anyways, you guys know what's up. Look, man, I'm not.
It is the origin story. It is Anakin from where he came from. Come on. It's Obi-Wan? Qui-Gon. Master Qui-Gon. Come on. Like,
Qui-Gon is an amazing character.
of course, and he's there
Liam Neeson
only
did
for that
a
movie.
fantastic
right?
job. The story itself is really not that bad. The execution of the story is absolutely terrible.
I like race. I like the
Obi-Wan
race.
does a good job.
That's
Whoa! That's what the heck is that stock called again? What are we calling this thing?
Sundial?
No, it's Stardust. See, y'all distracted me, man. This thing. Remember I told you.
Whoa, nice trade. Let's go.
Okay, so
Instantly, what, 10 pennies? That's almost 10 pennies.
No, it's not. It's 7. So remember what I told
On a
you.
60 penny
the
to
break
550.
there of the guy with 1 million shares. Oh, it's going more?
Okay.
The
All right.
More.
All right.
So anyways, the break of the 1 million shares at 54 on Stardust, because this penny stock is better than the Phantom Menace. I'll tell you that right now. The break was from here. I actually thought we would probably stop in and around 57 to 58. It instantly went right to the first resistance level. So remember, it was big time redonku seller at 54. Let seller break, punch long when seller breaks.
Yep.
It's that simple. Now I'll just probably throw a break even stop on this and see how far it can go. Because
solid.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even look up what this company did. I don't even know what the story is. I'm sure it's got a decent sized short float. Let's look at the daily chart because we're supposed to. Oh, this is the habitual line stepper. Oh, this isn't. Oh goodness. Wow, that's the daily chart's even worse than I would have thought. What? This is terrible. This thing is horrible.
Barcode?
This is horrible. Anyways, and look where it turned. Like this is actually a pretty good spot that it already topped out at. That 68 to 70 level. Yeah, you'd be pretty happy if it got back there. I think 70 would be good if it broke it again, but I think the scalp trade's the way to go. I'm trying to get 61s here. I'm not getting filled because there's a bunch of Yahoos at the 60 half level, at 60-60, 60-70. So they're not letting it break 61. Anyways, break even stop on this. We'll see if we can get to. I have one more out here, and then I'll wait to see if it can break into the 67s. Look, I took out 85% like that. I just punch it out because we're sitting there talking about Star Wars. And everyone's like, see Osby, what an entry. There is nothing remotely impressive about that entry. This is the oldest. The market used to be like this a heck of a lot more, where you would just simply see, like you could see there would be a seller here because there's resistance at 54, but there would be nothing going on. There was just 1.2 million on the offer of this thing. So like this is what SDST looks like. This is what it looks like now. 10,000 shares and 9,000 shares there and 8,000 shares there and 6,000 shares there. There was 1.2 million shares sitting on the offer at 54 that we told you guys about. 1.2 million just sitting right there. When that goes, you just punch long because you can just risk the 1 cent through 53 or maybe 2 cents through 52 and then let it blast. Look how long it held that level. From open, 54 held till now. From the open. You just punch it long. Your risk reward's fantastic on that trade. That's more of a gimmicky trade than anything else. Like it's not, there's nothing fundamental about it. And before I get into trouble, because I know Sean may be gone, but that doesn't mean we don't look at the menu here. I'm just gonna try and get it up in a quick little second. I want to make sure I can get this menu. Where did I put it?
What's going on? I didn't know.
Because we'll get the lunch in a quick second
Yes,
because
let's
I know
go
we
lunch.
got to get to it.
Let's
Here
move
it
on
is.
Tesla, dude. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Comes in so strong.
Look at
and then right off the bat, look at that false break, and then just boom, boom, boom. I tried a few times for the long. Eventually, I got like $1, but like, the sellers were aggressive, dude. And we're talking about that hood, right off open, boom, like the bid just vanishes for $2. It was absolutely crazy. But market's strong. Market's doing well.
Why is this not opening? Oh, here we go. Finally, it opened.
Here we go.
So now we can do it. This is for you, Joe. We got the what's for lunch. I don't have the key for what's for lunch. We have 1 minute to go. We'll just read it off anyways. Joseph, if you don't like this, then you don't. He'll love it.
What do we got?
Breakfast was, there was the usual pastries. We had egg on cheese. as well. But lunch today, we got the butter chicken, everybody. Ooh, and if you don't like the butter chicken, we got vegetable biryani, aloo gobi, a cauliflower potato curry.
All right.
You don't like that? You don't know?
Mixed bag.
Mixed bag.
We've had a conversation about the biryani here before.
Oh, you don't like it. Yeah, Obi's not a fan of that. But butter chicken?
Yeah, butter chicken's
Butter
good.
chicken's
You
all
gotta be
right.
down
Yeah,
with the butter
yeah.
chicken.
Yeah.
You like the butter chicken.
It's hard to get butter chicken wrong, but it surprises me how often it happens. But the butter chicken here is pretty good.
You know what that reminds me of?
pretty good.
We were talking about Riley and the Boondocks.
Yeah.
Butter chicken, it's not butter chicken. Butter biscuits, the fam ain't eating the butter biscuits. Basically, their granddad, if you watch the show, it's like Riley's the little kid, and the granddad, let's just say that he gets a girlfriend. I won't get into the specifics of the girlfriend because obviously it's the Boondocks, so it gets a little bit crazy. But he's like, yeah, you taking the Red Lobster with the butter biscuits. The fam ain't eating the butter biscuits, and you taking to get the butter biscuits. Oh, I love that episode. The Boondocks is the greatest cartoon, and you know I can't say the rest that I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't. But everyone out here, it's the cheddar biscuits, my bad. It is the cheddar. This SDST Stardust, it goes right, it cannot seem to, there's another seller here, not like a million shares or
what we're
anything,
made of.
but at
Oh,
that
there goes
62. So I'd like, if we can put in a higher low, that'll give me a better place to trail this. But for now, I took the other leg out. I'm holding on to 10% of the position. I want to give it back to break even. I feel like I might as well just do that because with a penny stock, I'll throw offers every couple of cents or so and just see how far it can go. Tesla is now finally going.
Yeah.
Now you go
it's
Tesla.
going.
But it's also 11 o'clock, everybody.
Yeah.
So
It took the hour. It took the opening candle for the new hour to get that break through 350.
higher
I was like,
time frame
Boom.
is what it's about sometimes.
yes.
But also we've got, penny stock. So 2 people are in penny stocks this morning.
Oh boy.
I'm in one, Sharif's in another. Let's go. Can it get higher? We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Obi. It's been a fun one. We'll see you guys at 2. It's going to be some midday madness with the Bash Brothers. Go get them.
Hey guys.
You can hear me sing. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey. Options. I look like I have a lot more energy than I in fact have in real life, guys. I'm working off fumes. Hopefully we'll have a good day today. Let's shout out to everybody in the chat. Come on, you Gunners. Let's go, Benton. It looks like we're making those 2 signings quick as you like. Shout out to Darwin. I can hear you saying shout out to the OG, bro. We got Other Zinc. We got Marvy, Jacques, DJ, David, Bunny. Shout out to Adrian and Shadow, S7. All Things Trump and T-Pens. We got Yorkie, Susie Fox, 3 7s, Rosie Gray Glasses. Shout out to Chef Joe and Oleg, Daniel R, Mike, The Stock Impaler. Impale those stocks, Mike.
Hail him, brother.
China. Midnight. We got Sean. We got not our Sean. You know, a different Sean. Juggernaut. Mike. Martin Z. We have Big Eyes Gallagher. Okay. M-Sense. Sean. Something or another. Junior Son. Dabba Dabba something. Gray Worm. We got Hakuna Matata. Vinay. We got Joseph. Waleed. Randall. New Life Solar. Echoes of Wisdom. CompuCare team, shout out to Safa, shout out to Roger Noonan, Tyler Smith, and nephew with a capital P. Let's get things.
Get rolling.
Let's just get started quickly. So I talked smack about Chelsea.
Yeah.
On Friday, I said that they were gonna get their ass handed to them.
Yeah.
By Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah.
It ended up being the other way around. It was the other way
Yeah,
around.
I seen that.
So I don't know where the hell Chelsea came from, Joseph. But
Didn't Donald show up?
and why is Donald on the podium
Why is he
receiving
there?
the trophy with the damn team? Donald,
crazy.
you didn't win anything. I won.
Yeah, we
It's
won.
my trophy.
So
Give
much
it to
money.
me. And you should have seen like players jumping. He's like,
He's like, bro, come on.
Donald,
Yeah.
bro, what's going on? It was a fantastic game, Joseph. It was a straight beatdown.
Beatdown?
Cole Palmer had a fantastic game. He used to be a City player. I don't know why the hell City got rid of him to Chelsea. He basically ran the field yesterday. Yeah, it was a great game. In New York or New Jersey, MetLife Stadium, where the Giants and Jets play. And you could probably tell it was a packed house, right? New York's going to be a big soccer town. Good morning, brother.
Full stop. I mean, a beatdown, like you say. My guy Berlanga got his butt whooped this weekend as well too. KO on that front. It's unfortunate there, but guys, yeah, let's get right into trading. Very interesting and flat morning here, as you can see. I took a couple stabs on some names. IBIT didn't work out, so that was just essentially a break-even one. You can see that we added into this. I'll zoom in here so you can see it momentarily. So that was just a break-even trade. I didn't love it up there, and then I also took a stab on MSTR, but it was more of a slow grind. So this was one loss, then a break-even stop out right there. But we're down minimal right now. It's nothing to cry home about. It's Monday, slightly tired as well. And for all my believers over the weekend, your boy was just posted up, just hanging out outside, riding the bikes around the city, having a good time. So yeah, no crazy shenanigans. So shout out to all
Lies. Tell the truth. Where'd you go?
I'm telling you.
Where'd you go?
I didn't go anywhere.
I know.
To quote Donald, you are fake news.
Oh,
that was so good.
That's crazy.
Dara shut the door too. She did everything right there. You did everything right there, Dara. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that is insane. Hey, listen, playing hockey outdoor. We're playing hockey obviously inside there on Sunday. Saturday, we're just ripping the bikes around the city, getting a lot of sun. And Friday, I was just super cooling. So yeah, it was a nice, somewhat relaxing weekend. But I am still slightly tired, up bright and early. But never mind all of that and what Joe was up to for the weekend. That's probably the new hottest segment. But there it is, guys. We're in some Tesla right now, not doing too much. We've been sitting in this trade for quite some time. You can see right around 10:30, so just about a half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Looking for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But the thing is, though, it's not picking up any form of steam. Oh, no. The market is rallying. You can see the Qs in the SPY just established a new high of the day not too long ago, and Tesla did not want to participate, nor did it even want to head towards the volume-weighted average price. So those were my 3 trades on the day. 2 on MSTR using MSTU. 2x leverage, we go 1 break even, 1 loss, and then we take a break even on IBIT as well too. And then now we're long some TSLA, Sharif.
All right, guys, couple of positions. Let's get to the one that's moving crazy. TROO got in $1.30, scalped up into high 30s, added on the move into VWAP, and we got 18s, and it's showing me 25s. So we got a position on here. We've taken out all the outs that I had posted, so it's time to wet the beak a little bit more right now. Good look right now on TROO. It's up over 100% on the day. We're going to keep scalping here as it gives me an opportunity to zig and zag with this bad boy. Excuse me, just let me load up my blotter, just see where I'm in. So we've got 34s. I'm going to continue to pack my patience here. I want to see a test of the high of the day. So we just touched 34. This is what we rejected last time, hence why retrace, and I had to add into this position. So the current high of this 5-minute candle is a $1.37. So I'm not going to be taking anything out south of 37. We're going to go ahead and we're going to wait at 39. And here is 39, and there it is, Joseph. Now we're looking for a 49 break and take. We got 18s on. Keep your eye on that $0.50. The $0.50 was the problem. Here's the halt parameter triggering at 41s. If it stays like this for 7 more seconds, we're going to be caught in an up halt. We're up 117%. Adara.
Here we have Mark Zuckerberg just posting here online about Meta, providing a little bit of an update here. He's saying that the company's building several multi-gigawatt clusters. The first is going to be called Prometheus. It'll be coming online in 2026. Hyperion, which is going to be, I guess, the next or another one of these clusters, is going to be coming on or I guess scaling up to 5 gigawatts over several years. Unclear when that one's coming online. But he did also tease some updates here about Meta Superintelligence Labs. He says that this Meta and Superintelligence Labs is going to be having industry-leading levels of compute and by far the greatest compute per researcher. So here after we have Mark Zuckerberg announcing over the course of a while a variety of these AI-related acquisitions. Now apparently we're going to be seeing these Prometheus and Hyperion clusters. Back to you.
All right, guys, I do apologize about the language. Guys, I thought I was off. You know, obviously, him and I, we speak in a different way when we're off camera, so I do apologize about that. My mistake. won't happen again. So we're adding to our CAN position, as this one is rejecting that 98 penny area, coming into the volume weighted average price, and this is my opportunity to add. So we initially had 94s on, added at 91. The loss of 90 ends the trade. Simple as that. The volume weighted average price is a little bit ahead of that 90 penny area, so makes a perfect exit for me. The loss of the 10 penny area, as well as the loss of the volume weighted average price. So I'm gonna keep my eye out on that one. I do apologize. You guys are so funny in the chat.
They were all...
It's like y'all never heard anyone swear before.
and everyone was like, it was me.
I know, right? You start my... Neil just said his virgin eyes have never heard it.
Yeah.
I know that's what you meant, Neil. I'm playing.
That's crazy.
All right, so I do apologize, guys. Again, you know, we get a little pumped up here on the desk, and that's just kind of the way.
I thought it was me.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. It was Joseph. It was Joseph.
Yeah,
my bad. All right, guys. We are still in uphold, Joey, here on TROO. Just to give everybody an exact time, we did halt 11:07:54. So add increments of 5 minutes onto that. They come in with waves of 5, 10, and 15. We'll keep an eye out on this one, Joey.
Yeah, good luck. Exactly, Darwin. It was Trenda. It wasn't any of us, Darwin. But anyways, moving on. Let's see what we got going on. Tesla's not doing too good today, guys. That's all right. This will be the only stab we take at it. And I think it's really important to be able to identify a stock that is relatively strong and something that's weak, right? So you can see that we're taking continuous attempts to try to push back into the volume-weighted average price, and it's just not working out, right? Neil pointed it out this morning as well, too, saying that the tape is just relatively weak. So sometimes we just got to go with what the price action, well, all the time, we have to go with the price action is telling us, and as soon as we start to crack some lows, then I'll just hop out of this trade. I know it says I'm not in any position right now, but that's not necessarily the case. I just haven't made any transactions just yet. That's why it's not being displayed on the screen, and once I do, then you'll be able to see either I hop out of this trade or add a little bit more to that one, all right? So that's what we got going on. Guys, go check me out on X as well. I posted up some stuff on the options chain that we'll touch on here momentarily. There's a lot of supply on NVDA once again. So there it is. Go check your boy @TraderTV Joseph profile, and this is what we just posted. So there's a lot of open interest here on NVDA through 160 to 175. All right, so you can see we got roughly 70,000 contracts there. But then when we run into 175, it's 137,000 and 144,000 right at 170. So first, in order for us to clear this 65, or sorry, to clear 62.5, we obviously got to get through some of these big supply zones, and then even for us to think about getting to 170. You're going to need a massive volatility spike or some big momentum coming into the market in order to absorb all of that supply and then head into that specific range. So there it is. Go check it out @TraderTV Joseph, posting the options chain. And yeah, the swings on IBIT are doing really well, guys. For those who are asking, I know no one was asking, so I just figured I'd mention that. But I mean, yeah. So hey, it is what it is, right? So yeah, we're having a good time on that one. I woke up in the middle of the night, seeing we were trading at around 123.5. So I'm like, okay, let's go. We're getting the ball rolling, and hopefully we can get into the 130s. 135 is going to be one of my primary targets, where I will take off the majority of.
And I told you off camera I was going to message this guy last night. Sorry, Dare, 1 second. It was like 119 and change, but we already hit 119. I'm like, it's not good enough. He's not going to get that excited about a high day. Then I wake up exactly like you in the middle of the night.
Boom. I'm like, let's go. Yeah.
Dare.
Just so you guys know, this stream here with Donald Trump and the Secretary General of NATO did just begin. Of course, right now, nothing market related is being said, but if there are any questions, anything on tariffs that moves the market, I will let you know, because there usually is a bit of a question portion from journalists. Back to you.
Shout out to the Chilean night.
There we go.
Come on.
Ooh, one more. All right. So
what happened?
This is big for me here, guys. That's crazy. 499 followers. That's nothing, but I mean, I appreciate that a lot there. So one more and your boy will hit that 500 follower milestone. But yeah, just have fun with it, guys. Just post, I think, content that's worthy of knowing, and especially in this market. I personally haven't even looked at NVDA today, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
But first thing this morning, I heard a lot of the boys talking about it selling and selling and selling. So what is my natural instinct to do as soon as I hear that there's a lot of selling pressure and something is just to pull up the options chain to see what we got going on. And I just went over those supply zones through 160 to 170.
Fantastic, Joseph. All right, we're done our trade here on TROO as it opens up and it's halted up again. So the halt level 160, I just saw the top very quickly there at 170, coming back down 64, now 61. We took everything out at 51s. TROO is on that good stuff right now. Yeah. It's on that good stuff right now, up 146%. It's got the momentum. It's got the tailwind right now. So keep your eye on this one. Look, it was a little light on volume initially, okay? And I'm going to get to all the other small cap gappers that I've got on in a second. There's quite a few running today, okay? But TROO did have a bit of a choppy start. Let's flip to the 1 so we can get a gander. But you know what I'm going to say about this right away. It is a trade de novo. It was not running in the pre-market. It did not really trade with any significant volume at the bell. You can barely see the candles at 9:30. So what I mean by that is it just started trading not that long ago. I like these ones better. You don't have to pick up the scraps off key areas of technical support. You can take the big boy breakout, but they are more dangerous to trade because they can revert quickly as you like. It hasn't established itself quite yet. So this one really started doing volume here. I see right at 10:30. I'm not even going to bother looking at the news line, but the news headline. But usually these ones flow with the news. Sometimes they don't have news, but when they do, usually the algos react to them quicker than humans can. So you can usually see the news come out on the half an hour, the hour. That's typically how it works in the pre-market. And this one looks like it started moving at 10:30. So it's halted at 160. Right now, it's up 146%. Let's keep all eyes on this one because I'm going to be looking to weasel back in if the trend is in play. And I'll submit to you, it's got a whole bunch of higher highs and higher lows. It doesn't have a pre-market high that we need to concern ourselves with because, as I mentioned, it started running later on. Okay? So good look right now on my friend True. TROO right now to the high side, up 146%. The other one we're involved in, we just got a beak wetter. Oh, baby. Ooh. CAN, possibly up to the upside, and we got shares on this one. So let's go ahead and wet the beak again over here. So into 94 3/4 we go. Let's see if this one can test the dollar. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. So the next beak wetter will be at 96 pennies. Hopefully, we'll see if it works its way up there. So this one is a volume weighted average price retracement. I got initially at 94s, added at 92s, as I perceive that to be a good area of support, and then possibly up again. We'll have to wait and see whether this one wants to continue bull flagging, because that's what I see here. 930 move up, and we're putting in a bull flag pattern, but let's see if we can get that bull flag continuation, right? That's what we talk about with the measured move, looking for the length of the bull flag and then projecting that length up from the breakout area. The breakout area is typically the top end of the flag. So there's two parts to a bull flag, right? There's the pole, that's the big move up, and then there's the sideways chop. That's the flag or the pennant, depending on whether we're sideways or compressing. And so the breakout area typically is the top end of range of the flag component. That would be around 98 pennies. The high of the day, 98.8 pennies. So you guys get where I'm getting at there. Let's see how this one does. No. We got other ones on at the moment. SQFT, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that one. Square foot, that's all I can think about there. SQFT square foot, right? I mean, like that's fair. 300%.
Yeah.
The issue with this one, though, Joseph, it did have a lot of pre-market action. It traded at 4:10 a.m. with significant amount of volume. It traded again at 7:20 a.m. with decent volume. And it took the pre-market high. To be fair, the pre-market high was around 19 1/3. It's got 22 1/3 high of the day. But how many top wicks, how many topping tail candles can you guys spot on this chart? Okay, and that says something about a stock. If it's topping tailed this many times, be on the lookout for more topping tails. So what does that mean with respect to actual trading and price action? Meaning, when you make area highs, get ready for the reversal. Okay, don't fall in love with it. Boom, pop up, tank back down. Pop up, tank back down. Here are the pop-ups. We haven't quite tanked yet, but be on the lookout for big retracements on square foot. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. Just quickly here, Joseph.
Yep.
HIMZ, obviously a derivative of HIMS. It's an ETF. This one's breaking out nice, a lot cheaper than HIMS, HIMZ, or Z, sorry. Well, here we go again. Breaking out at the day high, 22.45. It's up almost 14 2/3%. So if you're looking at weaseling into that, there's an opportunity for you using this vehicle. EOSE, up not that big, about 8.5%, but a good chart pattern over here, losing the 10 but finding support at the $5 area. This could be an interesting add, maybe $4.95 or $5 if it ends up holding. And then OCC. What a beautiful look OCC is. This looks like a buy program. You don't have one breach, Joseph. Not one of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Since 9:35 a.m., we have been above the 10. And since 9:35 a.m., we have not even touched the 10, let alone retracing below. So OCC in play. BGL lost the bid. It's no longer of interest to me, but square foot, CAN, and TROO. TROO is open here again, Joseph, and here it goes to the high side again, $1.81, the high of the day. Keep your eye out for this one. This one's really going here. Probably could see two shortly.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. All right, for those who were actually asking, here it is. Just took a little screenshot of what we got going on here with our swings. These contracts are working out. Still holding on to a little bit of Google, and then obviously just riding with that NVIDIA trade from 106, 107. So that's what we got cooking up right now. Up a little bit more, obviously, considering we've started to pull back there on Bitcoin. But yeah, I have a specific target in mind on Bitcoin, and then eventually I'll start to piece them out. But what's not working for us right now is Tesla, as it's heading back towards the lower end of the range. So as soon as we crack this 1130 support, I'll just hop out, because I've added continuously throughout this, looking for the volume weighted average price, but it doesn't seem to want to go. All right, so just keep that in mind. I know a couple of people in the chat were asking me about CoreWeave, so we'll go over CoreWeave and Meta, because that seemed to be some of the hot topics there. And there it is. We're down to $132 on CoreWeave with a pre-market low of roughly around 125 and an intraday high of around 135. Now let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. So here it is, a nice head and shoulders. Sharif and I were talking about this multiple times. Shoulder one, head, and then maybe shoulder two, but there is a definitive neckline that you can see right around that $150 target. So maybe I know Sharif's looking for a pullback to that zone, and then maybe a continuation to the downside on that front. Now let's take a look at META to see what Meta has been up to on the day. And I think at some point we will break through this range. Support level right at 714 right there, $714. Let's zoom in and see what it's been up to on the session. Okay, so yeah, it's relatively strong, helping drag the overall market up. So that's a positive sign in Meta. You know I love this name, so there's not too much going on with it here today. We're kind of in a funky zone, right? I wouldn't be surprised if the overall market just started to see some consolidation. But one name that I did want to talk about, Brankos and I were referring to this yesterday, I think there's going to be another opportunity to add into this Google swing here, all the way up to maybe about this neckline or this resistance zone where around 189. So that's going to be my next play. I already have a core position I'm sitting on. So a little add, I'll probably just double up the size. So nothing crazy. I'm thinking about 30 to 50 shares, so that's nothing substantial. I'm not going to go contracts on this, just due to the conviction I have within the setup, right? So there's certain times when you go contracts, and there's certain times when you need to just get involved with shares and not necessarily have to worry about time decay or anything along those lines. So that is my Google swing trade right there. As soon as we get an open and we hold up there, then we're going to be adding, and then 189 is going to be the target where you just take the bulk of it off, and then you just leave another small percentage as a runner. And that's kind of just the name of this swing trading game, right? You have a trade plan, you write it out, you execute it, everything's working out in your favor, you hit your targets, you take some off, you leave some for a runner, and then you wait for reloading opportunities, all right? So that's what we got going on between Alphabet, NVDA, and Bitcoin. Let's see, I don't think... That's the thing about IBIT here, right, guys? So this is a massive gap up, and I had this feeling that it's either we're going to gap and go and continue and just go to 125 or something, or we're going to pull back and probably fill the majority of this gap, probably down to this 67.50. I would not be surprised if we go all the way down there. But looking at my at the long-term account, this thing ran up to 70s, and that's a big-time move. So we were happy with that. We will not complain. Sharif heard me call Bitcoin garbage not too long ago, which is absolutely a hot take. I'm being sarcastic, more or less looking for the continuation from an intraday standpoint. But other than that, we can't complain. We go all the way from 110 to 123 in a span of a week or so. So again, yeah, we can be greedy, but that's not the game plan over here. But yeah, we're still holding in these lows here, Sharif, on Tesla. So as long as we don't crack this, then I'm going to continue to hold on to this position. But I will note, with the market climbing higher and Tesla not overly participating on that front, if any selling pressure does step back in, watch out, because Tesla will will break through some support levels, and then you'll just have to get out of the trade on that one, all right? So before we send it back to Sharif, do I like BTCI? I'm not aware of that one. I can look it up momentarily. And then Joseph, Sharif, thoughts on TNGX? Had a big break today. I got in at 175 when you all mentioned it. That is Sharif's realm, those small caps, so we'll leave that one for him, volunteering you, Sharif, there.
Sure.
But then DAL was something that I was looking at for day 3 on earnings. I think from a daily standpoint, it was looking really, really good. And not I think, it was, right? So this is what I was getting at. So this is why I was looking at a breakout. This is the daily. You get that strong engulfing on the earnings, a nice inside day, but then you get that open up on top of the range, and then you can see we're getting a little bit of a continuation there. So that's my game plan. I'm going to be patient. I've missed this train on DAL, so now I just have to sit and be patient to see if we can crack through that resistance on Tesla, Sharif.
All right, just responding to everybody in the chat. All right, guys, here's the deal. Let's talk about OCC. Got in here, what I get in 58s. We've scalped up all the way up into 77s. Next peak wider is 82. But I do have a plan DCA to defend that 10 EMA on the 5. But Ilkin Javid, Sharif, you're having great trades, but brother, I don't know how to catch up to enter at the same time with you. Please help us on that. What can we do to solve this on your side? That's kind of the nature of these small cap gappers, Ilkin. That's the problem there. They don't really spend all that much time in any one area, but I really want you to kind of not follow the entries and the exits for me, because I think that you're going to plateau quite quickly if you do that. But just understand why I'm entering at these areas. So one thing that I can tell you, I'm always looking at the 10 EMA at the 5. Always. I chart on the 5, I execute on the 5, and I'm always looking at that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So right away, you should be kind of looking at whether I'm getting in near the 10 EMA. That's number one. Number two, I'm always looking for areas that are very clear areas of support and resistance. So if there was an area, let's just say the $2 area on a stock that it kept coming into and it kept rejecting, I'm going to be looking to get in on that $2 area if we've cleared it by some distance. Maybe we got up to 250, 260, and now we're retracing back into that $2 area. That was a proven level of resistance. So maybe try to kind of think about why I'm entering in at those areas as opposed to when I entered in at those areas. I always try to give you my honest opinion of why I'm getting in a certain area.
Can I add something to that?
Man, for sure.
Mirror trading, Mew Life in the chat said this, just don't mirror trade, don't copycat trade. As you mentioned, there's no longevity in that. I remember my first day ever going live, I mirror traded somebody and it actually worked. I made like $50 and I'm like, yeah, this is so easy. No, that's not the case, because you got to think about the delay in YouTube. So they're in seconds before you, they're maybe even a minute, but there's no longevity in mirror trading. What happens when Sharif's here and you're not here and you're trading and you're like, oh, what do? I'm just trying to copy somebody. No, that's not how trading works. There is absolutely no longevity in mirror trading.
Yeah, and I have to agree with that completely. And we've seen, individuals who like to throw out their what are they called when you send out signals? Is it called signals?
Yeah. I guess they're scans. And
scans, signals, etc. Yeah. So that's kind of the look, guys. I just don't think that that's a good way to trade. Anyway, I'm going to get stopped out of a position over here. CAN is losing the volume weighted average price, so this will be an L for me if it continues down. 88 is where it triggers, and it is already on the way down there. We'll get stopped out there. So we'll take our first L of the day here on CAN. You win some, you lose some. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. If it wants to retrace above VWAP, fantastic. If it doesn't, we're not going to touch this one anymore because it's below the volume weighted average price. But the one I'm focused on now is OCC. Got a decent move here in OCC. Sad that I didn't get my dollar cost average on that move down into the $0.50. The 10 exponential now is at the $0.50 as opposed to 45 pennies. So my dip trade at 45 pennies no longer valid. It's showing me 79s on the level 2, 70 on the level 1, or sorry, on the bid side of the level 2. So the spread is opening up, 88 highs at Dara.
Hello, Sharif. I just want to let you guys know Donald Trump has started taking questions at this event here with NATO Secretary General Rutte. If there's anything of note, I'll let you know, but it is always worth noting when the Q&A period begins. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, thank you for that. Anything else you want to touch on there?
No, I think I'm okay. Oh, yeah, we'll just mention TROO. So, Joseph, this one did hold down. momentarily. So when it did make that previous area high into 81s, it did end up halting, I believe, at 54. But we are now halted to the upside again. And what's really catching my attention about this current candle, the 5-minute candle here at 1125 that we're halted in, is it has a higher low than the down halt candle. So believe it or not, the trend is still intact. We're putting in higher lows on each successive candle, basically since 10:55. So it's almost 11:30. We have been putting in higher lows since that time. So I want to say TROO still very much in play. It obviously has issues with respect to liquidity because it's not staying open for that long of a time. But yeah, that is a bit of an issue. And then shout out to my man Bovin in the chat. Sorry, Bovin, I didn't get to respond to you, but I want to shout you out. Bovin's got a $10 winner on SQFT, and it's a $19 name, dude. So that is big, big money by your boy Bovin. Shout out to you, Bovin. That's a fantastic trade. So you were in obviously near 13 or the mid-teens because this thing has a high of day of $23 where it double topped. It's still respecting, Bovin, even though this one was halted down. Now it's open at 19.5. Look at this. The respect for that green line is still in play. That 10 exponential holding up for the moment here on square foot. Trade it carefully because it is obviously a spready name and it's a bamboozler. And it has multiple topping tail candles, as I mentioned earlier on. Shout out to Bovin. He's been in since the market opened. Great trade, Bovin. Hope you're printing up multiple storms, my friend.
Yes, sir. Good luck there, as always, Sharif. So yeah, we're just hanging around this money storm. Yeah, this guy hit a 5-figure day. That's crazy. That's big time, man. That's good, man. I'm glad to see that. I love seeing that stuff personally. It also motivates me as well too, because that's the type of stuff that I want to put on, man. A 6-figure trade. That's my ultimate goal, is just to put on one of those. So yeah, hopefully, I'm sure those don't happen all that quick, but we'll get there eventually. But yeah, guys, this is what we got going on. We're still sitting in this trade right here. You can see we get in on Tesla, boom, we add a little bit here, we add a little bit here, and then just for giggles, I almost put another word in front of that, but just for giggles,
Don't worry, I already kind of broke the ice there, bro.
For ish and giggles right there, what we're getting on, we just add a little bit more for the people to see if we can get that move towards the volume weighted average price. But it's honestly not looking like it. You can see there is some key definitive downtrend. Until we sit on the backside of this, we're in a little bit of trouble in the volume profile, most definitely cooling off right here. So as soon as it cracks this support, I'm out of this trade. But as soon as we sit on the backside of this trend, I'll add a little bit more to this position, because why not, right? And shout out to why not in the chat. But yeah, that's it. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, let's see what everyone's looking at on the day. We gone over some options chain stuff. Actually, let's take a look at Google's options chain, because we were talking about breakout territory with this name. And then with that being said, this can obviously give us a massive gauge on what can possibly happen. So there is a little bit of a supply zone at 180 here today, guys. You can see that right at that strike price, 36,000 open contracts. But if that has the ability to be absorbed, then you're going to head into 185. And that's my game plan there, is at 185, 190 on Google. And then we'll just close that out after we add a little bit of more shares to this one. But Tesla, definitely a slow burner. It's unfortunate that MSTU didn't work out for us. MSTU. I'm more of I needed things to work relatively quick for me, Sharif. Otherwise, I'm not that good at managing them, because I would classify myself as a momentum trader. So even though I was like, all right, give myself multiple attempts, looking for the continuation, ABCD pattern, whatever you would like to call it, we get a little pop, and then as soon as it ran into the volume weighted average price, I'm like, it's out, I'm out of here. It held. We get back in, we get slightly more aggressive, so that tightened my stop drastically. And I'm like, oh, okay, I want that momentum to kick. You see, it started to work relatively quick for us. That's what you want to see in a thesis that has a high probability of working out. And then it came back, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just punch out break even, because Bitcoin was selling at the time as well.
All right, TRO just took 2, and it's really breaking out now. So I've switched to the 5-second on the top screen to kind of see when this is in breakout mode. It's got 210 high high right now, 212 high. This one's really going. Be careful with this one. It's kind of getting extended. It's got that support level, I want to say, at $1.80, $1.90, but it's all gas and no brakes right now. Seller there at 12s or 11s, kind of hard to see 12s. Certainly the seller at 12. So it is the high day seller that is currently blocking any other price ascension for the moment. Down below 2 we go. Is this the micro pullback? Let's give this one the old community college try. Below 193, we're going to get stopped out if it loses that level. So we'll go just like that. And then we got 03s on, so we'll take out 8s. Good look. Let's go ahead and wait at 11s as well. Let's see if this one's got the juice to stay above 12. I'm talking about TROO. Where we got 03s long. I don't know what's going on with the position board. Seller at 5 now. Watch out. The seller is kind of moving down. Seller at 4 now. There's that seller at 5 again. Can't shake that seller at 5. So there is somebody selling here at 5. So we'll likely get stopped out if we can't shake that seller right now. There we go. Back up to 5s. And there he gets absolutely creamed. And we take out the high of the day again, Joseph. It's a 215 high. We got 03s on. Let's go ahead now and wait at 25s. Can we get a little bit more? I'm going to stop out on a break of 2. If it loses 2, it's all over. Back into 15s, 16, 17 high day. We're going to halt here at 17 if it continues in this way. Oh, false halt there. False halt at 17. Back into 15 we go. Keep your eye out on this one. Looking for a flatten out, anything below 2, but looking for a squeeze above 216. Watching this one intently, Joseph, as the range per candle signature on this one maintains its reputation of having a wide range per candle. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Anything below 2, there we go. 2, we flatten out. Quickly, let's go back to the other trade that we got on because we're doing well on this one as well. This one, oh, come on, man. I had an order at 82s. I didn't have any orders above that, and this one popped up into 95s, and we didn't participate in any 95 action there because I didn't have an order on. All right, we're going to let that one cook. Back to TROO as it defended too, so shouldn't have flattened out there. That's okay. We'll continue to watch this one. I don't mind picking this one up in, I want to say, the high 80s, low 90s. Reason is the low of the prior candle, guys, 177. So even if we lose the bid like we are right now in the high 80s, this will be a down halt parameter if we stay like this. The reason I don't mind picking up here is because it's still a higher low. Right? That area, the prior low is 177. Now we're going to halt here, Joseph, at 188. So we are down halted now on TROO at 188. I'm still very much interested in getting back into this one. Didn't want to punch into the down halt because you just don't know what the tap is going to do and how long it's going to be halted for. It could be halted for 25 minutes for all I know, right? And the longer we're halted, you guys know how these small cap gappers work. The longer we're halted, the more of a chance that we start selling off as the more sell order is likely to come in to the auction that's taking place while we're halted. Go ahead, Adair.
Trump actually did reply here to a question about tariffs during this meeting here with NATO Secretary. It is worth noting that basically when asked what type of tariff deals the U.S. is considering, Trump said there are no deals. The letters are the deals. So I guess if a country has received a tariff letter, the implication is that should they not acquiesce, they're going to get this tariff on August 1st. That seems to be the implication. He hasn't opined any further on it, but interesting note there. Apparently, these letters are tariff deals in the eyes of the U.S. administration. So keep an eye here on the market with regards to this tariff update. Back to you.
Dara, yeah, we can most definitely touch on UNH. A lot going on with this name here, right? So you can see you're holding this zone. I think eventually the goal for me would be possibly, if you're looking to kind of swing trade this or whatever you may be doing, is that you most definitely want to get in at the lower end of the range, which we're currently sitting at right now. There's a good risk profile. The thing is you have to go extremely small on this because it's like, okay, essentially you're not wrong until the crack of 250, but do you want to be holding a handful of shares, $50 against you? Probably not. I don't think that's going to be the case. So it's like, okay, you grab a couple down here just to get your skin in the game, and then if it starts to work out, and then once you start cracking some of these resistance levels here, Sharif, then I think that's going to give you the opportunity to add into these positions. And then most definitely, once you breach this gap, that's even another add right there. So just be patient on UNH. I think at some point it will recover, but it's just a matter of when, I guess. And you don't want to be holding too many shares or even contracts at this point and holding it $50 against you or anything along those lines. I mean, you could use that as your stop, or you can come even tighter and come to where we have this support level here, and that's going to probably put you around 285 just to be safe. So that's another $15. But again, big risk, big reward with UNH. But you want to see it get rolling for a couple positive catalysts. And for me, it's like I don't like comparing apples to oranges, but it's like INTC, right? Again, a lot of negative sentiment, even though we got Lit Boo at CEO right now. You're going to still need some positive results, earnings most especially, and starting tomorrow, we're going to be rolling into the bank. So I love that. Earnings season's some of my favorite. You find a lot of orderliness in the price action, and I find it significantly easier for me to navigate these markets. But INTC, UNH, apples to oranges, but kind of the same methodology, right? You want to wait for some positive catalysts before you get involved in this name. Excuse me, wow. Now, let's go Tesla, slowly curling over. Positive note here, guys.
Okay.
We have had the inability to construct any new lows. So there is someone buying up here right around that 313 level. And then now it's looking like we might have the ability to sit on top of this backside of the range here. And then once we do, VWAP's going to be that target. And who knows what could happen at that point. Shorts start getting squeezed. Boom, we're going to climb to the high of the day. And your boy's going to be positioned relatively well in there. And most definitely going to be looking to add on there because I have started relatively small there, my friend Tree.
Absolutely, Joseph. All right, we are halted down over here on TROO. But look what the tap is showing me, guys. So the halt level that we're halted at, 189. We halted at 1135.30. It is 1139 and change right now. Let's find out. 1139.28. So the earliest we can open, 1140.30. So 1140 and 30 seconds. So that is 50 seconds from now. Okay, that's the earliest we can open. It can come in waves of 5, as I've mentioned. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. The tap showing me 213. Oh, baby. So the market, or market participants, the traders, they're salivating at wanting to weasel into TROO over here because the buy-in balance coming in very much in favor of, oh, you mother. No, Joseph.
You did it.
697 high a day. I had it at 98. Come on, OC. Give me my print, baby. We got 58s on. Okay, so I'm going to pack my patience. Now, something tells me, 7 might be the top over here on OCC, and we could get stopped out. If that's the case, I'm going to be quite upset. But OCC possibly headed to the high side. All right. EOSE is open, and there it goes. I digressed, and I didn't punch long. Oh no, we're going to halt again. Yeah, it's easy to do the show and trade. Don't let anybody tell you different. So we're going to halt here at $2.25. If the halt parameter like this continues and there's no bamboozlement, if it's not a false halt, we are now halted. $2.25, 1140.54. So the earliest we can open is 1146 minus 6 seconds, 1145.54. So be on the lookout. TROO, it's all gas. It's no brakes right now. It's 246%. It's rivaling its sister over here, Square Foot, which is up 247%. So 246 for one, 247 for the other. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it can continue moving up. So I'm keeping my eye on here on OCC as I'm looking at wetting the beak just in front of that $7 area. But I did get into a new trade that I didn't say anything about. EOSE has a seller of note here at around 10s. This one did come into 5 and hold 5 with some bottoming tail candles. So I said there were certainly buyers at 5. Could we possibly test that high day at 513? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm keeping an eye out on that. Into 509 we goes. My first peak wetter is going to be 510, and then I'm layering my orders there. I'm talking about EOSE. It's not a big name. It's only 9 3/4 up on the day, but it's got a respectable looking chart pattern over here. So we'll see if we can take advantage of this one. I'm layered the orders, but we're certainly getting some selling here in the high single digits or at around 10. So that's all I'm looking at, guys. Those 3 stocks, I'm going to keep repeating them. I'm sorry if it's annoying to you, if you guys don't like them. TROO, OCC, and EOSE is what I'm focused on today. Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, brother. All right, guys, let's take a look at the SPY here because it is much stronger than what we're seeing displayed in the NASDAQ. And with that being said, we obviously have to take a look at what's performing the best from a sector standpoint, right? So we got the comm service doing relatively well. And then we have the financial sitting in second place here, up about 0.6. And then the real estate sector up about 0.4 there, guys. So some nice positive things helping move the SPY higher here. And that's exactly what we want to look at. With that being said, we'll take a look at the second strongest sector of the day, and that's XLF. So a nice opening drive, holding VWAP relatively well, and then you get that additional leg higher. Now let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Is it at all-time highs? No, but I wouldn't be surprised come Tuesday evening or Wednesday that we do hit all-time highs because we have a lot of names. Citigroup, I think, is tomorrow. JPM tomorrow. Who else do we got here? Let me pull up the earnings list. So yeah, so JPM, Citigroup, BlackRock, let's go, Wells Fargo. Those are some of the bigger ones, and then we have the Bank of New York as well too. But no one's really watching that one there. But we keep an eye on those things. And then later on in the week, Sharif, Wednesday morning before the opening, we have your good friend ASML there.
I know.
Yeah,
I know, bro.
Yeah,
I know. I'm making decisions right now because I don't know if you've looked at the price action on ASML. ASML is up in region local highs, and so I've been thinking about wetting the beak. You know, we're breaking
lock
out
some
of
profits. Lock some profits.
Well, you can
in
see
there.
where we were before.
Yeah,
so
over here, right.
You can think about some of that P&L right there, right? And that's the thing, Joseph. Like, I'm concerned. Let me just tell you, because a lot of the rating agencies have been coming out and they've been saying, look, it's going to be light demand by a lot of these chip guys. Even though the Nvidias, everything is booming, they're not seeing the other areas, a non-related chip. A non-AI related chip demand booming, and they require a lot of that demand as well to kind of boom. So I am a little concerned about this one.
Fair enough. Nothing wrong with locking in some profits and then seeing what comes to that earnings report. I mean, if you lock some cash in and it happens to take a dump, it's all right. Whatever, you go flat on there. But if you get the pop, then boom, 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 you're laughing even more. So there it is on ASML, BAC on Wednesday morning, Goldman Sachs on Wednesday morning as well too. Johnson & Johnson and Morgan Stanley. So we're getting right into earnings season. And I love that, guys, because earnings season, my favorite season of all time, next to hockey season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow.
You're going to leave it like that.
Yeah, that's how it has to be, man.
Well, I respect that, bro. I mean, you're a hockey
all
guy.
all season is every day of the year is hockey season.
I like it. I like it. Doesn't matter. You play hockey on the rink in the summer.
Yes,
so you can actually completely say that and be completely legitimate.
Yeah, I had a nasty snipe yesterday, too.
You had a nasty snipe, eh?
Power down.
Oh, off the goalpost, off the crossbar.
Yeah, crossbar.
Hey, those ones are the best. Nice, Joey.
All right, but yeah, that's what I got going on. Tesla still sucking relatively here, Sharif. That's okay. Sometimes it just sucks to suck.
All right, sorry, Elon.
Yeah.
Sometimes it sucks to suck. Shout out to Jeffrey, who has a beak. Right there. Look at that. Look at it. He's taking prints out of the garbage, which for whatever reason is wrapped in trading in paper there with trading candles on it. All right, here we go. EOSE coming into the highs, but we're gonna have to cover that one in a second because my other friend, oh my goodness gracious, EOSE is all gas, no brakes, 240 high. Zigging and zagging here, dropping back down into the halt level. This is my chance to punch in. We're going long. Anything below 220, we are gonzino. So let's see if it can continue up, or I'm going to flat. Oh, dang it. So we ended up taking a bit of a loss there. Okay, I was just too slow on that. Anything below 220, I should have been getting out, but it lost 220 quite quickly. So that, oh, wow, bamboozlement. Did you see that? Well, I had to flatten out there. There's no question that I had to do that. So we'll give back a little bit here on EOSE. Keeping my eye on it, though. If it wants to take out 240, I'm going to get back in. But that was quite ugly right there. It starts showing you a halt parameter at 210 and then rockets right back up into 230 and change. Something tells me it's going to break out again. So here we go. I'm going to have to send it to you because I'm going to have to concentrate on this one. Joe?
Yes,
send
sir.
it to you. I'm just going to concentrate on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, man. I was zoning out there. Monday morning. Yeah, guys, so let's go. We're sitting on the backside of this trend. Possible indecision print on the lows on Bitcoin. But the thing is, guys, just keep in mind this downtrend is relatively weak. And I mentioned that we're probably going to fill the majority of this gap, and you can see that displayed. As soon as we breach some of these key pre-market lows, it's just, all right, do, all the way to the downside. So, yeah, I seen someone in the chat, and I don't mean to call them out, but they're like, yeah, puts on Bitcoin. And that was last week. And I don't know how that's been working out. But anyways, NVDA is still holding up relatively well here, guys. Looking like it's putting that bear flag in and wants to crack some of these highs. So what are we going to do here? I think this is going to be really important. So let's pull it up and let's just focus on how we can base a trade on this. So the opening drive was relatively weak. Well, not relatively, it was extremely weak. For the first 15 minutes, you get that aggressive selling. You move about 3 points to the downside, closer to 4 points. So what are we going to do? You can see that we have a clear resistance zone right around 165.90. It's happened multiple times. NVDA on Friday session put in a base. That support now acting as resistance. Sorry, Adero, 1 second. But now, considering that we have a lot of open interest at 165, 137,000 open contracts, I'm going to be looking for any forms of indecision around that neck of the woods to see if we can get a potential short and a move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. That's just game planning. Plan the trade the plan. Adero, what do you got for us?
So to let you guys know, this Q&A after the press conference here, or I guess this meeting between Donald Trump, President of the U.S., and NATO Secretary General Rutte, has ended. At the end, Trump did make some more comments here about Powell, saying, I guess, very much not a fan of Powell. He said he does not know what he's doing and that the tariffs are kicking in and the economy is strong. We still don't have any word on who Powell's replacement might be, though Kevin Hassett, who is the director of the National Economic Council, he did imply that the Fed would maybe be able to fire Powell for cause should that come up. That's been a new talking point there. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. There is also some talk Kevin Hassett could become the new Fed chair. And because he is the head of National Economic Council, I looked it up, and that is a little bit of pedigree for some past Fed chairs who were previously in that role before becoming the chair of the Federal Reserve. Back to you.
Sharif, brother.
Yes, sir.
So Bitcoin, I think this is going to be really important to know. Gaurav, I know Los Polios in the chat. You're going to be looking at these things, right? So if this hammer closes by the end of the day, if it stays relatively weak like this right now, then I'm just going to close a couple of my contracts because that will be a hefty move to the downside here, right? I'll be accepting of what I've gained on this, but that's a big time topping tail candle right there, right into 123.5, and you do have that big move right there. So anything below there, I'm just going to hop out on that and accept the profits from that trade. I will not allow that to go against me whatsoever.
All right, man. Good look. All right, let's talk about the good and the bad. The bad. Let's start with that. So it gave back a little bit here on TROO as it's halted to the downside. It's halted at 212. Look, I got this one wrong. I kept seeing that there was higher lows on the 5-second chart. So I was like, okay, maybe the buyers are stepping in. This is kind of what I'm seeing here. So that's your area low right there at 210. And then you had another area low at 212. So I was like, okay, there's a buyer here at 212 that's backstopping the selling, even though you definitely had an aggressive seller selling at lower levels on every single ascent. So let's just take that high of the day, 242. And then you had a high at 235. And then it was 233. And then it was 229. So the aggressive selling here overdid certainly the aggressive buying, even though we still have that buyer picking this up at 212. So I'm going to be on the lookout here for possible another entry into this one quickly. This one, OCC coming back down into that $0.50 level. Let's see if this is the time to add at this level. Yeah, this is the volume weighted average price. Excellent. We only have one more beak wetter on this, so I definitely want to add over here, but I want to add in the right area. I want to add in the 30s, so we're going to go and head away. I'm going to give it an opportunity to try to pick up some in the 30s. It's popping back into the 50s. This one's doing real well, though, and we have shares on this one as well. EOSE into 17 high. Let's wet the beak there at 15s. It did get into 17s, and I didn't have any orders layered above 14. Layer your orders, people. Don't be a schmuck like me. So now let's go ahead and wait 16, and we're going to wait at 18 as well. So EOSE, continue to put in higher highs and higher lows. Good look here for this one as it Yeah, it was a really clean defend of the $5 area. Let's go back over here now. OCC, this one's the one that's selling off, but it's still above VWAP. I'm waiting at 39s. It's showing me 40, so I'm waiting for the ad on this one. It's got a 4-penny spread. There we go. Now we got the ad. So it's going to have to hold the $0.25 or I'm out. Simple as that. That's where the volume weighted average price is. It was an aggressive sell off 697, now down into the 30s. So be on the lookout here for an aggressive seller of OCC, really bringing this one down a lot quicker than it was able to come up. So let's go ahead and throw the stop loss on that bad boy so we can limit any bleeding should this one continue to sell off. So now I'm going to layer my orders in the appropriate areas. Let's go ahead and take some profits off there as well. So wait and see if this one wants to catch a bid into the volume weighted average price. OCC, the one I'm talking about, what do we got on? We got 41s with that ad at 38. Originally got in, obviously, at 57s. Took out the majority of the position, and then there's your first volume weighted average price retracement. But I got to tell you, this is the first time OCC loses the 10 exponential moving average, and the spread is opening up very wide now. 55s on the ask, 37 on the bid. It has not been that wide at all day, and I'm not getting printed. I'm waiting at 45s, and the print is going unfilled because the spread has really opened up. So be on the lookout here. OCC, spread opening up, usually that means liquidity is not what it was. So keeping an eye on this one, definitely looking at scalping if I'm able to. Back to EOSE, still taking in some prints here, higher highs or higher lows, waiting for the next beak wetter at 16 and then 18. I see at square foot, SQFD, is starting to curl back up. So Bovin, what's your move on this one, brother? I know you've been holding this one since very, very low. It came in to that $17 area. I want to say there was certainly some selling there at 17s earlier on. So it kind of does make sense that it was an area of support. And it did halt at 17.50 exactly. So that seems to be holding up here, coming back into 20. But when you look at these area crests, it's still lower highs. So that double top that made 23, and then you have that 20 and a half, 20 and 2/3 area, and now we're kind of below 20. So even though we are curling back up off that 17 and change, we're still technically putting in a lower high. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Yeah, so that's it. Let's see what we got. Okay, so we did get a print here on OCC. We got the 45s print, the 51 print there. Here comes 54 now on the ask, 45 on the bid, and we're not getting printed. So let's go ahead and wait as well. I'm going to wait at 61s. Okay, so now we get the print. Okay, good look. So the refill right now on OCC, profitable so far. So far, who knows if it continues to be that way. So we're going to wait at 69 as well, see if we can get that pop. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. And back to EOSE, as this one gives me 517 top and comes all the way back down to 510. I'm long 8s here. So what's the move? Is this a failed break? Do I flatten out here, or do I add again at 5? So that's what I'm going to be looking at right now. I'm going to keep my eye on OCC and EOSE, Joseph.
Good look there, guys. All right, I'm thinking about getting short some NVDA up here. You can see that we're right at that 165 target that I was talking about earlier. We are kind of just trading range, but there is some support levels from the pre-market that we need to keep an eye out for, and then maybe we can reject it. But a slow grind. I know a lot of people are talking about AMD being advanced money duplicator today, so that's good, but you can see the selling pressure really starting to kick in and step in there as well, too. So right into those pre-market highs, so keep an eye out on that, and you have some potential shorting signals there as well too. I'm going to actually start a really small position here on NVDA. Maybe we can get that move in towards the volume weighted average price, because Tesla is looking like it wants to crack that low, and then maybe if we get that shorts involved, then we can put on some nice trades here on the day for you guys. But there it is, Tesla heading lower and lower, just range bound, but now we're looking for that move towards the volume weighted average price on NVDA. So that one's working out a couple pennies ITM right off the get-go. So that's always a positive sign. As soon as you hop in, you get that flush to the downside. I think this is going to be a perfect level for us to keep an eye out for. That's 164.60. If that is breached, and then I think at some point we can head towards the volume weighted average price. Now, with that being said, smaller size allows me to have a much, much wider stop. So I'll give this one about 50 to 60 cents, which will put us right around this this neck of the woods right here, guys. So well above some of these resistance zones. And if it decides to squeeze, good thing we start small, because that is the name of the game. And then once the thesis really starts to pan out, then you are cooking up. But you can just see how range-bound Tesla is. You continuously keep buying these dips. And I'm stuck in the middle of the range, right? I don't want to continuously add to a position that has a potential to curl over, and then I have more size than I want, and then it doesn't work out. I'd rather have more size in a trade that's working for me than just size into something that has just moved eastbound right now, Sharif.
Look at, of course, CNN took the opportunity to troll Trump about the Chelsea thing. Chelsea players confused as Trump accompanies them for the World Cup trophy lift. Because he wants to. It's so funny. Oh, my God. All right, OCC coming back down into the volume-weighted average price again. We got 38s on. The spread's opening up here. So I'm unsure how to feel about this. We certainly have a buyer who's been picking it up off VWAP, but the seller seems stronger at the moment as we continue to get more red and blueprints on my time and sales than we do green and orange. And if you've been watching the show, you kind of know I use the time and sales there as kind of a color-coded representation of who's in control at any one moment of the stock, buyers or sellers. And right now, we're certainly feeling like we are selling some over here. So I took out a bit of the position as this one comes back down into the 30s. Again, anything below 620, and we're going to stop out. So we're risking about 18 pennies here on the remaining amount. EOSE, I'm back break even on this one, and I don't like the look of this one, but I'm going to leave my order at $5. And if we get buying at 5, like we did over here, essentially from 11.10 to 11.20, we had a very strict defend to 5. I'm gonna add at 5 again. So we'll see if this one works its way back down to 5, and if it does it give me an opportunity to add, because does it defend that $5 as strictly as it did last time? So that's my lookout right now. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss of how to execute here on OCC because we're just at VWAP, so I won't take it out above VWAP, and I don't want to give it too tight of a stop below the volume weighted average price because it's spready, right? It's about 5-6 pennies at the time at any one time. So if it does that, could cross and then stop me out, then head right back up again. So I'm trying to keep my eye on that one as well. Keeping an eye on TROO as this one is back down to the downside, halted at 198, showing me 192 taps. So at least for the moment, we're slated to open down. It halted 1156.32. So I had 5 minutes on top of that. That'll be the earliest we can open. So I'm keeping an eye out on that as well. Oh, I think you got a super chat here.
Yeah.
Trexit Help Desk. Joe, what's up, bro? 10-year option trader, 2 5-figure days this year. I see a crazy sleeper, Oracle. We'll finish when we'll go to Adara and Neil as soon as we're done this super chat. $240 contract, 7.25.25. My entry is 119. 3-1 risk to reward ratio. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah,
what do you think about that one?
Yeah, let's take a look at Oracle. And nice, I love hearing that, man. Multiple five-figure days. That's what it's all about, brother. And 10 years, that's definitely you've earned it for sure. So you've been through the ups and downs of trading, especially to put on those types of days. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from Oracle. All right, Oracle 240 contracts. All right, 7.25.25. My entry is $1.19. All right, so yeah, I mean, you're buying those out the monies. That looks pretty good. Let's see what they're valued out right now. Sorry, Adara, for keeping you guys waiting. Just give us one moment. We're going to take a look at some of these contracts. The August 25th. Okay, I don't have that. I have the 29th, so maybe you have a little bit of a spelling mistake there. So the 240s were $7.30 now, and you bought them at $1.19. So there you go. Nice work there, brother. Much appreciated for sharing that, and I hope those contracts continue to work out for you, Adara, and then Neil, guys.
NASDAQ super range bound, as you can see here, trading within these kind of highs and lows that we had as of yesterday Friday and Friday's pre-markets. Let's see if we're able to break out of this range. Interesting look. Here's the OSUR. This one just got moving a couple minutes ago. Still picking up in volume. Basically, I'm seeing on X. Apparently, there are some reports that the company received a takeover bid in June from an industry entrepreneur. CRCL having quite the day. This one bouncing really nicely. It's made about an $11, $12 move, and it looks like we're trying to break out here. Let's see what we do at that key $200 level. Fastenal on watch today as well. Earnings day one. Before we send you back, over to Neil and his lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Without further ado, Neil on his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
You know, we could always just pick out support and resistance or buy zones and sell zones when, analyzing charts and doing that deep dive, and it's always fun to do. That said, sometimes finding where the buyers are or the sellers are is so unbelievably easy on the chart that you just start second guessing what you should do with that level. And I'm going to give you two examples of it, one of which I only think there's one play, and another of which I think there's multiple ways you can go about this. One of them we saw here on Google, Alphabet everybody. Now, there was a lot of a Christmas tree is a term that gets used a lot, like these breakouts at the open and came right back. Tesla was an example of one of those. And when Alphabet did that same move, it initially bounced just underneath 180 bucks. Okay, well, that's a pretty 183.5 all the way back in. It's got to bounce somewhere, right? It can't go down just forever on a move like this. Let's see what happens the second time. Oh, it bounced off 180 again here. And look at it hold for about 10, 15 minutes. And this is a situation where, well, you look at where it was at the close on Friday and in the afternoon on Friday, and then you see on all that reversal, holding, okay, well, obviously there's something to be done with this level. Like, you can't really ignore that kind of price action. It's a support level. There's two ways you can play it. Obviously, a lot of traders can just say, well, I'll just go long a 180 and then get my stop to there. Okay, well, that would have been stopped out. On a stock like Apple, where it's not, and Google, where it's not holding exactly at that even dollar, it's kind of breaking it and then coming back and kind of breaking it and coming back. I think the play is to allow it to break and then see what happens. After it breaks 180, it makes a strong attempt to close below and then doesn't make a fresh low. Well, there's your sign. Okay, it's trying to go. There's the biggest candle underneath it. It tries to hold underneath and immediately breaks back out above. After that confirmation, lo and behold, it's a long in front of 80 into the volume weighted average price. It requires some patience, all because Google's an $180 stock. It's not just going to sit there at the price level and I'm going to go long 180.01 and then we're just going to win. A little bit more nuanced price action. You know there's a buyer in there. You're willing to maybe take a breakdown short when it makes that low, but you got to find yourself a patient long opportunity. That being said, if you're watching the morning show, sometimes it should just be very, very simple what you want. Now, I don't remember, whatever. I actually flat out don't remember what the heck the story was with this SDST. A few people were mentioning it was running in the chat. I pulled it up. The first thing that I observed, which I think was easy and obvious, is, oh, look what happens when it gets to 54 cents. It did a similar breakout and then pullback. I don't really care where the support is. There was resistance at 54 cents and 54 cents. And I'm looking at these wicks that are here, and some of them are breaking by 0.1% or just a little bit more than that. What's interesting to me and why I took the breakout long is after observing all these topping tail wicks, some of them dark pools, pulled up to level 2. There was 1.25 million shares on the offer on a single gateway at 54. Now, in this particular case, this isn't a, Google, see what happens when it breaks it. No, you've got a monster seller holding a level which has shown you the sellers are in control. with higher lows going into it. Not only higher lows, but like accelerating higher lows, like higher low, higher low, higher low, ooh, higher low, right into that break. It's everything that you would want in a breakout with a really easy tight stop. You're literally getting long the second it breaks that penny on the guy who's sitting there for like 1.2 million shares, whatever reason they want to show their whole order. And it's just a clean breakout trade. Now that's the difference between a penny stock with a bunch of size on it and an alphabet, which is going to have the market makers playing a little more gamesmanship, and it won't be that clean. So the first step is to identify the buyers and the sellers, which is obvious. And the second one is to come up with a plan of action. In this particular case, the higher lows and all that size there kind of makes it an easy breakaway trade. Some people would go short in front. I prefer in a small capper like this to take a shot at the breakout trade. Or if you find something like an alphabet, be a little more nuanced about it. See what happens once it tries to break down underneath that seller. Look at the reaction of the stock. Bought right back up, find support at 180, and you've got your patient long into VWAP. There's more than one way that you can skin a cat, for lack of a better term, but the first step is identify those obvious price levels where somebody's holding the bid or holding the offer, and then execute accordingly. It's going to be different from small cappers to big caps, and there's a plan of action and a way to be able to play both of them. There's your lesson of the day. Support and resistance, sometimes made easy.
I love it. Love it. You leave them hanging, Neil.
I love it. Yeah, all right, here we go, guys. Slowly starting to curl over as the market looks like it wants to take an additional leg higher here. So that is TSLA, and then you can see we're short some NVDA near the highs, so that really helps our risk to reward profile on this front. I don't know why it does that. Okay, there it is. So there it is. Short, add a little bit here. Again, just really, really small size to start off. If Tesla really starts to get going here, we'll be able to identify that through the volume profile. And then if we crack through VWAP, then it's just like, all right, all hands on deck. You just throw the kitchen sink at it essentially to see if you can get a move there, because it hasn't been trading the best in my opinion as of late. So be patient on that one. Let's see if we can get short this market. Multiple tests of the specific 165 level on NVDA. So I'm looking for the rejection of that. But if Tesla wants to get the ball rolling, who knows? A rising tide can lift some of these ships. And AMD is definitely one of those hot ones today, Sharif. So a good look in some of the semi space. But those are the two trades that I got going on right now. Tesla, we've built in some, but we can obviously add some more. NVDA, we're relatively small, looking to add some more if we get the breakdown there, brother.
All right, give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So AMD, advanced money duplicator. Here it is, guys. Semi space starting to turn it up over here. So that's a really good look. 162, 146.42 to be exact. Sorry about that one. And then you can see just from those April lows, this thing has just been on an absolute monster run. 89%. That is a big time move off of AMD, and considering the stock has been essentially in a downtrend from March of 24 and then doesn't crack it until May of 25. So like that's over a year of just like complete sell program stepping in on AMD. So I'm glad and I'm happy to see this thing step right back in and be a strong contender there.
Joseph, we're in BMGL, got in at the below the $0.50. Here it is again. We added through the break of the top. Watch out for this one. Boom! Oh my goodness, go BMGL, freaking go. Wow, we're going to halt to the high side over here. So initially in 45, scalped up, took more, added on the breakout. And
Sorry, I didn't mean.
Yo, I didn't know these small caps were that boring, bro.
No,
I thought
crazy.
they moved pretty quickly. How you gonna do me dirty like that? That was wow.
Crazy.
The disrespect was wild.
That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy.
Okay. Yo, wow, Joseph, that's an all-timer right there. Clip that, Assassino. It's 12:10. Can we clip your boy Joey Options yawning to my trade over here? Because right now, I just got top wick on that. Joseph, I got top wick. Boom! To the high side. BMGL all the way down. Da-na, da-na. So this one really is giving up super quick. Be careful, BMGL. 326 volume weighted average price, a little bit below that 320, 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Look at this one go. The bamboozlement is real, it's fast, and it's furious. It'll knock your lights out. and your mom will not re-up your account, and she'll kick you out of the basement. So be careful with this one, guys. BMGL on the warpath to the downside right now, and it could find itself caught in a halt parameter quick as you like. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Okay. I'm happy with how I scalped it, though, but we'll get back to that one in a second. I added here on OCC, we got 25s on. It's showing me 45s, so I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, looking for that $0.5 break and take. I'm going to scalp a little bit more here on OCC. I don't trust this one as much as I should, so we're going to take out here just right at the bid. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that, and then last but not least over here, EOSE. We're essentially break even on this one. I don't know how I feel about this one anymore. It's not breaking down, but it's not moving up. It's got like a 10, 20-minute almost consolidation. No, 20-minute consolidation, basically straddling sevens, 507 to the downside and 510 to the high side. I don't know how I feel about this one anymore. It's just too sideways. So I think I'm going to weasel out of this one if it drops anything below 505. So we got 8s on. I've scalped out the majority of the position. No, that's not accurate. I'm still holding about half the position. Okay, yeah. That was inaccurate statement on my part. So I think I'm going to give it to about 505, 504. I hate doing that because it's a random area. What the hell is 504 in the price action? It's just I don't want to give back anything on this. That's my thinking here. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And OCC is also having trouble with this level, so I should probably take more out of OCC at the level. EBB, ebb flow portfolio. Not sure about EOSE also. It's at 507 and just holding. Yeah, that's my thought exactly. Look, it's not giving up 5. I mean, look at the price action here at 5.2. There were bottoming tail candles strictly into that $5 area. So that to me yells somebody was buying this up at 5. Are they there again once if we come back down into 5? And if they are they going to have enough shares to hold this up to prevent the selling from dripping down below 5? So that's number one. Number two, do I add at $5? Are we going to Adara?
Yes, sir. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Quickly, before we go back to Adara, I want to mention TROO just came into VWAP at $1.75, and it's rocketing up back into $1.90, still south of $2. So be on the lookout for that. So that's what I'm looking at right now, these 3 stocks, guys. Did Donald say anything new, Adara?
There is a little bit of Donald-related or Donald-adjacent news, which we'll get to in a second. But first, I want to talk about DraftKings, DKNG on the move. Seeing a report here, apparently DraftKings is in acquisition talks with Railbird Exchange. That is an upstart prediction market platform that recently got a federal license. So keep an eye here in DKNG on the move. Again, this is not confirmed. It's just talks. Here's the other piece I really want to talk about. And this is, again, you can check out all these infographics on X at TTV Research. I bring up this one again. This is an older one about the potential Fed Reserve chairs candidates. But Kevin Hassett, as I mentioned about 10 minutes ago, he's becoming an increasingly likely contender to the point where Washington Post just released an article saying that apparently he's quickly rising in the ranks as potentially the next Fed chair. I gave this article a quick read. They talked to a couple different analysts, including a team from Evercore ISI, and they think that because Kevin Hassett is a unique blend of academic, he does have some experience, of course, in the economic field, and because he's close to President Trump, he actually is quickly emerging as maybe the top contender. The contenders still remain Kevin Hassett, Christopher Waller, we have Scott Bessent, and Kevin Warsh. Though, again, Kevin Hassett, when I first made this infographic, he was kind of a long shot. Now it seems like his potential is rising very quickly. And even yesterday, he did mention that the Trump administration could potentially fire Powell for cause. Back to you.
This guy's almost done.
Well, he wants him out.
Yeah, he wants him out. It's that simple. Well, he wants to cut. Obviously, that's what he's looking for. But yeah, guys, this is what we got going on right now, Sharif. We're still short NVDA. You can see that we're knocking on that 165 in a bit, and we're just continuously rejecting that level. One thing that is continuously tanking and is not a good sign whatsoever, that is Bitcoin. As we head in towards Fridays, or not Fridays, I guess Thursday's pre-market high there, or post-market, whatever it may be. I'd be looking looking for a bounce, and if we don't get a bounce there, then I would suspect that we get some more potential downside. And with that being said, I'll probably just sell a contract to just be safe and lock in some more there, just because. All right, so that's what we got going on with those two. And VDA starting to slowly work for us here, Sharif. I'm going to add a little bit to this position here, brother.
Well, that makes sense, Joseph. All right, I'm considering whether to get back into BMGL over here, guys, because I'm watching the 5 and it's putting in higher lows. It seems to have a buyer here. There does seem to be support at 40 pennies, $3.40. We're at the $0.50 right now. We're kind of above it, kind of at it. So I'm kind of a little hesitant. Here comes that 40 penny area. Now, what I'm going to be watching is, do we hold 340? Because my thesis is that there is a buyer here at 40 pennies. Whether or not that's accurate or not will get proven if we come down into that level. Now, I could get in here and then put my stop below 340. Yeah, we could do that. That's not really my move. I'd like to be able to take the breakout if we're able to. So here we go. We're above 50 right now. Wow, looks like we're headed back to the high side over here. So let's go ahead and weasel back in for a nice little scalp trade. And there it is again, Joseph, to the high side. BMGL is all gas, no brakes. Watch for now the 70 penny area. I'm going to say 70 pennies is going to be a key area of resistance. Here we go. 64s is taking out all my orders. Watch out for 70 though. I see 70 on the 5-second chart as a level of resistance. We've got 54s on, so I'm going to wait at 69 over here. Let's see if we can get that print at 69. Then I'm going to keep a beak wetter above that. Anything below my entry level, I'm Gonzino. I just canceled my order at 69 there. I do apologize. Anything below my area entry at 54, I'm done. I won't let this go against me, but there is a seller now at 64 that we can't shake. So all of a sudden, and this is very characteristic to be MGL. It comes into an area and it almost looks like it's halting, like it stalls. So kind of unsure why this one's acting like that. It's done it several times. Let's go ahead and throw my order there for the remaining amount, back up into 64, and there it is, another high of day, local area high at 68. How many shares do we have over here? So we have to pack our patience. Back into 68 again. I'm waiting at 69. That seller at 70 is not moving right now, and so we will come back down. Should have been taking it out at 68 there, so we'll get stopped out, break even on the remaining amount, Jeff.
Good look there, guys. All right, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built to active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing there, guys. All right, so just keep that in mind before you get involved and make sure you do a little bit of due diligence. And here it goes. I added to this move on NVDA, and now we're starting to squeeze a little bit higher. With that being said, what do you do when you add? You obviously have a little bit of a tighter stop. So instead of me giving it into 60s, I now have to only give this until 40s. So let's see if that works out. If not, then we'll just take the loss on that one. We're still sitting in this grind that is Tesla. It doesn't want, grinding. So yeah, what was it?
Who's that again, though?
Pharrell.
Pharrell, that's right.
For real, my friend, for real. Yeah. So this is a brutal consolidation to be sitting in. Just talk about a name not necessarily being in play, and that's Tesla. I think at some point it will start to pick up momentum and steam once again, but today is not that day, and I'm not going to write it off just yet. Still plenty of time left within the session. But from what we're seeing displayed, I would suspect that considering we can't even get to the volume-weighted average price, there is not much of a buy program that is looking to step in on Tesla. So if we crack through some of those support levels, adios muchachos, we get out of Dodge, and then we look for that next potential setup. I have the 30-minute up here on Bitcoin, and you can see it's just continued a couple hours here now of just consecutive selling. And if we zoom in and see what we got going on from a 5-minute chart,
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad right there, Gaurav. That's not too bad. Hopefully we get a bounce off of this. But if it does break through this candle right here, and you can see that that outlying volume print, then I would just suspect that we're going to head into 67.50s, et cetera, and into the Friday zones. But it was a really nice look going during the weekend, I guess, up into 123.5. I was looking for more 125, but that's okay. You got to take what the market gives you, and what the market isn't giving me right now, Shreve, is any form of a move on Tesla. And then here it goes. We're long Tesla, it's selling off, and then we're short NVDA, and it's starting to rip a little bit higher. So those are always good times there, my friend.
All right, man. Adara, you got a comment here from Marion Buford in the chat. Does Adara even trade anymore? I haven't been here for a while, but I did notice Crapstock asked a sensible question about small caps, and Sharif preferred protein talk. Come on, man. I probably didn't see the question there. Yes, Adara does trade. She's at the big desk. And when she reports on some of her little segments there, she does sometimes show us her trade, so be on the lookout for that. Yes, so to answer your question in a very long way, yes. And I think, Adara, if you want to chime in and let everybody know what you've been trading these days, I don't want to talk on your behalf. Is she there? Oh, she's eating. Okay, so we'll just let her do her thing. So keep your eye out on that. Oh, BMGL is headed right back up to the upside. Here we go, guys. Watch out there, 386 high. BMGL, I think it does have some selling, though, in the 80s, but it's taken out that 70 seller that we had earlier. Now at 77s it goes. The high of the day is 86, so keep your eye out on that. BMGL could easily be at $4 in a matter of seconds. 77s, 78s now. There's a seller there. What I'm looking at is my top screen where the 5-minute chart is. Up into 80 we go. Okay, local highs, 85s now. BMGL is going to take out the high of the day. 386 is the high, so be on the lookout for a rejection at the high of the day, and then a possible move back up. So obviously when we come into the high of the day, there's people short selling as well as profit taking, so it makes absolute sense that we reject that initial area high and then maybe clear it after that. So on the lookout here for BMGL to take out levels. Also keeping my eye on OCC. Wow, okay, 25 pennies in the money on this one on the reload. So happy with this one as we take out that 50 penny order. Now I'm waiting at 61, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that. EOSE kind of doing absolutely nothing over here. So what do you got over there?
Yeah, same thing, guys. Hood putting in a double bottom of the day. Yeah, that was a nice one earlier in the session, trading up to that $100 mark and holding it relatively well. But then ARAM says analysis on ONDS and Circle. Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at ONDS and Circle. ONDS. Wow. Oh, on DAS Holdings. Very interesting. On DAS. On DAS Holdings. Are you familiar with it? I don't know. But here you go. Nice support level here. You mentioned puts. You're looking. I don't even know if this name's optionable. We can take a look at that momentarily. But I mean, a nice move off of these lows from 71 cents up to 242, putting that high. So puts, maybe wait until this candle print finishes. If you see anything along the lines of this hammer, you can see you get a nice couple cent move there, only 25 cents or so. But I mean, it's something, and if you load up the shares, then you can take that, no questioning, and then you're starting to punch through some key resistance zones. But just wait for this print to close to see if you're going to get involved in some puts personally, right? But if you're looking to get involved, then by all means, just plan out your trade and then trade the plan. Whether it works or not, that is up to the trading gods themselves. All right, so, and then Circle one more. Yeah, we'll take a look at CRCL. We know what's been going on with the likes of stable coins.
Do they have any names? The trading gods?
The trading gods? Oh, that's a good. What should we name them?
I don't know. I'm not naming them anything.
You're not naming them. That's a good thing. Maybe I'll think. Maybe we'll ask ChatGPT to give us some Greek like trading god names.
That would be so jokes. All right, let's do this. With Trade the Pools swing trade programs, you can get access to about $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, guys, not these CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. This dude's already locked in $23,082 in profit. That's money right there. His top performer, NMAX. NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th. That's a long trade. And pulled in $6,777 gain. What a trade. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. So scan that QR code and enjoy 10% off. Great program by Trade the Pool. We always hear about swing traders, with a bit of a higher success rate these days as a result, of these market moves, being very directional, and your boy Joey Options hitting the bang button because he's been printing up several storms in his personal account on swing trading. But not everybody's got a juiced up personal account with which to use for swing trading. So if you're into that kind of thing and you want to swing trade, head over to Trade the Pool, give them a look, and you might be pleasantly surprised, Joey. So shout out swing traders, right?
Yeah, no, seriously, yeah, I'm loving it. I've been utilizing it quite a bit. And to be honest with you, Shreve, it's not like I'll go a month or two. Sometimes I won't even have a position, right? But then when the position starts to work out, then I just try to make it as big and profitable as possible. But yeah, I sit on my hands. Like, you got to think, I've been in NVDA since the crack of the downtrend here, and that's just not too far from the Liberation Day lows, right? So we'll pull this up. So I've been sitting in this from a daily as soon as it cracked right around here. So that's from May. I've just been sitting in that swing trade. Google, same thing. Not as long, but sometimes you just allow them to work out. So from late June, right? So this is when I first started grabbing some Google, and then IBIT was most recent, is when we started grabbing it up in this neck of the woods as soon as that cracked up. But again, I'll sit on them until otherwise, right? Until the market says, hey, Joe, it's time to get out. We're overbought, we're overextended. And then I get out because it's bullish and bearish, as is the trading gods' names apparently to everyone in the chat. So bullish and bearish.
What?
Yeah,
I was like, why is he saying bullish and bearish like that?
Bullish
Like,
and bearish.
what's
yeah,
happening
the
over
trading
here?
god names there.
All right,
but
I feel
yeah,
you.
guys, we're getting another knock on this door at 165.28. No one's answering it here, Shreve. So I think we're gonna. You know what, guys? That's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? YOLO. You only live once, so we'll do it one more time. We'll add to this position. It's funny to how my shorts here on NVDA are looking, and then my longs as well too. So we're just getting those continuous adds to see if we get the breakup and the breakdown. I truly don't like doing this, long one tech name, short the other. But it is what it is, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with it there for sure.
All right, guys, $4 high day right now on BMGL. I'm back long 87s. I'm going to flatten out here, and then I'll get back in if it's warranted. So we take out basically 99s. That's the high of the day. So I'm going to continue to scalp BMGL here. It's up 75%. This is looking like the best name in the market right now. Well, in the small cap gapper world. I don't want to say the entire market. Who knows? I'm not even looking at the entire market. So it's a $4 high, and it's been, just a plethora of higher lows and higher highs because we've been putting higher highs as well. This current candle did form the high of the day at $4. So this one is on the warpath to the high side. I don't really have much information on it. Give me an opportunity now, and I will tell you as things slow down here a little bit. So here comes the high day again. We're showing 98s, guys. Watch out for the $4 break. Here is 99s. Here's 4. 4 sellers getting killed. But for the moment right now, he's defending that level. I feel like it's just a matter of time until that short seller at 4 gets absolutely decimated, but we'll see what happens. So we're back at 4 over here. So there you go. He just absolutely got creamed, and it is now a 412 high. I don't have the short float on it, sadly, but I do have the float. It's telling me 5.72 million shares. Let me just compare that quickly to my platform over here, see if they jive. I'm talking about BMGL, guys. I'm seeing a float on my platform of 2.2. This one's telling me 5.72. So split the difference, okay? Anyway, 415 high, 420 high. This is really going now, 423 high. BMGL is on the move up. Yeah, so obviously I took it out a little too early, true to form, but we'll look to improve a little bit more now. If it comes back into 4, that could be a buying area here. The 10 exponential, well below $4 at 350. VWAP as well below that whole dollar at around 357. This one's all gas, no brakes right now. 436 high right now on BMGL. Big move up. Keep your eye on this one. OCC, I just want to get back into that one real quick. Took the $0.50 there. Anything below the $0.25, I'm going to stop out because this one's been straddling VWAP, but I have a feeling, it could give it up. So that happens, we'll be gone on that one. It's showing me 36. Anything below the $0.25 gone. Then last but not least, EOSE. I'm not going to reload here. I'll put a dip trade at around 5.02, just because that area is defended quite well. But I'm getting a little bit, I don't want to say frustrated with these ones because we're in the money on them. Well, OCC anyway, EOSE, we're flat. But, you know, it's just occupying a lot of my mental capacity right now, and I could be focusing on other more profitable names. For example, BMGL. Off the high of the day. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. 420 Bud Monster. You like that 420 high, huh? It was quite fleeting, though, Mr. Bud Monster, because now it's a 436 high. But I know that you were happy to hear it. And there it goes again, Joseph. It is a 440 high. BMGL's taking out levels. Keep your eye out on BMGL. So I've got the 5-second chart up, guys, and you can see like even on the 5-second, you can kind of try to pick up on these patterns over here of higher lows. And if that's what you're seeing, then, you know, there's a good chance that you do have a buying tailwind behind you, right? But when you're seeing stuff like this, like watch, how many times did we defend 423? So if we give up 423 here, then that should be an alert for you, right? I'm not saying it's the end of the trade, but be on the alert. If you lose that 423 level that a buyer has been stepping in essentially now for 2 minutes and all of a sudden they're gone, well, they're probably going to be gone for a while. Maybe you should be setting up possibly closer to 4. So that's what I've been using lately to kind of spot the areas of support and resistance. Using the 5-second chart, you can do it on Bookmap. If you got a really good memory and you remember where everything holds up, you can use the level 2. It's just on the 5-second chart, it's an easier visual representation of that, Joe.
Good luck. Neil, I need you to hit the, can you hit the weed Batman for me?
If you run out of the high,
There you go, 420 Bud Monster. That is your call right there. One more time, Neil, for the people in the chat. 420 Bud Monster and
Get it,
Batman.
Joe.
Oh no, he's not listening. He's focused now. We got the one Wee Batman, but that is your
man.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, what is that from?
Stop hollering at me, man.
Oh,
Neil, where's that from?
What is that, man?
I'm focused, man.
Focus, man.
It's from Jay-Z. No, stop hollering at me, man. That's Jay-Z? That's Jay-Z.
Maybe not. All right, anyways, we'll figure
Well,
it out.
are you
Sorry,
challenging
that
Neil?
was,
Because he said it's Jay-Z.
I wasn't challenging him.
Challenge.
Oh, challenge. All right, yeah, here it is, guys. We're starting to break through some of these support levels on NVDA. Do we add a little bit more? Maybe, possibly. Okay. I'm thinking about it just because that is how I am feeling today. But it is we're continuously buying up. You can see the SPY kind of selling off here. NVDA isn't participating. Qs are kind of stuck in limbo. You can see we're hovering around that 556 high. Before we send it off to Adara momentarily, I want to take a look at the Qs options chain to see what we got going on for a possible range here.
What's going on?
The intraday session there, Sharif, to see where is the options market telling us and pricing things in. So where do we got that high today, 556? What's going on there? 4,000 contracts, nothing substantial. This is 0 DTE. Joseph, get your stuff together. When is this week end? On the 18th, 4 days from now. Okay, so nothing crazy. 560 may be in the works for this week, as you can see. That we have 24,500 open contracts at 560. So maybe we get that magnet effect. Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on DraftKings. I mentioned this story earlier, but it looks like it got a little bit of a belated pop as outlets or accounts here on X continue to circulate the story. Basically, DraftKings reportedly in talks to buy Railbird Exchange, according to a report from Front Office Sports. Apparently, this is actually a federally licensed prediction market platform. That's Railbird Exchange. According to the report from Front Office Sports, they have not actually reached a deal. They're still in talks. Nothing's finalized, and we don't have any financial terms. But it's also worth noting this comes after DraftKings previously pulled their own application to run a prediction market, saying they're still evaluating the space. Looks like they might be evaluating it with Railbird Exchange. Also, this is awesome. As we speak, we get the opening horn. Seems like President Donald Trump might be entering this White House-based office luncheon. We are hearing the announcement right now. Prior to that, it was people eating lunch. So we're going to have to see if Donald Trump adds some excitement to these proceedings. And back to you.
You asked for the horn, you got a siren. All right, so keep your eye out, guys, on BMGL, excuse me, because it's coming back down into prior bar low. I'm not going to be jumping into this one. I'd rather for it to have a bit of a deeper retracement, maybe into the volume weighted average price, give or take. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Separately, I did flatten out on OCC. As this one came back into my entry again, I said to anything below my entry, we're going to flatten out break even on this one. But it does seem like you still have buying here. Holy cows on BMGL, man. 440 high. It dips into 385 momentarily. It is still technically putting in a lower high, and this is kind of what I'm seeing here on the 5 seconds. So if you're kind of looking at this, 440 high, and then here we reject 428. So yeah, that 4 area defended quite well, but I don't think this is a setup for me right now. This is the bull flag, and if it's going to be the bull flag, then I want to pick it up in the 90s or the 80s. And if I don't get it there, I don't get it there. But this one does look like it's going to take out levels. Like, let's see, the prior area was 428. Here comes 427 again. 5. Can we print anything above that 8 area? Yeah, so we're still selling off at 430. So I saw a whole bunch of selling at 4 low 30. So the topping tails do go into 440, but there was certainly some selling around that 430 area. If we get above 430, guys, we could probably squeeze into the 440. I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. If we can break 430, I might go long a dare.
Keep an eye here on FCX. That's Freeport McMoran. We just had a post coming here. Of course, they work in copper. We have Doug Burgum here, who's the Secretary of Interior, just posting on X that copper is critical, listing the number of things that they actually need it for in the U.S. So because of that, apparently the Department of Interior is going to be onshoring their supply chains by fast-tracking mining permits. So keep an eye here on FCX, a copper name actually pushing a little bit lower on this. But either way, on watch, Donald Trump just started his speech at the White House luncheon with regards to faith. He's not saying anything super noteworthy right now, but if that changes, I will let you guys know post haste. Back to you.
All right, scalped here for not that much, guys. 10 pennies on BMGL as I punched in a little late. Through that third of a dollar, we'll scalp up into 42s. So we'll take the high of the day out. Now, watch out for the higher lows here. So what I'm seeing is respect generally for the higher lows. If you base your area low at 385, we have another area low 414, then 420, and now it's currently 428. So be on the lookout for the higher lows. Here we go again. That's another high a day at 445. So this one's not giving it up right now, guys. BMGL is the one I'm talking about. It's a 445 high. As we get into that whole dollar, or sorry, half dollar area, just if you look at it on a lower time frame and be on the lookout for the higher lows. Are the buyers stepping up at higher and higher price ranges on every successive trough, on every successive pullback? Is it higher than its predecessor? If it is, you have a good chance that it continues. It's not a hard and fast rule. There's always bamboozlement in trading, but it just helps put the odds on your side. What I'm staring at, sorry, I'm looking at the top screen. I'm looking at the 5-second chart. I'm trying to gauge areas of support and resistance. I see an area of support at 428. If 428 gives it up, this could retrace a little bit more aggressively. But right now, you are getting a 428 defend. So I'm going long again over here, Joey, and we're going to look to scalp a little bit. Anything below 425, we're gone Zeno on this one, okay? So we're going to give it a couple of pennies there to give it a little bit of room. But what I'm looking for ideally is a 28 hold, knowing full well we're getting some selling in this level. And there it goes again through the high side. It pops up into 435, but it's not all gas quite yet. Seller at 45. Boom, again into 40s. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's holding 40 for now, but for how long, Joey?
Good look there. All right, guys. So you can see that NVDA is starting to work out relatively well for us. There was another ad opportunity, but that's okay. We'll take that. And then also, Tesla is starting to finally work out for us as well. I'm going to take the majority of it off. Actually, I just lied to you guys. I'm not going to take the majority of it off at VWAP, especially if we break it. I will take some off, though, just to lock in some profits. And if it comes back break even, you can see that we are most definitely range bound. But NVDA off of these highs, if I was like, see, that's the thing, right? Actually, I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot here, but this is where you really, really want to get in. And I know Neil and Sean are really good at getting in at the top of the ranges, opposed to me at the lower end looking for the immediate breakdown or in the middle of the range. That just vastly increases your risk to reward, right? Like you're 20 cents above where your entries are if you are buying at the top end of this there. So that's starting to work out for us. Wait for that slow curl over. As long as that volume profile stays relatively cool, then I think we'll be all right. Tesla's still cooking up for us. As soon as we get back, ARAM, We're going to go over some circle puts for you. We'll take a look at them anyways. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye on Kraft Heinz here, KHC, in case you missed it. Last week, there were some breakup rumors related to the stock. Now, CNBC reporting that Berkshire Hathaway is heavily speculated to be potentially selling its stake. I looked into this as of about a month ago. Berkshire Hathaway had a 27.5% stake in KHC, so pretty significant. Unclear if they are going to sell the stake. It looks like this is just speculation, but either way, keep an eye on KHC. Also, Donald Trump talking again here about tariffs. He's saying, I don't know why people keep going, oh, why are we not making deals? And I'm doing his imitation. He actually did the voice as well. And he said, we are making deals. The trade letters are the deals. That he joked to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who I guess is in the audience. Make any deals today, Scott? So some tariff deals, I guess, being hinted at or touted by President Donald Trump. Unclear which countries. He said also that that they're still willing to talk on tariffs and that, quote, I go on TV and rile the market. Back to you.
Don't be rude.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't hear it. Which one you hit there?
Don't be rude.
Yeah, oh, don't be rude. Yeah, don't be rude. Circle for my guy Aram or sorry, I don't know.
Amram?
No, Aram.
Oh, well, yeah, because
Aram.
Ram's not here. That's normal.
Bang, bang, bang. There it is, guys. I wouldn't be buying any puts right now just yet on this name, considering the move that it's been on. And you don't know necessarily what's, obviously, if we did know, we would make a lot of money. But you can see that we go up 350% there. Yeah, I'm really rich. So there it is, 216. If you are looking to short that, it's most definitely up all the way up here. Or if you break this and you can see that the price action looks relatively bearish, then just play that. You can play that, but obviously you're using puts. So just make sure you have your stops in place, or you're willing to lose the complete amount of the value of that contract. But we're starting to get a little bit of a squeeze back here now on NVDA. My target's going to be VWAP. So what's the next thing? What is the next goal that we're looking for? Is for NVDA to construct a lower high. If it does, if we have the inability to breach this resistance zone and we construct that lower high, there's going to be another add opportunity for the break of this specific 164.60 level, and then you look for that move right into that 164.10, which is right at the volume weighted average price. But Tesla's starting to work for us really, really well, and we want to continue to sit in this until we break through the volume weighted average price, and then hopefully we can get a move towards the high of the day. But you can see it's been nothing short of a grind sideways on that one there, Sharif.
All right, I'm just trying to, because ASML is up into like an area where I haven't seen it in a long time, so I'm thinking about punching into the live account and getting some out. But then I pulled up this article, Assassino. It says lithography remains a critical constraint for China, says DC think tank. And so one of the possible headwinds, in my opinion, for ASML is a Chinese competitor emerging, which we know is probably in the works. Whether it's going to be Huawei or SMIC, it could be others, obviously. This is kind of my concern. That's one of the headwinds. The other headwind is there's just not enough demand because there's not going to be as much chip supply demand that are non-AI related. So this DC think tank said that lithography continues to control the market in China's Shanghai, again, SMIC, Shanghai Microelectric Equipment, or SMEE, has so far only reached 4% market share in I-line lithography tools, which are used for legacy chip fabrication. Dutch company ASML has not been able to sell its state-of-the-art extreme ultraviolet systems to China due to U.S.-led export curbs. The CSCT said Chinese semiconductor manufacturing equipment, or SME companies, are gaining market share in several technologies, consequently eroding foreign incumbents' market share. So I'll continue to read a little bit of this. So I'm thinking about just weaseling in there, dude, and at least taking out half the position over here. I think that would be a prudent thing to do. PMAX says ASML is years ahead of the competition. They won't be caught. I know, brother, like that's what's being reported, but do you feel comfortable in operating in that way? I kind of don't, because like Joseph and I always talk about, necessity being the mother of all invention. And if you're going to cut off the Chinese, they're just going to figure out a way to do it. And that's just my concern. And if they figure out a way to do it, they're going to do like what they did with the EVs and undercut everybody. And all of a sudden ASML is not It's not a $300 billion company, it's a $150 billion company. So I am kind of concerned about that. It's not going to happen overnight, obviously, but you know, the market's not going to wait till that happens. Market's forward-looking and discounts almost immediately. So what do you guys think about the state of, you know, advanced chip fabrications like the ultraviolet lithography machines? Do you guys think that that's a disruptable technology within the next year or two, or is that just kind of, don't worry too much about it. Once we get something out of China, I'm sure the market will have a way of pricing that in. Let me know what you guys think there in the chat, because I don't know, Joseph. It's one of those ones where I just don't know enough of the technology to feel comfortable going one way or another. PMAC goes, Joseph Carlson has a great video about this. They are doing things that no one else even understands right now, says PMAC. It's kind of how I get the feeling, man. On Uber, China does not have a strong R&D culture. Really? I'm going to disagree with that. And I'm going to say why I disagree with it, which is because you had this huge manufacturing push away from North America because, well, in North America and in the West in general, because they kind of felt that we were kind of beyond manufacturing. We have now graduated to the design. Let's outsource the manufacturing to lesser or to less expensive jurisdictions. What they didn't realize, though, was that there was a marked overlap between manufacturing and design. And when you don't design things, you start lacking the capacity, or the manufacture things, you start lacking the capacity to design them as efficiently as possible. So I don't agree with you on that. And anybody can just look at the EV sector and compare the Chinese EVs to the clown cars that we have here in North America. There's no comparison, man. Those EVs make North American cars look like an absolute joke. The only reason we don't see them is because there's 100% tariffs on that. And ask why there's 100% tariffs on them, because they're scared to hell of these things absolutely bankrupting their companies. You have Jim Farley, is his name Jim Farley, the Ford CEO, basically saying that he loses sleep overnight over this. And I just watched him on a podcast the other day. We already know he was driving the Xiaomi SU7. That's not really what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is he has umpteen amount of respect for these Chinese EV manufacturers. So I wouldn't go so far as to say they don't have a good R&D culture. I tend to disagree with that, Adara.
Here is the market. I just want to let you guys know Donald Trump did just kind of hint here that there will be more tariffs, saying they've, quote, only begun or barely begun with tariffs, only cars and steel. We know previously the Trump administration and Trump himself have hinted at tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals, even a 200% pharmaceutical tariff, though none of these have been specified. He also made more comments about Powell here as well, calling him a knucklehead, quote unquote, and a quote unquote stupid guy. Back to you.
Those are some kind words from our good friend Donald there towards his other good friend, Mr. Jerome Powell. So you can see that those guys have a nice and healthy relationship.
Don't be rude.
That's exactly what you want. So NVDA, we're still waiting for this, guys. You can see that we did establish that lower high, but we're also forming these higher lows as well. So once we ran into this support level, we couldn't break that, and now we're starting to curl over. I think we got to zoom out a little bit on this one and not micromanage on the 1 minute. I usually do tend to switch over time frames as we get later on in the session. So you can see this is where I've now built the bulk of my position, and then now looking for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. Why? Because you got to look at the opening drives, right? The first 5 minutes, extremely weak. You get that breath, and then you take that move continuously down and you sell for the first 15 minutes. And then now, to me, this is more or less just a cover rally, right? You can see that the volume really started to cool off. And then there is some large prints here, but for the most part of it, I do believe, considering we do have that 165 call wall, unless we get a massive volatility spike, we will at some point reject this level, and that's exactly what we're looking for, is a VWAP. But we might not even at the same time, right? You got to think about how strong this name has been over the past little while, and the fact that we're trading all the way up to 164 from like the 80s in Liberation Day is absolutely insane. So NVDA has been putting on some monster stuff, and it's definitely tougher to short some of these strong names, but I just had some conviction within. I'm trying to build a nice steady playbook where I collect enough data, forward testing, just using the options chain and then basing that off of intraday trades. And it's worked multiple times, but again, you can't have a sample set of 20, 30 trades. I believe it needs to be significantly larger, and that's what we're trying to establish here, Sharif, with NVDA. No, I'm not sending to you. I'm just saying, yeah, what I'm getting at here is that I'm just trying to build something to see in the long run if there is the ability to construct a continuous and a repeatable playbook off of these high levels of open interest, all right? So that's what we got going on. So it's just a slow grind here. We're slightly ITM on this one. You can see 192, so about 10 cents or 11 cents or so. And then TSLL is still slowly cooking up for us there, Sharif.
All right, I'm done selling some. So I took out, not half, I took about 35% of the position of my ASML. Look, I had to here because going into earnings, and I've been holding this for a long time, and you know, you want to lock in some profits. There's nothing wrong with that. So out of a little bit of the ASML position, we'll continue to hold, see maybe we can get it back into those all-time highs. I think we got to like break 1,200 or 1,300 or something like that in order to do that. So that's still a ways away, but you just got to lock in some profits, baby. That's all I want to say there. Let me know, Assassino. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, VinFast is ramping up its India expansion, partnering with 13 major dealer groups to open 32 dealerships across 27 cities, including Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. The Vietnamese EV maker is building a strong sales service and spare parts network ahead of the July 15th pre-booking launch for its VF6 and VF7 electric SUVs. They're targeting 35 dealerships by year-end, with a CKD facility set to open up later this month in India. VinFast trades under the ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. Guys.
Yep.
All right, Marty, dropping some cash in the chat, baby. I like to see that.
I'm really rich.
I've done a lot of business in China. They rarely lead in innovation, but they excel in taking innovation and making it better. Their forced IP shares get them the core tech, and then they inevitably make it better. Thanks, Marty, for your opinion, and thank you for the $20 super chat there. Very nice of you, and thank you for chiming in on that. I absolutely respect what you have to say, and obviously you've got some experience there. Nothing beats experience, so thank you for letting us know exactly kind of how things operate in China and how you perceive things. Just what I would, again, I want to go back to kind of my thinking there. I don't see deceleration in the ambitions of that country. Right? If anything, I see more ambition by the government, especially to want to stimulate. And if you've got that kind of system, I think that, you know, they do overcome some technical hurdles, at least in the short term. Whether or not they're able to monetize that in a way that maybe ASML or others, not just ASML, and other technologies that they don't currently have. You know, that they have obviously been trying to catch up with Taiwan Semi. They're very behind in advanced chip manufacturing. Like we got the Huawei Mate Pro last year, and that had a 5 nanometer chip, and everybody threw their hands up in the air. Like, how the hell did they make this 5 nanometer chip? But we're like, you've got Intel, you know, Intel behind as they are talking about 2 nanometers. So I don't know. I feel like, again, necessity, the mother of all invention. And if you force them into a corner, they're going to figure it out. They're just too skilled not to. That's just my opinion, but you clearly have experience that I don't have, so I respect what you got to say. Can says Auto Antics, C-A-N. Let's have a look at that before we weasel in to the news over here, Joseph. So C-A-N, have a look there. What is this, Kanan? All right, a bit of a, yeah, no good here. So I started trading this one. This is one of my losers today. Yeah, so this one lost that 98 penny area. It came back. It's straddling VWAP from the south side. That's not what I want to see, right? I want to see using VWAP from the north side. So that way it's not sellers shorting when this one pops into VWAP, but buyers buying when it pulls back into VWAP. So unless it gets above, I want to say 92, 93 pennies, I'm going to steer clear of this. Again, that 98 penny also is a bit of a top, so close to that dollar. So you're getting that 98 penny or 99 penny essentially because 98.8. Area resistance, and above that, you're looking at the dollar area as another psychological area of support. So, yeah, I'm going to steer clear on this one. JAG, China has a bigger problem attracting talent from the West. People from other countries go to Western countries, predominantly U.S. colleges for R&D, but that is changing now. Yeah, but I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of them go back to their countries, and they kind of learn a lot here, and then they go back there. Sure, some people end up in Silicon Valley, absolutely. They get offered visas to stay, no question about that. Hey, brother, all I can say is, just do some very basic research about Chinese electric vehicles. See what North American car review experts are saying about these Chinese vehicles. It's insane. There's really no comparison between the two. Tesla as well. Tesla pales in comparison to some of the things I'm seeing out of Xiaomi. Xiaomi's got that ecosystem too. If you think Apple has an ecosystem, you should look at what Xiaomi has there. And they're only choosing to sell in China for whatever reason. Wait until they start expanding into Southeast Asia. Europe obviously is terrified of them as well, in the same way that North America is, because they're going to bankrupt their companies. And yeah, so I think that the only areas really that would mind all that much Chinese electric vehicles coming in are areas of the world that doesn't have a huge or strong auto manufacturing base, because they'd have nothing to lose in that regard, right? So that's kind of the way I see things there. Dan Generous, Taiwan leading chip innovation forever. China gets that. Boom. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that. That's war and all, obviously that kind of stuff. We'll leave that for somebody else. But I think China could catch up, maybe not right away, obviously. But we saw with the 5 nanometer how they were able to kind of throw a curveball to the West, and nobody knew that 5 nanometer chip was coming. A lot was made at the time, that Mate Pro, that they couldn't make the 5 nanometer chip en masse. And so therefore it was more of a science experiment that was going to be in a few phones. And then we saw the phone made, mass produced, and there's plenty of them going around. So that theory got kiboshed and threw to the side. So it's kind of hard to see what to make about that. Jed goes on, I agree with you, Sharif. I think China is getting better. I'm saying it will accelerate now. West is leading as of today, but that is going to change because of recent policies. I agree with you 100%, man. The West, look, Western excellence is, yeah, there's just no question in my mind right now that we're leading, we'll continue to lead. How long we lead for, that's kind of the better question there, Joseph, and whether or not there's anybody that can kind of compete with us. And I see you guys joking in the chat, Chinese EVs are blowing up and stuff like that. Like I've seen the videos. There's a couple of them, but this is also a country of over 1 billion people, and they've got the most amount of cars in all the world. So there's going to be these instances there, but for the most part, these cars are generally safe. Now, they are using the LFA or LPA, I forget the name of the battery, that can charge a lot quicker, and you can also charge it to 100% rather than 80 every single time. My understanding is it makes kind of the battery degradation speed up a little bit, but my understanding also is that they're working on that. Dangerous goes on, my point is Taiwan's innovation, not the West. West doesn't lead chip innovation, just manufacturing design. You're absolutely right, I missed that of your point. We all know that Taiwan Semi holds everything near and dear to their heart. Even the chip plants that they're opening up, Joseph, in North America, they're bringing in people from frickin' Taiwan to run them, because you just can't teach that kind of technical skill to people overnight. And so they're bringing their own people. In addition to that, Joseph, let's call a spade a spade. The kind of labor rights or the employment rights aren't the same in Taiwan as they are here. So why does that matter? Because if I phone you, it's completely normal in Taiwan. If something S hits the fan on the production line, get your ass out of bed 3 in the morning and schlep into work right now. That doesn't happen here, bro. I mean, so often, even if you're on call and that's part of your contract, that's not the standard. That's not the norm. People don't accept that as a matter of default. Whereas in their culture, from what I understand, this is kind of just the basics. So they're, you know.
Cultural norm, I guess we can
a little bit, from what I understand. I've never been to Taiwan. I don't live in Taiwan.
That's fair enough to say. I mean, I used to have to do emergencies all the time for when I was working at Bell Canada. So it's just, and that thing, honestly, it's honestly taxing, because when it's really busy, and stuff, it's just like, yo, your phone is constantly ringing. You can't really enjoy anything for yourself because you're always just on edge expecting your phone to ring. So that was a big part of the reason why I decided to do a career change all those years ago. Yeah, but this is what I'm looking at here, guys. The market is just ripping right now. This is a horrible signal for me on NVDA, and I'm like literally print anything but this at that specific area. So you can see that I was holding up pre-market low. You get an indecision print 1, and then you get indecision print 2 right there. So that is not very good sign for me. And then now I have my stop just a little bit above there. So if it does decide to want to climb that, then we'll just have to hop out of there because the overall market is slowly grinding higher. Circle just can't stop, won't stop. Looking really, really good here. 186 to 199. Probably going to run into 200 there momentarily. And then AMD still putting in an additional high of the day. So you can see a nice slow consolidation right there. And then you punch through some of those levels. And then sure enough, you are dragging the market up with it. So I'm just going to be patient. It's either this is going to work out and we get VWAP or we don't. It's literally that simplistic. I already micromanaged a couple trades this morning and they didn't work out for me. Hence talking about MSTU. Otherwise, we would have had a nice trade. But there it is. I've been sitting in these two names for quite some time. When did we first enter this position, Sharif? 11:54, just at noon. So a little bit over an hour. And then when we entered Tesla this morning was at the ripe time of approximately 10:30, we'll call it flat. So yeah, we've been sitting in them to see if they can get cooking up. If Tesla does break the volume weighted average price, maybe we can get some squeeze like type price action, and then I will most definitely like that. And then maybe look to add on any form of the pullbacks, and that's the exact same thing here. We don't establish a new high, and you can see that price gets weak. What this is telling me right now is that price is not weak. Like just look at the continuous flushes on the offer. That is not something that I want to see when I'm in a bearish trade, all right? And then you can see we're also not very reactive to those flushes to the downside. So just keep that in mind. Tesla volume needs to pick up as we break through some of these key levels right here, Sharif. So that's what I'm looking for. Are we going to add into this position? Of course we can, especially if I have some more conviction within the setup and that volume and momentum really kicks in. So that's my game plan. I'm going to stick to it until I either hit my profit targets or I get stopped out, Sharif.
All right, there's a new small cap gapper that's weaseled its way onto the scene. It is halted to the upside. It goes by the ticker IBG.
There we go.
Okay, so we're up 75%, Joseph. We just cleared that dollar area. We're halted at 103, but you can see it's 2 pennies off the high of the day, 105. But those highs are actual or took place during regular market hours. They are not pre-market highs. So there's no concern here about the pre-market. There was this level on Friday, though, that we've cleared. 98 pennies. That was an aftermarket print. Again, I treat the aftermarket prints the same as the pre-market prints because of the bag holders and the halt parameters, etc. So let's keep an eye on this one. The halt time here, I don't have it up. Allow me a second to weasel on over to find another trading screen that I can use here for IBG. Yeah, we can't trade HIMZ or HIMS. Sorry, I'm just going to take that off. IBG on the NASDAQ, I believe, yes. Okay, so the halt time, guys, 1 o'clock and 36 seconds on the dot. So current time right now, 1:03:09. So at the earliest, we should be open 1:05:36 for IBG. Sorry, it still shows HIMS. IBG up 74.58%, halted at 1 o'clock and 36 seconds. So look for this one to open up at 1:05 and 36 seconds. Currently, the theoretical auction price already showing me a bit higher. That's above the high of the day. It's showing me 106. The high is 105. So IBG right now catching a bit of a bid. Jag goes on to say, Sharif, I will disagree with you. Working in tech, I have been called at all times. The difference is my skill is dime a dozen whereas in Taiwan, China, India, my skill is a penny a 3 dozen. That's funny. Okay, I get what you're saying there. Look, again, Jag, I don't want to challenge you in what you're saying because clearly you've worked in tech. I haven't. but from what I've read and what I've watched is that the culture is fundamentally different there, especially working in such a high-tech field that you basically got to be ready at 24 hours a day to show up to work. I don't know if that's normal in North American culture. I'm sure there's a lot of people that do that. Doctors are on call. Other people are obviously on call as well, and so that exists. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm saying that's not the regular in our culture here, and that I can speak to because I've worked here for many years. So that's kind of my look there. Guys, HIMS is headed back up. I pulled out HIMZ to trade, but it's not available in our system, even though it's on the NQ, so I don't know what the hell. But anyway, popping back up, trying to take 22.25 on HIMZ, not S, with a high of the day, 22.55. So we defended VWAP like a dang glove, man, right into that 21.33 and popped right back up, almost $1 above that level. CAN is also, CAN, guys, is waking up from the depths of hell, above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this thing can clear $1. If it can, I'll trade it. I have no problem with this one, but it's got to clear that buck for me to get involved. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Nothing else for me. I'm going to start doing the news in a minute as things slow down a little bit here. Joseph, what time is it now, man?
It's 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay, so we're getting there, baby. We're getting there.
We're getting there, yeah.
All right. By the way, how's the weekend?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good, man.
I didn't even ask you.
Yeah. We were just, I told you, we were just chilling, riding the bikes. Friday, super chilled. Saturday, up bright and early. Hit the outdoor workout gym, hopped on the old bikes, rolled around a little bit, and yeah.
Sick sesh outside?
Yeah.
Calisthenics sesh?
Yeah, it was nice, man. Nice and warm out, just how I like it.
Bro, how do you keep grip on the bars when it's that hot, though? I was going to ask, are you bringing
No, I don't bring gloves or nothing.
You don't bring gloves?
No.
You don't have no problem with that?
No.
For real, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember those bars. They're sick, but they get a little.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, what am I saying? They do have grips on them. The pull-up bars do have grips.
So they'll
I
have.
totally forgot
So it's like clear bar, and then they have the sandpaper grade.
Sandpaper. There you go, baby.
So,
there you go. Good.
Got going on.
Gloves are for. Come on, Raven. We're talking about just gripping over here. Take it easy there, man. Don't use that word. Come on, bro. Stream got get very upset. I personally
we can't be
don't care,
using. We can't be using those gloves. Do you wear gloves?
I never wear gloves, man. These calluses speak for themselves, baby.
Come on, man.
The point is, though, like gripping outside and when it's sweaty.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even wear gloves for deads, man.
Yeah, you got to hand sanitize after that.
Just use mixed grip. Do you do mixed grip for
Yeah,
deads?
sometimes,
Do you wear belt?
No. I don't lift that heavy when I do deads.
Okay.
Yeah. Plate and a quarter is pretty much what
Plate and a quarter on deads?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Not that much.
Yeah, it's good.
It's nice.
It's
you know
good.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
185.
185 is good.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Crazy. Couple reps on that one.
Hey, couple?
Yeah,
You better be hitting 25 reps.
Yeah,
in
no,
185,
like
boy.
5. Like I usually do sets of 10, right? That's what we got for. All right, NVDA.
Deadlifting competition.
Yeah, deadlift. Yeah, you got me beat. I already know what you can deadlift on that one there, my brother. All right, so NVDA not working out for us here. You can see I'm going to try to hold on to this for a little bit longer here, Sharif. But really strong market. You can see what a big-time rebound. This is bull market-esque stuff. We're not breaking down. Maybe it's just going to be another liquidity grab before we slowly curl over. So we got to be patient on this one. I was thinking about taking a little bit off there, but I said, no, I'm either in it to win it, or I'll just get stopped out. So that's essentially what it is there. So, like push-ups that never happened.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I read that exact one too. It's like it never happened. Nobody cares,
man. Nobody
Oh
cares,
man, no, but I'm saying like I think that the chat is gonna goad us into being in the best shape of our life because we're gonna keep
going.
Well, that's a thing, right?
Consistency.
Your boy Neil's coming in.
We have a long history at Trader TV of keeping to our word when it comes to challenges. Whether it's when Sean and I had a friendly bet, England versus Italy, and when Italy won, this was in football, soccer, I had my face painted. Whether it's when I had to send a Trader TV Live sweatshirt to our good friend Mr. Westermeyer because KC beat Buffalo Bills. Look, I'm talking about the ones where I'm on the receiving end of it. I've had to eat pineapple pizza because I lost a bet that I had with the
Tell
viewers.
them what I did, Neil.
So, you did the Bring Sally Up challenge.
And I had to sit there with your Josh Allen.
You also had to sit there with the Josh Allen. So at the end of the day, when the two of you put this push-up challenge out there,
good point,
it
Neil.
needs to happen.
Ooh.
And we have lots of empty space around here now. Now, granted, it's a little dirty around here because of renovation, but let's just get it done, gentlemen. Everyone wants to see it. My money's still on Sharif. Peace.
Got a lot of money.
Yeah, we'll get Ramin to film that one there for us in the back, and then we'll just display.
Rab.
Ram.
She'll juice the results somehow.
That's fine. Hey, maybe in my favor,
I have no
might
trust in Ram.
You know, I might pay a little something on that side for a little video edit there. I come out on top. You know what I mean? But that's how we do it.
Good vibes. Good vibes.
Good vibes.
Always
TVO, good vibes only, guys. All right, come on, NVDA, break down and don't crack this top. If the market does decide that it wants to start to pull back a little bit, I think we'll be okay, and then maybe we can head into that 164.60 level again. We'll definitely trim some there, but Tesla slowly curling up and starting to pick up a little bit of steam, but we do need that volume to kick in here to really get working for us there, because we've been sitting in this. Multiple opportunities to add, but I also didn't want to make this position overly too large. It's funny because this one's working out for me. I'm not going to add to it, and I'm thinking about adding to the one that's not working for me. Great logic there, Joe. I don't know. That doesn't make too much sense, obviously, but that's just kind of how my brain works. But I won't be doing either one of them. Full disclosure. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. The more touches up here without us breaching that, then I think it's going to be more in my favor there, Sharif.
All right, I just got into IBG, guys. I'm scalping here into the high of the day. The high of the day on IBG is $112. We're right back into that high. I'm looking at wetting the beak next at 112. We're in at 8. Look, it's not exploding to the high side. Anything below that dollar, I'm gone. So we've taken out the majority of the positions so far. So I'm just waiting for a move up to add, quite frankly. But there is a buyer here at higher and higher levels every single time, and we just popped up into 14 super quick and rejected. That's a real wick because I'm seeing it on my platform. Now I'm concerned that we did that and then rejected. So could that mean the sellers are now in control? What I'm trying to look for on the 5-second chart are the higher lows. That's what's operative in my book, as long as we have higher lows. Now that could change in a second, and my mind needs to be able to change with that as well. So here we go again, dipping into 106, 107. This is where the buyers have been stepping in. I'm looking for continuation here above that $115, above the $114 ideally, because that is where the high of the day is. So I'm just keep packing my patience. Don't want to take it out too quickly. Holding a little piece here for a possible move up as we zig back into 110s. We're putting in kind of lower highs now. So I'm a little concerned, even though we got the higher lows on, we've got lower highs. So there seems to be a seller at 9 prior. It was 10 prior to that. It was 11. So we're certainly getting some selling over here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move up my stop from below that dollar. I'm going to move it up to 102s. So let's go ahead and throw it up. Oh, I'll put it on 101s. And then we'll just put into 90, 102, and then we'll just put into 98 there for the remaining amount. So I've moved up my stop on this one. Let's see if that helps me prevent any kind of like unnecessary holding into an area where it clearly should have been stopped out. So that lower high pattern is still in play. And here's what I'm looking at, just so you guys can kind of get what I'm talking about here. So there we go. This is the 5-second chart. So you can kind of see every successive pop a little bit lower than the prior one, right? And so you can kind of feel that the sellers are in control here. Alas, you're still coming into an important area. Let's see if now we get that buying off that 102. So then I will get stopped out over here as it loses that dollar area. 101, so we'll get stopped out in the remaining amount there. That's all right as it continues to bleed more. So good thing that we stopped the bleeding before it bled even further. But what I'm trying to keep an eye out is if I got bamboozled and this is going to rocket right back up. It's no, pardon me. It is not, at least not yet. So that's what we'll keep an eye out on that. Sorry, I'm just setting up my screen over here. EOSC, I've been holding this one for a long time, and there's been nothing doing over here. And I did get the ad finally at 505. So let's set up an order on this one. I'm going to set up at 510s. See if we can get something in and around that level right now at 510s. That's all I've got right now, Joseph. I'm going to do the news if you have anything you want to cover. Otherwise, I'm just going to jump right into it.
Yeah, hop right in, brother.
Hop right in.
I'm
Let's
still
do
in.
this,
I'm
baby.
still in the exact same 2 positions, doing the same thing here. Looking like NVDA might pop up against us, and then you can see Tesla selling too. So that's fun stuff there.
All right, man, let's do this over here. Let's start. Give me a second, Assassino, to set this up. So let's talk about a little BTC. Obviously, it's old news, but some of the data here could be important. So let's get right to it. Bitcoin surged From what I saw on my platform, 123,500, give or take. The gain follows a $1.18 billion inflow into spot BT ETFs on Thursday. That was the strongest day these spot ETFs have had in all of 2025. And it was led, unlike some people's assertions, it was led by institutional buyers who continue to accumulate, reportedly adding $15 billion between a 6 to 8 week period. So institutional buyers weaseling into the tune of $15 billion over a 6 to 8 week period. Long-term holders are locking in supply while retail investors remain largely sidelined. I don't know how I feel about that little comment there, because I know that people are punching in, myself included. Risk from Trump's new trade disputes may cause volatility, but institutions seem to be kind of unfazed by this latest tariff issue and are continuing to punch in Bitcoin and crypto at large nonetheless. It's also the start of crypto week, Joseph. The U.S. House begins debating major crypto bills this week in what's being dubbed Crypto Week. Key legislations include, amongst others, not the only one, the Genius Act, which would regulate stablecoins and digital dollar issuance. There's also new rules as parts of these legislation that could provide clearer federal guidelines, long demanded, obviously, by the crypto industry at large. And some year-end targets, if you're interested in listening to this, 10 times research here, or 10x research, or whatever they call themselves, Joseph, sees year-end BTC, oh baby.
I'm really rich.
At 140 to 160,000, supported by macro and policy trends. You guys want more, huh? You want 200? Oh, Neil's like, I'm rich. No. The biggest overhang, though, Joseph, it's not all just sunshine and rainbows. Yeah. The Fed's hawkishness, as well as interest rate, I don't know, this thing says interest rate hikes. I don't believe that. Possibly triggered by tariff-driven inflation. Some tailwinds, though, could be, like we've been talking about a long time, the sovereign wealth funds buying this one up. We know central banks are buying up gold. Now they're buying up Bitcoin. It's not just, retails and or hedge funds. It's these pension funds, sovereign wealth funds. What else? There's other funds as well, hedge funds, picking these up. And, it's been definitely reflected in the price action, Joey. Anything you want to add there?
Yeah, Bitcoin's been phenomenal. I'm all out of NVDA here, guys. It broke through, so we did take a loss on that one, but that's okay. We'll just hop out of that because the market is just slowly grinding higher. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a liquidity grab and then eventually starts to slowly curl over because of that open interest. It may not happen today, but at some point throughout the week, we will get involved in that. But as for Bitcoin...
That's a flat top break, just screaming your name there.
Yeah, well, I got out of it, though. I got out. I was short here. Yeah, you see I was short? Yeah. And then we got that move down, it ran right into support, and then sure enough, it just kind of squeezed up there against me. But as for Bitcoin, Sharif, I think this is going to be a really important candle from a daily standpoint. If it closes like this come Monday morning, I will be closing out some of my contracts because I don't want to hold this against me. So I'm just going to with what the technicals are telling me, and whether it goes higher, then I'll just leave something for a runner, but then I'll lock in the majority of the position. Right.
And like such a sound execution too, because you're coming at this from the options and the equities.
Yeah.
And so your equities are your long term. You're not going to sell those, but your options, that's where you're printing short term on. Makes absolute sense to do that.
Absolutely.
Shout out to you, man. It's excellent work right there.
Appreciate that.
All right, guys, let's talk a little NVIDIA. Your boy Jensen's headed back to China. And he told CNN that China can't rely on U.S.-made chips due to potential restrictions and sufficient local computing power. Really, Jensen? Jensen's seeing local competition, I guess, spur up. He said it kind of discreetly like that. He argued the Chinese military developments don't depend on NVIDIA or U.S. tech stacks. He dismissed concerns that NVIDIA's chips are aiding China's military defense, despite ongoing bipartisan export restrictions out of Washington. He reiterated, Huang, that is, criticism of U.S. chip export restrictions, saying they undermine America's tech leadership in the world. And he warned that isolating half of the world's AI developers, many of whom are obviously in China, limits U.S. global influence. I guess that's the counter argument to the restrictions. He stressed that U.S. dominance in AI requires global adoption of American tech, not isolationism. That has been kind of the argument by proponents of free trade, not free trade, but, against these export restrictions to China and other jurisdictions. So we're going to have to wait and see how Washington responds. NVIDIA's China market has already been cut in half, guys. The company reported developing new China-compliant chips to retain market access under tightened regulations, but we'll have to see how much they've lost and whether or not the regulator, i.e. Donald Trump and crew, come back later once he's already designed these chips, has them manufactured, ready to sell, like the H20. Remember that, all of a sudden, he wasn't able to sell it overnight, which is very, very tough for company planning. He is preparing, Huang, that is, Jensen Huang, for a second trip this year to China after recently meeting with Donald Trump last week. U.S. lawmakers have warned him quite clearly that engaging with entities tied to China's military or export blacklist is strictly prohibited, and they will not stand for it. So we'll have to see how he navigates that. Analyst says he is walking a tightrope trying to maintain access to China without provoking U.S. political backlash. I'm going to assume that's probably harder to do than, mate CI.
Absolutely, Sharif. I agree with you on that front. And we all know what's going on with the H20. Yeah, he's got to tiptoe his way through China to see if he can get rolling. But he's opening up. Donald Trump helped open up to more sovereign nations, like in the Gulf and everything along those lines. So even if China can't be one of their primary customers, I think they'll have the ability to continue to grow.
I'm going to throw you a curveball.
For sure.
So we know that Marco Rubio met with his counterpart from China last week in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, a Chinese foreign minister, that is. And basically, it was looked at as a springboard for a for a Xi-Trump meeting, right? It was going to be like a meeting between, and I think Xi invited Trump to China, so I think he invited him and the First Lady as well.
Yep.
So after that, we heard that your boy Donald was looking at bringing a contingent of business leaders to China in the way that he did with the Middle East when they went to Qatar and they went to UAE and Saudi and everything like that. Joseph, if that happens and he brings the business leaders with him, is there a possibility that that trip somehow manifests or something out of that trip into a chip deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be the intention of him bringing all those people there, is so that they can find a common ground to come up with a deal, a chip deal, whatever it may be. So yeah, in short answer, yes, I think that would be his primary objective. If he's bringing these group of individuals with him, he's not going to go there with a goal of, hey, let's see how I can sabotage this.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think he's going to go there with the mindset of like, hey, how can we make the best deal for America, and then try to make it so it's okay for China.
And you got to assume these business leaders want access to the Chinese market as well. So they're going to be pushing him in that direction as well.
Exactly.
Whether or not he gives a what, he doesn't seem to care.
He doesn't care whatsoever.
He marches to the beat of his own drum. We know how Donald works.
I agree with you there.
All right, let's talk a little Meta, Assassino, because Zuckerberg faces trial over Facebook's role, remember this, in the Cambridge Analytica scandal? If you don't, let me tell you a little bit about it. Mark Zuckerberg will testify this week in a major $8 billion shareholder lawsuit tied to Facebook's mishandling of user data. Shareholders do allege in the lawsuit that Zuckerberg and other Meta executives, I'll get to those in a minute, ignored risks tied to a 2012 FTC agreement and failed to prevent the Cambridge Analytica breach. Plaintiffs include institutional investors as well as pension funds like the California State Teachers Retirement System. The scandal erupted back in 2018 after it was revealed that Cambridge Analytica accessed data from millions of Facebook users without their consent. Some people say the data was used to support Donald Trump's 2016 presidential election, and Meta ultimately paid over $5 billion in regulatory fines and settlements related to the data breach and the prior consent order violations. The defendant includes some heavyweights, man. Sheryl Sandberg, former COO of Meta, lovingly called the only adult in the room early on because they were all children. Board members, Peter Thiel, the heavyweight, Reed Hastings, Mark Andreessen. This is a who's who of the heavyweights over here, all implicated. Meta is not a defendant, though, in the suit, but is deeply implicated in the case due to the conduct of its leadership. The case will scrutinize internal Meta board communications and decisions post that 2012 FTC order. IBG is breaking out, by the way, guys. Plaintiffs argue that Zuckerberg ran a tightly controlled board and that executives intentionally violated user privacy rights to the benefit financially. The trial is expected to last about 8 days, give or take, and may shed light on Meta's leadership practices and ethics. Really what comes to mind, to me, the first thing that I see, the case will scrutinize internal Meta board communications and decisions. Companies hate opening up the books, and they have to do it in discovery, or what do you guys call that in the States? You guys call that, we call it discovery here. You guys call it depositions, okay? So they hate that because these are all subpoenaed documents that they would not release otherwise. And they obviously have trade secrets, strategies, et cetera, that they don't want to open up. Now, the good side of this, it's quite dated. 2012, 15 years ago, 13 years ago, excuse me. So it's been a long time, and you could say a lot of the people that were involved at the time are no longer there. So really, how much do people know about how the company is being run? That always does concern me, though, Joseph, from a competition perspective, that you got to open up the books.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be giving away those secrets. And I mean, we all know what Meta's been up to. Let's take a look at this thing from a technical standpoint. Meta has been just on an absolute monster run. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. Thank God it worked, because that would have been embarrassing. But there it is. Here it is, guys. Like, I mean, Liberation Day lows right here. It put in an actual newer low after, established a new low here after that. But off of those days, you can see that we're up a substantial amount, 50% almost in META. So Zuck and company have been half decently good, and we know what type of CapEx this guy's spending. He's trying to put together a super team of AI intelligence, and I think he's off to the right track. So it's only a matter of time until you see Meta at the all-time highs there, guys. Adara, what do you got for us?
Bloomberg reporting here, apparently the Department of Defense is awarding contracts with a $200 million ceiling to OpenAI, xAI, Google, and Anthropic. Google, if anything, pushing lower on this. Apparently, the goal of these contracts is going to be to accelerate AI adoption across the military and governmental systems. Separately, xAI today announced Grok for government. So clearly some government AI-related announcements. Palantir could be on watch for this. I have not seen anything about it has a contract, so I don't want to comment either way. But Palantir on watch. I'm also hearing apparently Donald Trump going to be announcing $70 billion in AI and energy investments. I've seen this headline a couple times over the past 5 minutes, so just be aware that could be on watch. Back to you.
Dude, thank you.
Training videos.
Oh, okay.
Pumped for those. Those were good times.
Good times, brother. Times over.
Micron is still down 4%. Adara, did anything come to light on Micron after that down move, or no? She doesn't know anything about it. Okay, so this thing.
So there was one catalyst on it that was actually in our watch list this morning. I think Neil mentioned it a couple times as well. Edgewater, which is like a quantitative research firm, they released a note saying that both SanDisk and Micron they had strong, I guess, demand and pricing in the first half of the year, but the second half of the year, that demand and pricing might waver. However, a ton of people on social media were like, this is not true. There is no accuracy or veracity to this. So it's kind of dealer's choice as to whether or not you want to take that seriously, but that was the only news I saw on it.
Thanks for that, Adara. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. So we'll just skip over this. So Micron's down 4%. You know, this article posited that the drop came despite recent strong earnings, suggesting investors may be reacting to macro factors or technical pressure. It really doesn't know all that much, okay? It just tells you all about it, so we'll move on. Google, getting into the AI, talent acquisition game over here. So they reached a $2.4 billion deal, Joseph, to license Windsurf's tech and hire its co-founder, Varun Mohan, along with key R&D staff. The deal stopped short of an all-out acquisition. Windsurf remains independent and can still license its tech to others, so it could scale. And then everybody canceled with scale for obvious reasons. Nobody wants to give up their trade secrets. The hires will join Google's DeepMind division with a focus on advancing agentic coding via AI or Gemini AI models. I'm going to stop here for a second.
Yep.
I've been using 2.5. And even though maybe the large language model aspect of it is cool, it still sucks relative to chat because of its all-around lack of all-around features. For example, it doesn't do any picture editing. It doesn't have any attachments in the way that what are they called? Not attachments, add-ons.
Add-ons.
And in the way that that chat does.
Chat does.
So to me, even though like it's getting better from a text perspective,
Still
but
a little
the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, I can just post a picture into ChatGPT and I say, break this down for me.
Yeah, I think we can do that with Gemini as well. But what I was saying is, like, it doesn't generate pictures.
It doesn't generate.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean, like,
Like construct a picture of this,
like
this, and
basic
this, and it
stuff,
doesn't do
like
that.
all the, you know, like. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. I tried giving it an opportunity on the weekend. I'm talking about 2.5 because we get that free with our Google account over here because we have everything Google.
But Google's got some good stuff down the pipeline, obviously.
I'm not
right?
saying it's not good, but I'm just I gotta
There's
tell you.
still lots of work to do.
Yeah, like when you compare them, well, maybe because I have the paid version of Chat, but this is the paid version of Google as well, the 2.5, right? So, Windsurf. Let's continue with this Windsurf headline. Was in acquisition talks with OpenAI for about $3 billion earlier this year, which is more than what Google paid. Google paid 2.4. Windsurf was going to get acquired by OpenAI for 3, but the exclusivity period expired. Therefore, Google jumped in. Google's deal, though, underscores OpenAI's efforts and marks another blow in the ongoing AI talent war. And we've been talking about this. Zuck picking up a lot of people, not the least of which Andrew Wang and company, and many other people as well. Meta, as I was just saying, Meta recently hired Scale founder Alexander Wang to lead its AI strategy as a part of its $14.3 billion investment. Microsoft and Amazon, as well as Google, have all absorbed talent through partial team acquisitions or licensing deals. So very much right now, if you're skilled in AI, your talents are highly coveted. Joseph, anything on that one?
Yeah. I mean, Google's been absolutely monstrous, I think, as of late, guys, with a lot going on. Let's pull it up what we got going on from a technical standpoint. I think this is going to be really important to kind of gauge here. And I was mentioning this earlier in the day as well, too, is that the fact that once you have the ability to break through this 181 and hold it, then I think that's when you're going to make that next move into 189. So just be patient on that. And then we do have earnings coming up in a couple of weeks as well, too. So keep an eye on that, especially when all the big tech names start rolling. And for me personally, what I'm looking at here is how much market share has ChatGPT chewed up from Google in the search engine, and then also cloud. If cloud comes out a beat, I think that this name is just going to go absolutely parabolic and maybe even catch up to the overall market and most definitely head towards those all-time highs. So this is going to be a really pivotal moment here in goggles.
All right, man. We know Prime Day or Prime Week or Prime Time was last week, and Amazon extended Prime Day from 48, typically to days, bless you, Neil, 48 hours to 96 hours this year, turning the 2025 edition into a 4-day shopping event for the first time ever. The company stated it was the biggest Prime Day ever, with more sales and items sold than any prior 4-day period that included a Prime Day. Bless you again, Neil. Adobe Analytics quickly becoming a really important player here in retail sales data. They reported that shoppers spent about $24.1 billion during Prime Day via online transactions in the U.S. alone. The figure, this 24.1, is a 30% bump year over year, topping Adobe's prior forecast of about 28% and underscoring strong consumer demand. So the consumer continuing to spend, or are they waiting and being more thrifty? That could be another possibility as well. Maybe it's the biggest 4-day event ever that included Prime because consumers are sick and tired of paying high prices and they're waiting for these discounted times to weasel in. So that could be another explanation as well. Amazon's deal spanned over 35 product categories, contributing to the broad-based strength in spending. So by all accounts here, it was quite a good 4 days. And I just want to mention that $24.1 billion that was spent, that wasn't just on Amazon. That was on in general in that 4-day period online. So that we already know that Target was having their Circle Day. Walmart as well had like a 3-4 day period as well. I forget what they called it, everyday savings or something like that. So Amazon's competitors were throwing a concurrent event to obviously catch some tailwind there with Amazon. So anything that you want to jump on?
Yeah. I mean, from a retail standpoint, you know that Amazon is looking to issue their own stablecoin as well too. AWS, I think, is an absolute monster and a beast. They missed actually on their previous report with AWS, but again, if they come in with a beat, I think Google and Amazon, those cloud servers, have the potential to make moves like we've seen in Microsoft's Azure. So those are really important. Azure, out of the big 3 cloud names, was the only one to actually beat on it.
Easy, yeah. It was a great.
And then look what the stock has done since its previous earnings report. So
It's up nicely. Yeah, it's up 3%, on the year.
it's
better than Tesla and Google and Apple. It's better than all those. So
how much percent you say on the year?
3%. 2.95, yeah.
Microsoft is only up 3%.
No. Microsoft.
Oh yeah, I was
Microsoft's a
gonna say,
rocket.
no, way,
20%.
way more,
Yeah.
exactly. So
No, Microsoft's a monster.
But that's the thing, right? If these 2 names decide to play catch up, watch out. This market is extremely strong. So I'm short NVDA once again, but just from the price action, you're just getting those vibes that it's an all-day trender. So you don't want to try to take too many stabs, and as I like to say, you don't want to milk a stone, especially when the market is moving.
The OG Darwin, sorry to interrupt you. The OG Darwin Congressional Committee moves to block marijuana rescheduling. Keep your eye out on these marijuana names. Let's scroll down to my watch list over here for weed. MSauce is dropping quickly, down 4%. MSOS dipping down there off a 292 high. It's now down into the low of day, 282. Shout out to the OG Darwin, always bringing the goods, now down 4.75 and bleeding more, guys. MSauce on the way down. That is the levered ETF. No, this one's not levered, is it? No, this is a regular one. It's MSOX that's levered. Excuse me. Let me add that one in. I don't know why I don't have it. MSOX. I should have that one, Joey.
I'm short.
So MSOX is down 10.25. So the triple levered ETF is really coming down here. 358 low. It's at the day's low. It's continuing to print. So keep your eye out on that right now, guys. Shout out to the OG Darwin for bringing that in. We're going to Adara. She might have something on this. So we'll wait until we get the call.
Short MaxSauce.
MaxSauce. I like that.
Yeah.
Go to Adair.
I didn't even have that headline pop up for me yet, so thank you to Darwin in the chat for bringing that up. I did go to Marijuana Moment, where the headline and article does exist, of course, and I was reading through it, so I want to provide some context. The headline is Congressional Committee moves to block marijuana rescheduling. It's a bit more complex than that. What's happening here is a House committee, primarily a Republican, I guess, House committee, apparently unveiling a new spending bill. Now, within that spending bill, there are some provisions to block the Justice Department from rescheduling marijuana. So the bill itself, or the move itself, is not blocking marijuana rescheduling. There are some provisions within said spending bill that would, block the Justice Department from rescheduling marijuana. Apparently, the legislation would maintain a separate, long-standing rider protecting state medical cannabis programs from federal interference. So yeah, kind of a mixed story, I guess, when you read the details. It's not quite as simple as the headline maybe implies. Back to you.
Go on over here to Tesla. Well, it's not really a Tesla story, guys. It's more of an XAI story with Grok 4 being released on the weekend. Let's talk a little bit about this. Elon Musk publicly stated he does not support a merger between Tesla and his AI startup XAI in response to a poll on X. We'll pause here for a second, Joseph.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
I like to execute.
So do I.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I. Speaking of execution, I'm glad that I hopped out of this Tesla trade here as well, too, guys. So we were sitting in that for some time, and you can see we just rejected the volume-weighted average price. So we just hopped out. The tape was still relatively weak. No continuation going on there. And I'm like, what is dragging the Nasdaq higher? Like, why is it so strong? And if we go across the board and look at some of these Mag 7 names, Sharif, sorry, we'll hop right back into the news.
do your thing.
None of them are substantially strong. Right? So what is it? Okay, so market breadth is picking up. Let's take a look at some of these secondary plays. What's CrowdStrike up to? CrowdStrike putting in a monster day, you know what I mean? And then what's CRM up to? You know, looking pretty decent as well. So a nice bull flag being formed, some nice higher lows being formed there as well too. So that's looking good. What is Sharif's favorite up to? Hand up. See what it's up to. It's continuously grinding higher, almost at 192 and change there, Sharif. So market breadth most definitely kicking in on today's session.
Piece of crap. All right. The statement.
statement
comes as speculation rises around potential integration of Musk's various companies, particularly with the growing role of AI in Tesla's ecosystem. We know that Tesla's going to include Grok in its cars, so you're going to be able to use that in a future update. I don't know if they already dropped the update. He did hint, Musk that is, hinted that Tesla may hold a shareholder vote on investing in XAI, though no date was confirmed by Musk. This follows a poll last year where a majority of his followers on X did vote or supported, I should say, a $5 billion investment by Tesla in XAI. And to build on that point, the Wall Street Journal's reporting that SpaceX has actually agreed to invest about $2 billion into XAI, another Musk company, obviously, as a part of a broader overall $10 billion funding effort. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But I got to tell you, a lot is being made online now about how good Grok 4 is. So XAI continues to scale aggressively, billing Grok 4 as the most intelligent AI to date. Independent testers says Grok 4 performs above average, though exact capabilities remain under scrutiny. Of course they're under scrutiny. They belong to Elon Musk. They're not going to give him anything for free. No, but seriously though, I was listening to All In podcast on the weekend, and a lot of the members of All In, mostly Chamath though, basically billing Grok 4 as having an unlimited number of PhDs at your disposal.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, Joseph. Now they're saying that Grok 4 has actually solved engineering problems that have not been solved in real life.
Really?
In addition to that, they're saying that Grok 4 last year, or Grok, has synthesized all human-made information, produced information so far, and now it is going to start solving unsolved problems and learning off that and grading itself on these unsolved, essentially synthetic data, made up data, non-human generated data that it's going to kind of solve and then give itself somehow a grade on how good that solution was. And based upon that grade, it will either incorporate it into its pre-training, or it'll kind of degrade degrade it down, or give it like a lower score, something like that.
But I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't even think we understand the potential of this AI boom. It's just getting started. Essentially, the sky, there is no limit. It can go as far as the human mind, not even the human mind, the computer can take itself. So we haven't even tapped into anything. When did ChatGPT come out? 2022 or 23?
Yes,
whatever.
22,
So
November 22.
It's still so new. It's still in its infancy. And I mean, there's so much room for this space to grow. And I think a lot of that is the reason why we're still driving this bull market here today.
Makes absolute sense, guys. We're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. We have our first crypto week related catalyst, but it actually isn't coming from the House. Instead, it's coming from a joint statement from a variety of federal agencies here. That includes the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. So these agencies collectively releasing a pretty long document here about crypto asset safekeeping by banking organizations, just basically emphasizing risk management. Nothing huge in this report. It did skim through it, but as I mentioned, it's about 7 pages and in pretty formal text. But either way, definitely keep an eye on some of these crypto plays. It looks like we're getting a bit of a start to our crypto week, as it's been called. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. And just building on a little bit more, bro. So he's released 2 paid versions. There is the kind of the Pro, I think he called it Pro. It's like $30 a month or something like that. And there, of course, typical to Elon, can't call it, it's something different. He's calling it Grok Heavy. He thinks it's a dang rocket, bro. What is the Falcon Heavy? Calm down there, Elon, bro.
I think I know what he was getting on there with Grok Heavy, but.
Well, okay. I actually don't know. You'll have to tell me off camera.
Well, there you go. You can show the geofence of Austin.
Oh my God, I don't even want to bring that up.
I've seen someone mention it.
Neil, did you? Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there. You guys go do your own research. I know you're gonna want to hear this. Have a look at the Austin geofence, Neil, for the Tesla Robotaxi. Tell me what the geofence map looks like to you. I can make this simple for you. I can send it to you. Neil's like, yo, man, I'm not
Hey,
going to put in the
man.
work. Just send it to me. But you guys do your own research in the chat. True to Elon fashion, he's just kind of, he's still got big kid, man. He's a child, right?
Hey,
Just a very smart child.
But that's what they say, man. When you got that type of money, it just allows you to kind of be youthful that much longer. So
Exactly.
You can do whatever you want, right?
So anyway, this heavy one, it's going to be 3,000 US a year.
Grok heavy.
Yeah. So apparently it's better than 03 Pro, and that's what's it called? Altman's best model so far.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. He is living life, Kumar. He don't give a you know what. He's just like, look, I'm doing it. You don't like it? There's the wall. Go smash your head against it.
I don't care.
I do not care. Let's talk about China exports, SSENO, because they did quite well in June for whatever reason. So Chinese exports rose 5.8% year over year in the month of June, beating Reuters' 5% target there. It was led by strong demand outside the U.S., as well as obviously temporary tariff relief. Imports climbed about 1.1%, marking their first positive growth in 2025. Can you believe all their import prints year to date have been negative? Although it was slightly below expectations, even still. Despite 3 straight months of U.S. export declines, for example, June's minus 16.1% drop was a notable improvement than the minus 34 that we printed in May. So the drop is starting to kind of, I don't want to say it's bottomed out, but it's definitely slowing down. So where are they sending their products, Joe? Shipments to Southeast Asia increased 16.8% year over year, as well as to Europe, 7.5%, a bit more than 7.5% increase year over year, with major gains seen in rare earths, which actually increased 60.3% year over year. Steel up 10%, and integrated circuits about 25.5%. So even though the EU is terrified of China as well, let's just be very honest about it. They have an industry they have to defend. They are sending their products to the EU over the US as a result of earlier. We had that 145% tariff, not anymore though.
Absolutely.
So that is the look there. So China continues to kind of, recover, or I don't want to say recover, but move away from exclusively relying on China or in the U.S. for their exports.
You know what? And you've seen that, like, it's not as talked about as we think, but it's like when America's like, all right, we're slapping tariffs on essentially everybody, we're trying to restructure our trade deals, but that led to other countries being like, hey, let's work out a deal for ourselves. Let's sway from it, right? You know what I mean? And just use it as an example, until this started happening, I never seen that much Australian beef in the grocery stores.
It's very true, man.
Now we have a lot of Australian.
But you're going to see more.
You're going to see more, right? So it's just like, okay, yeah, you're going to give us a hard time. Well, guess what? There's umpteen amount of countries that are willing to strike deals with us. We're not going to go through the headache of having to go through. Obviously, everybody wants to be tapped into the American consumer, but there's other ways around these things, and that's just one example of just now how Canada has slightly shifted. Now it's like, okay, buy Canadian, you're seeing this, and then now you're starting to see Australian beef in our supermarkets, and that I never personally seen that before. So.
No, you see a lot of the lamb. Australian lamb is a big deal. But
now it's all of them is the top sirloin cuts.
There you go.
And everything.
But I want to build on your point, because your boy Carney has made that very clear, the Prime Minister of Canada. He's not going to turn his back on the U.S. That would be foolhardy and impossible. But what he will do is build new trade relationships. And let's be even more clear about it. He invited President or Prime Minister Modi when Justin Trudeau had basically all but outcasted Prime Minister Modi. He flipped the switch 180 degrees just like that. And you know what else he did on the weekend? He's reopening trade dialogue with China. Another thing that your boy Trudeau had basically all but closed the door on, because he wants to tell the other parts of the world how they should be living rather than them decide for themselves. So you know he had to discipline them. Joseph Carney ain't worried about disciplining anybody. He's all about where the money is, where how can the Canadian economy be sound. So he's opening up two previously closed doors under the previous government.
Well, and then also the natural resource store as well too, right? Opening that door, going to start exporting liquid natural gas. I'm pretty sure Germany was like, hey, Canada, we want your LNG. Trudeau says, we're not doing that stuff anymore. We're green nowadays. But I think that Carney's going to reopen those doors.
He is. So. Yeah. And they're I don't even want to get into this right now, but they're actually talking about building a railroad from northern Alberta directly into the Hudson's Bay, with a possible shipping port into the Hudson's Bay that can go either from the Northwest Passage, or I don't know why they do that, because BC doesn't want them to build through a pipeline through their land, so they can go through the Northwest Passage and go west, or they can go east on the Atlantic. So he's literally, there's going to be basically a west to east railroad from Alberta into the Hudson's Bay, and then they can go whichever direction. Obviously still on paper, but
yeah, but that's what we need.
I like the ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get to this last one over here. Donald Trump increasing tariffs on all EU imports effective August 1st. He posted in a public letter to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, It follows similar threats, obviously, to other trading partners, Mexico and Canada included, who have now been slapped with 30% tariffs starting August 1st. The tariffs would affect a wide range of European goods, including German machinery, French cheese, Italian luxury items, and Danish pharmaceuticals. Trump confirmed the new tariff would be in addition to existing sector-specific tariffs. For example, the 50% on steel and aluminum, the 25% on autos. So you bump that at 30 onto those bad boys. The EU and the US account for nearly 30% of all global trade, and together they account for 43% of all global GDP. In 2024 alone, the EU and the US traded, Joseph, listen to this eye-watering number, $1.96 trillion of trade between those two blocks, the EU and the US, roughly about 4.6 billion euros per day, if you wanted to do it on a per-day figure. The EU, though, for their part, they had a 50 billion euro trade surplus with the U.S. last year, driven largely by goods, about a $198 billion surplus only for goods. But when you average goods and services, it ends up being only a $50 billion trade surplus or euro surplus for Europe, okay? But when you just look at goods, they got a 198 billion euro surplus, and obviously Donald's not going to like that because we've been talking about manufacturing.
He does not like that, no.
The most exposed sectors, Joseph, include pharmaceuticals, autos, aircrafts, with Germany, Italy, and Ireland expected to feel the brunt of these new tariffs. European ministers are meeting in Brussels to plan a response, but no retaliatory steps have been announced yet. The bloc had previously offered to buy more, as you were saying, Joseph, buy more U.S. LNG and defense equipment in hopes of avoiding blanket tariffs. I thought Obi was getting amped up there for a second. And then this article over here, I didn't get a chance to review because I ran out of time, but basically Tim Cook may not be out, but they're saying a lot of C-suite executives may be finding the door quite soon. So,
well, I mean, that's how it starts, right? We all know that ish rolls downhill, but eventually it will creep back up there. And then once you start going up those ranks in the totem pole and things aren't working for you, it's one after the other, right? You just keep chopping each executive branch down lower and lower and lower until you're eventually at the top. And then it's like, what is really wrong with this going on here, guys? So yeah, Tim Cook's got to get this right. He's extremely behind here. So a lot going on with that Apple stuff. So video news, Joseph, what's up, brother? Yeah, I'm super exhausted today for some reason. I woke up in the middle of the night. But yeah, we're still short this NVDA. This market is so strong here, guys. Look, I would suspect that we would get more of a retracement, but then it prints this candle right here, and it's like, no, see ya later. They don't want any of that smoke, so just be cautious of what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised if we do catch a couple selling days. Just look how extended this market is, in my opinion. But this is a healthy breath. We are now a couple percentage points off of the previous all-time high. Let's see, to be exact, 3.4%. It's just like, at what point are we going to get that pullback? I'm looking for 10, 15%, but it just may not come, or when it will, it's going to be when you least expect it. But anything can turn this market on a dime, right? So tired because of that weekend. Yeah, no, seriously, Neil, when you're kicking really hard, when you're chilling out really hard, you get tired sometimes. So, and I was also up. Adara can attest for that. Yeah, Adara knows exactly what I'm talking about there. So, no, I mean, Milo woke me up at like 3:30 in the morning, so I was just like, yeah, man, this guy, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I would get another. I love him to bits, but I don't think I would get another dog. I don't even know how I would do with a kid. And I heard you get no sleep with a kid, and I can't even sleep with this dog. Yeah, I might get a cat, Obi. I might get a cat so it can just entertain Milo, to be honest with you. I love playing with him, but when he's just home alone, we get them the cat, and then maybe the cat won't let him wake up at 3 in the morning and tell him to go back to sleep or anything like that. But yeah, anyways, guys, let's see. You can just see the strength in the market, right? We're not getting those pullbacks. So we got a big time trend day, and then come tomorrow. Oh, Sean's gonna get cheesed at me. I wonder if Sean's listening. Time for tomorrow's trade today. Yeah. Sean, he's mad at me. He's turning right now on his vacation. Yeah. Tell him.
You got a 12-10 marker. We got to make sure we split that 12-10.
153.
And we got a 153 marker. Assassino, we got to write these down, baby.
Then we got
to expose Joey.
We don't ask for much around here.
We keep asking, though. Every time we keep asking.
We don't ask for much, but we keep asking, baby, and that's all you can do, right? Otherwise, you're not going to get what you want. So, but no, in all seriousness, he wants a cat to be his dog? No. Oh, that's crazy. Cat dog. Remember that show?
Yo, can I say something, man?
Yeah.
So a new neighbor has moved in 2 condos below me. So I'm on the 6th floor, even though there's no 4th floor.
Male
so
or female?
It's a family, Joseph. Pump the brakes,
okay.
bro.
All right, sorry,
it's a family. I know.
Sorry,
right away, you see that, Neil? He didn't even want to know what the story had. He's like, look, bro, is it male or female? Like, all right, Joseph, they got a cat.
Yeah.
I don't have an aversion with cats. I know Ob loves cats. I love cats. I think they're great. I know you love cats. I got no problem with cats. But here's the deal. This cat, bro, they let the cat on the balcony.
Yeah.
This cat's a wild one.
Oh no.
Bro, I found the cat on the condo or the condo balcony below me.
No,
it climbed up.
Yeah. Those things are crazy.
And when we were out on the balcony and it's staring at us, bro.
Oh, so you were downstairs?
No, I'm looking right at it. It's looking right up at me.
I was gonna say.
I'm like, this thing's already found its way up
there.
So we know it knows how to climb.
So it's only a matter of time until you find it on your balcony.
I find it on my balcony, and then, if it finds its way in, because maybe the screen door is open, there's 2 Frenchies there that are gonna...
Two cat killers right there.
I don't know what to do. Like, you gotta tell the neighbors downstairs. You gotta.
Hey, it's like, hey, I don't know. You just gotta start. Like, hey, I know you guys haven't been here that long, but you gotta understand that Betty and Veronica run these hallways and the balconies around here. Otherwise,
that's so funny. If you saw how they looked, like they ain't ready, they're not ready nothing.
They ain't doing nothing.
Oh,
you know
man,
what I mean?
that's so jokes.
Our guy. Before we read this out, we gotta be careful on what we're gonna read here.
All right, are we good to go on this one? All right, we're gonna do it live. Yeah. Sorry to hear Joe Homer is so tired today. I guess those bath bombs really did wear him out. Or maybe his ears hurt from all the laying on the couch. Really, Joey, tell him about that. Tell him about your outdoor escapades, baby.
No, yeah, but I guess, like, man, I was just riding the bike around. Yeah, so we just got those rental bikes. That's my new thing. For me, when I find something new, I just abuse it until I don't like it anymore. And right now, it's currently those bike shares. So it's just you tap that thing on your phone, and you're on your merry way, and you can just ride around the whole city instead of me rollerblading or anything like that. I can hop in and out, go to this store, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's what I was doing on Saturday. And then Sunday we played hockey bright and early in the morning, and that was it really. So, but the reason why I'm tired is because also Milo got me up at 3:30.
Yes, I know. You gotta deal with that.
So these guys.
I respect that, man. I feel like I got a case of sunstroke, man, on Saturday. We spent hours and hours on the beach. It was sick time.
It was a heater out there.
Man, have you been to Queen Street on beaches, like just regular during the day?
No.
Man, you got to, okay, first of all, it's fantastic in terms of a patio kind of.
patio environment.
Everything on Queen Street's got a patio. It's super live. And then like the beach access and Queen Street are not that far away from each other. So you got everybody coming in for lunch and then everybody goes right back down to the beach. It's so much better to go to that part of beaches than the actual like touristy part where they have the exactly, where people are not from the area.
Yeah, I usually don't roll on the east side of the DVP there. That's my limit.
Yeah, I know. Well, you got beaches is there.
Yeah, exactly.
Adara, I know you love the beaches as well.
I love the beaches, but let's first keep an eye here on bank earnings previews. This is for Q2 2025. This starts the earnings seasons off, and also just, I mean, certainly something worth watching. The first top row, these are going to be earnings we're expecting tomorrow morning. The bottom row, earnings on Wednesday morning. So if you want a quick refresher as to what the earnings per share and revenue estimates are going to be for tomorrow and Wednesday, check this out on X at TTV Research. Also, Sharif, in the beaches, you have to be very careful because one of my best friends used to live there, grew up there, and they have Facebook groups, and they will just call you out. Like, I've seen some of the posts, and at one point, a woman got very upset. People were wearing crop tops in the neighborhood. So, yeah, this is like, it is a very intense community, I must say that. Back to you.
Adara's point, because she's absolutely accurate. So this guy actually saved me. So you know how in a lot of Toronto streets, you can only park on one side of the road and then they flip the next month to the other side and you keep alternating, right? So I didn't realize because there were people parked on both sides. And I literally mean from the beginning of the street to the end. The left side was parked and everyone was parked on the right. So I parked with everybody on the right. And then there was this gentleman, you could tell, he was up to here because everyone parked illegally on that right side. No one was supposed to. So he sees me parking. Nice enough to come up. He's like, look, man, do what you want. But I'm telling you, if you park here, you're going to get slapped with a ticket because you're not supposed to park on this side. But I'm like, everybody else is parked over here. I mean, they're going to get everybody a ticket. Joey, there's like 35, 40 cars. It's the entire length of the road.
Oh, buddy, that guy, that ticket guy hit his quota.
So I ended up seeing the ticket guy at the top of the street because I was walking on the beach. I'm like, nothing's going to happen. So I asked the ticket guy, I'm like, or the parking enforcement guy. I'm like, you're going to slap everybody with a ticket? He's like, look, man. Yes, but even if I don't, there's like 20 other enforcement officers around the area. They will. So I just moved my car, bro. So he saved me like $60 on the ticket there. So even though they very much enforce their neighborhood rules, he saved me some money. So he's in my good books.
Shout out to them, man. And those people aren't in my good books. I'll tell you that for free. There's no questioning that. Did I tell you the story of a couple weekends ago? Sorry, we got the ad read. We're going to drop that story. Don't worry about that story. Anyway, actually, long story short, I'll just tell you guys. At the hockey arena, nowhere to park. I park on the grass. The lady's like, sir, you can't park there. And I'm like, who are you to tell me that I can't park here? Obviously wasn't an enforcing lady or anything like that. But I'm like, this lady would 100% call the parking or tow company on me. So I had to move my car off of the grass and like
100%
drive around.
She'll call that on you.
1,000%. But I'm like, who are you? Get out of here. I'm just trying to play hockey.
She's a parking enforcement, pseudo parking enforcement lady. Joey. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, baby. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you choose your own path. You can choose instant funded. You can choose the challenge account or even the pro account and start trading your way to real profits and even a live account, guys. And in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders, guys, just like you. So if you're interested, use that discount code TTV to save on any account or scan that QR code or head to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Shout out to them. Good look and a good idea there. All right, Joey, we're doing it freaking live. We're going to take some profits here on EOSE, but it is now time to send you
already
to Obi and Neil. But before we do that, Adara is at the big desk.
Great breakout here for OKLO. I'm not seeing any news on Oklo. I mentioned earlier, Bloomberg reporting that Trump is going to be unveiling $70 billion in AI and energy investments. But again, this headline's been repeated a couple times, but it was first reported at least, I think, 45 minutes to an hour ago. So it's not new. Either way, OKLO, decent retail attention, 15% short float. Pushing higher as we send you over to the afternoon show with Obi and Neil. Back to you.
Ooh, I like that. I love that transition. Who did that?
What is up, everybody?
Assassino, that was legit. I'm a big fan of it. Welcome, everybody. We're back. We learned a lot today in this market. And to be honest, like the biggest thing that the market taught me today, and I'm not like this, I do the lesson of the day every single day, and the market's a great teacher, and especially when you've been around so long, you think you can't learn something new. What I learned today is do not tell Joe where he can or cannot park. Apparently, he's very passionate about that. Especially if he's 100% in the wrong, then you don't tell him what he can or cannot do.
Oh boy.
That's all I'm saying.
I missed part of that story, but
Well, I don't know. Apparently the man was just parking on some grass and didn't take it too kindly to someone telling him where he can or can't park. Don't tell this man what to do.
I like that attitude. You know, it's like, wait. It was the arena
grass. It wasn't her grass? No. Okay.
You got to be like, yo, do you own the arena? Come on.
You're taxpayer dollars. So he parked there because he saw someone else parked. I'm just saying, stay off my grass. It's like one of those there. No, let's be real. But look, this market, after all the strength that we had this morning, like now we're starting to fall back down. I just wanted to know, like you saw Oklo was moving around their SMR, moving around. There's some of these nuclear names catching a little bit of a bid. I mean, a little bit of a bid. OKLO is the one that caught a bigger bid. I was just trying to look over at SMR to see if it was going as well, because that's one I own. But Oklo looking pretty strong in here. It was what an unbelievable reversal morning that we had on some of those stocks.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it was
Beautiful
Tesla,
reversal.
whether it was Robinhood at the open, just complete rocket ships. And we'll talk about all these for sure. But like the reversal on Tesla was insane at the open. The sellers getting complete control of the stock. It also happened over there in Robinhood. There's a lot of themes that we're going to go over for sure. There was what's the most lazy thing of all time is there was that MSOS move at the weed names going to the downside. Basically, there's a push. Potentially there was like some legislation against federalization and legality and blah, blah, blah. The reason why I'm rolling my eyes over this candle happens in MSOS and Tilray did that. I'm like, oh, this is like a free roll. I'm like, it's 63 something. Like I can short this with 0.1 cents worth of risk and with the news and it should go. And then it goes 1 cent. So the risk to reward was fine. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get another leg out here. But the risk to reward was fine. But when I say there was a lack of follow through, I guess the weed names just don't even care anymore. They're like, good news, bad news, we're not gonna get any more out. I'm just gonna keep taking some out in front of the 62. But yeah, I saw that news come out in the middle of the day. I'm like, I'm shorting this, and absolutely nothing happened. It went 1 penny for me, despite MSOS dropping like 8%.
Yeah, that was.
Tilray decided to go down like that.
I think the opportunities are definitely there in the market, but maybe not exactly where you're looking for. That's what I'm realizing as well. And speaking of things that we're learning from the market, again, another lesson that I'm sure I've learned many times, but I guess I'm getting better at doing it more effectively, is fighting a bit of the trend before the move actually comes in. This AMD move was absolutely wild, absolutely crazy there. And yeah, in the morning, some beautiful reversions as well. We saw the Tesla reversion there, the hood failure to follow through, the NVIDIA reversions back to back, the opening drives, absolutely beautiful. Look at the bid here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. A little bit of a shake and bake in the morning session, yes. But eventually, we do catch a bid break out of opening range highs, and since then, we've had a bit of a grinding bid all the way to the upside there. So a bit of a fight for me on this AMD here, but eventually managed to kind of catch a little bit of the move here. You can see I've been keeping it tight, keeping it tight, keeping it tight. And then it comes in, I'm like, all right, well, this is looking much better now, but I am covering a bit too early here. I'm looking for VWAP, to be honest, because look, this stock has been bidding up since about 948, 945. It has not seen any sort of significant pullbacks, maybe a little bit of a hold of that 146 on AMD. Again, no catalyst, not anything strong necessarily. NVIDIA's making some moves as well, but this one, when it comes to the chip sector, was quite hot. But you know what? Let's see what you guys have been talking about with the rundown with Sharif. We'll be right back.
Well transition.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. OB in for Sean, as you just saw. But the big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those stickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote. Super easy to vote now, guys. Throw in that $sign, then a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers and it populates at the end of our show. Here's our look at all 4 major averages. We started negative on a couple of them anyway. The ES and the NQ started the day out negative. That's since changed. The ES now up 0.2, doubling up the ES is the NQ up 0.4. The triple Qs, that is the best performing major average again, guys. The Russell 2000 up 0.6 or a little bit less, with the Dow up 0.2. So the ES and the Dow kind of looking very much like one another right now. Here's the first ticker as decided by you guys. TSLA, we're well off the highs there on Tesla, but at least still positive momentarily. There was really no headline on it, but there was speculation over the weekend that Tesla would be possibly making an investment into XAI now with Grok 4 out, guys, and the commentators and a lot of people online speaking very well of Grok 4 and its abilities relative to ChatGPT and Gemini.
True. Before we get to Tesla, Sharif, it was on a platter for you when you talked about the Russell, and it was leading the way. Every day I'm rustling, rustling. That's where you got to go with that one. Yeah, just when it comes. Sharif, that's you. Don't make me have to do it because no one wants to hear me do that. Tesla, hey, well, at least the breakout was good on Tesla. Like, this morning came in with the note thinking it was one of two things. Like one or the other. It was either at a 319 break or a 312 dip. Who knew? It actually did both those things. Ultimately, like you said, the catalyst wasn't that big of a deal for Tesla, this whole Grok thing. It was kind of just going on its own. Really, what I hope is happening here with Tesla is you're getting a nice, gentle, nice, gentle higher low. Like the break of the downtrend has not been nearly as explosive as it's been for a lot of the tech names. And some of that has to do with, you can say, Elon's distractions and whatnot. But whatever you want to point to, there's just not the enthusiastic buying in Tesla that some of the rest of the market has had to get us back to the highs. You just can't deny it. And for the fact that we didn't get the breakaway from the 50 and the 200, which is what I was banking on today. We break that 19 and get the breakaway. Took most of it out on the way to 322 where the resistance came in, and when it lost 19, just had to jump back out. I did miss the 12 because it didn't really get down there, and then tried a little breakaway on a trend break for a kind of flat trade in there on Tesla. But let's acknowledge it's just weak today, and we have a failed break where there wasn't much of a catalyst, and when the market is strong, it's going to threaten to close, rejecting both the 50 and the 200 in the same day, which would probably put me favoring shorts tomorrow. But I think it's a little early for that. I mean, anything can happen here in the last couple of hours of the day. So I don't want to give up the notion that maybe it does rally and we get a strong close. But if we close under the 50 and the 200, reject both, I will come in tomorrow likely thinking short, barring some kind of a headline change or something along those lines for Tesla. So yeah, it was a good stock. There's no question, because if you took the break, it was a good one this morning. But you had to get in, get out. And if you got short, that's even better. Obviously, if you're in the long, you're less likely to get that short, I suppose. But yeah, I'd say disappointing, because I think it could have been more of a continuation play, but it just didn't happen. So sometimes you got to hit it and quit it.
Yeah, no, again, Tesla looking distinctly different than the rest of the market right now is the first thing that kind of pops out to me. I was like, all right, a lot of people were looking at the stock, myself included, for that continuation on that news of a potential rumored, acquisition or merge with XAI. And Elon saying I think he said something about SpaceX getting their hand in some of the XAI as well. So again, in anticipation, I was looking for a little bit of a push. We were already gapping up a little bit coming into the pre-market session. This is a 15-minute chart, and this is what the market kind of looks like as of right now. So yes, initially, the first 15-minute candle on Tesla was very, similar to that of both the ES and the NASDAQ. As we wick those highs and flush back in, the NASDAQ and the ES and a lot of other stocks in the mags have pretty much recovered or found a little bit of a base. But Tesla is finding base on top of prior day's high, which is interesting. And interestingly enough, Neil pointed out that 312 level this morning. And guess what? A little bit of a double bottom happening in that 312 area with a low of 312.67 currently on Tesla. So yeah, a little bit of a crowded push off of the open. You can see even the opening candle, sure it's a Monday open, but opening candle doing some decent volume as well as we get that nice little shake and bake. But where will we go from here? I have no idea. I had a couple shots at the long multiple times over looking for that push into VWAP, which eventually did come, but I was looking for it in the morning session and it took about 2 hours and 30 minutes, didn't really come in until 1 o'clock. I was not involved with that one there. But again, like I said, lots of opportunity off the open, looking for that drive, that failure to follow through, the flush back down, the back through open, the back through opening range low, and a little bit of a consolidation, maybe just churning range right now on Tesla. So that's the look on Tesla. It was great off of the open.
Big move up for Nebius Groups today on the back of a Goldman Sachs boost here, initiating coverage with a buy rating and announcing a price target, guys, of $68. Can't quite see the percentage up on the day, but it looks like a really good start there from the morning morning onwards, guys. NBIS up big.
Yeah, maybe not a name that would ever get talked about too much here, but they're invested in a bunch of AI plays and data center exposure as well. It's got a 6.5% short float, which is pretty solid. And when I look, 19 million shares here today, which is pretty good and near the top end of its recent range, but it's not like it's blowing out on volume at all. What I do love about this, well, love's not the word, like is the better way to explain this. What I do really like about this setup up here is when you pull out the 15-minute and look where it's kind of consolidating around that 51, like you've got a pretty big, you've already made one big gap move, right? So say from down here into here, that 51 level, this seems to have another leg to go. I don't know necessarily, like what, just because we get an upgrade and that's not usually the catalyst I'm looking for, but with a 6.5% short float, this might have some legs the next couple of days. I think you give it a heartbeat after a big move like this and see if it can hold along this range, but it seems like it has another leg on an NBIS. I think there's a few other things worth looking at that'll be topping the list. We'll talk about some of the chips. It was just an MU, but we're talking chips next, so I can get to that in a second. But as far as runners go, like you can see one at the bottom of the chart that has, or it's at the bottom of the rundown that would have my eyes a little bit more. Maybe we're going to get to Oklo as well, or Oklo. Like there's just some things which are distinctly different this afternoon. But I'd rather not be trying to make a move or a play in something which seems like it's slowing down and waiting for tomorrow when there's something that's going, lots of things that are going in here today, like OKLO, like this thing breaking through the 60 level as we speak. So yeah, NBIS in a good space. Obviously AI has been a bit of a crush and looking pretty strong as an entire group. Whether or not it has that second leg or third leg in it, I think you wait for maybe later on in the week. Tomorrow, nice consolidation play. But there's other things which are going a little bit more here today.
Yeah, no, I did not have eyes on this one for sure. But again, if I was properly doing some pre-market scans, definitely would have showed up in the pre-market. You can see right here, 2 to 3 times relative volume and even expanding all the way up to 3 to 7, 6 times coming into the open and then over 7 right off of the open there. So yeah, nice little expansion of relative volume coming into the open, kind of retracing a decent chunk of Friday's sell-off. Again, that was much less volume as well, under 1 times relative volume. So giving us that reversion and that breakout coming in, going into the open there as well. So I guess if you were looking at any of that, you definitely had eyes on this off of, or going into the open at the very least. No idea if they had a catalyst or anything like that, but a decent hold of that 49 level. You can see over and over and over again, that 49 level could not break down even after a ridiculous move. Forget about this pre-market action, this volume coming in, coming into 920 right here. You can see that move pushing up about 7%, $3.40 right off the open, and unable to push back with any sort of significance with that level hold. So that's interesting to me here. Now, going into the end of the day, we're consolidating in the upper quartile of price action on the day, which is absolutely crazy. So again, looking strong with the information that's being presented on the chart. Will it follow through? I have no idea. But yeah, pretty decent move here. In terms of opportunities, again, like I said, this is just in retrospect, but you can see a little bit of a VWAP orbit here. But right away, we talk about a little bit of trend line breaks. Right here, look how clean that resistance is holding. Boom, 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 boom. When that does break, you don't, even if you're not getting involved here, this little hold, this hold, this hold, I think is pretty interesting as well. Wasn't really watching it, wasn't really trading it, but it looks pretty looking back at it. So NBIS.
AMD continuing to have a strong time. Well, today kind of flat, sold off a little bit there in the pre-market, got bought up after the bell. Lots of different rating agencies upgraded AMD last week, guys, not the least of which Goldman Sachs putting it on one of their favorites list. So AMD flat on the day, but a good macro trend as of late.
Yeah, like this, by the way, the rally in some of these nuclear names just keeps on going here. SMR is now 10.5%, Oklo's just continuing to absolutely smash it to the upside. Look, I took a shot at AMD. I know you're still in it. Obi's still in AMD. But it was one of those days where AMD was just stronger. NVIDIA and AMD are up the same percent. It's like 0.0 something. They're barely green. But if we actually look at what happened here on AMD, I will defend. I liked Tesla today. I'm not going to complain about it. Tesla did well. But AMD was absolutely ridiculous in terms of once, twice, Thursday, Friday, and then today, the 142. It's about as clear as you could imagine bottoming out at the same price. Like if you were looking at AMD as the market was dipping, as the chips were dipping, I wasn't. And I'm kicking myself because that's about as clean as you're ever going to see. And once it's made that move, I was just waiting for a chance to get a mean reversion, thinking it was going to be the shot. So the trade for myself was, this is VWAP, this is the trend, it broke the trend here, scalp, reload, scalp, break out the prior high, get out of here. And now all of a sudden it's going to go to the volume weighted average price because that's how it rolls. Just before I'm going to throw to Obi, if we break this week, it's that 148 level. This is a nice consolidative day, another day of support going into this breakout in AMD. A rising tide lifts all ships. We've been talking about it, whether you like AMD more than the stock we're going to talk about next. It doesn't matter if you just want to be able to trade this. I think there's another break coming out here on AMD, and we'll be here when, I don't want to be left taking a 150 at some point this week. I want to be long into 150 the day it starts going.
Oh my God, this was an absolutely beautiful trend. And I think Neil pointed out as well, a bit of a trend break that happened. I definitely got involved with that one as well. Thank you very much. So you can see right here. So this is, I'm getting involved with similar places, Neil, and we kind of talk about this. I was like, we talked about how much edge is there really left in getting into the confirmations. And then here, we can see that confirmation kind of reverse itself. Sure, one can argue that you're trading against trend, but here's the thing, the trade is the counter, right? The trade is the counter trend. So looking for that push into VWAP on that initial break of trend, obviously not going to work cleanly. I tried a couple of times, definitely spent a little bit of risk here because I was definitely pounding it and keeping it pretty tight on AMD while the rest of the market kind of looked, well, the rest of the sector looked like it was doing a little bit of a turn. Obviously, that didn't really come into fruition as nicely, but then we finally get this strong push into 47 halves. Hello, I like quarters. And then 47 halves finally kind of comes in right there. Getting a little lucky, I kind of only had to risk like 7-8 pennies on that on this push here, which was pretty nice, and then just covering it in a lot of it, a decent chunk of it into the trend low. Just looking at that trend. Kind of the range of the trend expanding. So I'm trying to just stay in step and be like, all right, well, if you're going to find a bid a little bit lower until this prior low at that 146 breaks, I'm not really looking to get any more into this one, but it worked out pretty well. Mischief managed, did spend a little bit of risk there, but absolutely beautiful. The reversion that stands out to me here was this one right here, 142 hold. And I think Neil pointed out that the significance of the 142 earlier on, and here I can show you guys as well. Take a look at this AMD right here. Triple whammy right here. Let's get all of these useless indicators out of the way because they don't mean anything right now. Support and resistance. There's the support from Thursday, coming in clean on the 142. Here's the support on Friday, coming in relatively clean around the 142. Here's the slam off of the open, aggressive selling. Where does it find any sort of a bid or any sort of relative liquidity to kind of hold that move in place?
Let me think. Give me a second.
Yeah. You want to take a guess?
150.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Come on.
42?
142. Let's go. So the gift that keeps on giving right here, I don't know about that. Talk about advanced money destroyer. This was advanced money defending the 142 for a push back up to 147. So within the range today, I'm trying to take it back into VWAP right now, but absolutely beautiful, beautiful price action on this. No catalyst. All right, so guys, VinFast is ramping up its India expansion, partnering with 13 major dealer groups to open 32 dealerships across 27 cities, including Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. The Vietnamese EV maker is building a strong sales, service, and spares network ahead of the July 15th pre-booking launch for its VF6 and VF7 electric SUVs. They're targeting 35 dealerships by year-end, with a CKD facility set to open later this month in India. VinFast trades under the ticker VFS on the NASDAQ exchange, so be sure you guys check them out. That's VinFast. Let's go to Sharif for NVIDIA.
So Jensen's back in China, guys. That's his second trip Jensen's made there in 2025, and he's going to have a press conference on July 16th, so not tomorrow, but we'll give it to you the day after. He made some comments, obviously, about the Chinese military before he left, basically saying that the Chinese military is not using his company's chips in order to build out there, as he had been criticized for that. So Jensen back in China. We'll have to keep an eye out on that.
I love that headline. They don't need those chips. They want them. Always having conversations. When you have kids, the conversation between the differences between wants and needs.
Oh, yeah.
That's something
that's a big conversation.
That's something you go over a lot when you're a parent.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the market, or when it comes to NVIDIA, who cares? Same thing. They want them. They need them. Well, let's be real. You're going to get some version of them. And when they do, NVIDIA is going to make more money, which is what we care about. That said, today, it was such a weird day for the chips at the open, and you would have seen them all kind of like that little flush and then a nice little recovery. But when I look at this daily chart, and I'm using this daily chart because my other daily chart's kind of jacked up, so I'll go to the shorter time frames on the others. And then, of course, I do that, and where'd it go? Seriously? All right, well, now I am using this daily chart. That was just weird. No, what's going on is we're dipping, and we're not breaking 160. So we're getting a couple of dips. We had one on Thursday, and then we had one today. We're not really breaking away, but overall, what I do like, and AMD was just different because AMD was built differently going into the exact level that you wanted, whereas NVIDIA just has buying in and around the low 60s, 160s. So I don't know that it was that easy to be able to peg, but clearly there's a supply zone at the top end of the range, 164.5. I tried a little reversion in here. I think the first reversion on AMD was a bit better, but this supply zone at 164.5, I think I want to keep it simple. We're holding this level, then we look longs off it. If you break this level, we're looking short. Like, that's the definition of an over-under. Like, for the last couple of days here, there's been clear support at 164.5 area, and the one time we broke it here, and then the other 3 times we've broken underneath it in the last 5 sessions, it's literally tanked. So that does set this thing up, to hopefully break away from 165 so we can keep going higher and everyone's happy. But if we lose this bid this afternoon on 164.5, I think that'll look short on NVIDIA. Love NVIDIA, but that's clearly a levy that if it breaks, you want to be on the other direction. You got to be able to flip it up sometimes. And I'm kind of seeing that up at this top on NVIDIA.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep that flip game strong on this one here. Again, with that crazy move off of the opening, and we're seeing a similar kind of pattern here on a lot of these names where you get that directional strength, whether it's up or down right off of the open, and then beautiful reversions, some of which actually get back through open, back through range high or low, respective to which way they were kind of traveling initially. And then we're seeing some more of that here on NVIDIA. Again, beautiful reversion kind of coming in on Friday. I was watching this. I really, really liked this short. Didn't really get involved with it, but kind of a grind slowly all the way into the close, and then maybe some follow through off of the open, which was interesting because some of those pre-market levels holding that end of day range was pretty interesting, and then that continuation coming in pretty nicely as well. Reversion of that selling does come in just as nicely for the sideways consolidation. But again, we've been consolidating sideways for over 3 hours now. So again, has not really done anything. Again, I've been involved with AMD while NVIDIA's been doing this. We kind of attempt to break the highs, we attempt to break the lows, but it's been in a consolidation range here since about, when is this? About 11 o'clock. So the range being about, I guess, just even less than $1. Oh boy, on something like NVIDIA. So nothing too much to see there after the opening session, but sideways consolidation underneath or in and around that end of day consolidation from yesterday, but going to be interesting. Going into tomorrow, this 3 hour range that's being defined right now is definitely going to be a little bit interesting to me, as well as the day high coming into tomorrow. So let's see if it has anything for us going into the close, but that's a look on NVIDIA for now.
Barry, no headline on it today, but it continues kind of the lower low and lower high trend we've been seeing essentially since that topping move that we had last week. Still, getting off the lows. It was selling off in the pre-markets, recovered a little bit, guys, but still a little bit of a downtrend here on Big Bear AI.
You know what? I'm going to say you've kind of broken this downtrend. It's just not long enough of a downtrend. And I know this was a conversation in the morning show as well. Like, have we broken this little bit of a downtrend here? I don't know that you have. It's very, very, I think it's like aesthetically, whether you want to call it a break of this downtrend. I think certainly if we can close above, it's a trend break. I don't know that it matters. It's SSR today because it was down 10% on Friday. That means the uptick rule is in effect, and it just means sometimes relief rallies can be better. So it was a classic bounce for that reason alone. And then as simple as this, Friday's afternoon, like there's your morning flush, there is your midday resistance. It's right in here at about $6.70. Well, that's where it's consolidating this afternoon, and it's got a bid. Like, just if it holds 670, continuation long this afternoon. If it breaks 670, get out. I feel the same way. Like, I'm kind of thinking for this thing, like this afternoon, there you go. Like, there's that high, like longs into that high. If it loses it, wait for view off. The same way I feel like NVIDIA, if it breaks that 164.5, I want to go short. I'm thinking the same thing with BBI. The real only the problem with it is, why would this go when clearly you're having the action and volume just go nuts over in the nuclear space? Like, SMR is just on one, Oklo is on one at this point. Like, I feel as if these are going to be the jam this afternoon, and it is just program buying. Now, when they do one of those stupid candles, like if you go just linear to the upside like this, and then put in a couple of these types of candles from the morning, that's where I would look for a mean reversion short. So that's what I'll eyeball over here. Well, it just got very bright in here.
He just sneezed the lights on.
That was intense. You guys see how like my head just shined up there? That was intense. I just double checked to make sure we have locates on this. But yeah, if we get a parabolic move to the upside, that's what I would look to fade on SMR. But BBAI, I think you look at that 70 level. If we're staying with this, I think you look at that 670 level for the longs. And yeah, it does make a little sense. Like where you catch a bit of a bid, and it's trying to break that trend. Fabian just ran past me and was like, sprinted next to me and was like looking around like, what's going on?
He's trying to be faster than the lights.
Yeah, he's still running around there.
Yeah, no, okay, so...
sorry, just to finish this off. Yeah, 670, I'd go long in front, but that's like a really tight risk to reward. Maybe you try to make 15, 20 cents to risk 5 kind of deal.
Yeah, no, I did not necessarily have this stock on my watch list this morning, but I guess if you guys are interested with it, there's definitely some interest from last week that's still carrying over. But again, I kind of, I like these names for bigger picture backside moves, I'll be honest. And Big Bear AI looking like it kind of gave up that bid last week. So I have had eyes on it. Yeah, no, this is interesting. This is the most interesting to me here, Neil, where it kind of started its journey. Look at that, beautiful, nice little anchored VWAP holds as well. I kind of want to put an anchored from, see, that's where I have my initial anchored from. So we have this buildup that's been happening all the way from April, and we got to a high of $8.72 all the way from a low of $2.35 over the span of just 2 or 3 months. So yeah, definitely a big move there here on Big Bear AI. The beautiful crack of trend coming in with the opening drive right there last Wednesday, and that continuation coming in now with lower lows and lower highs. So yes, all day we've bid up today. The question becomes, Neil, are we going to hold higher lows here because the bigger picture trend has been going up? Let's just go up another time frame to the hourly chart here. So you can see, boom, 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 nice little stair step, stair step, stair step. But you can see we're coming into some prior levels where obviously supply kind of came in aggressively coming into the end of February here in 2025, so earlier this year. So again, doing maybe a little bit more of the same. Like I said, intraday didn't really have eyes on it, but a slow grind up is pretty interesting. And it's interesting that you point out that SMR as well, Neil, because I did not have eyes on it. But yeah, definitely there is some sort of a buyer. Sometimes here's the thing, when demand is so aggressive, or when the imbalance of buyers and sellers is so aggressive, sometimes you cannot hide, and the chart kind of looks like this incremental step up. And you know, SMR, this is a good example. It's not as clean, but we've seen some very, very clean examples as well. I'm trying to think of something in more recent times, something that just had a grinding bid here. Sure, maybe AMD, but this is a 3-minute chart. You can see here on a 5-minute, pretty clean as well. But algorithmic buying, if you want to call it that, sometimes can be very, very obvious here. But yeah, BBAI, I don't know if that's what's really going on here, but a little bit of a chop and a grind up within range of this trend, downtrend that we've been kind of making. So if you want to get a little bit more technical or fancy with this, we can draw, let's see, where is this one right here? Got to draw a fancier line in the parallel channel. So there we go, boom, boom, boom. So that's kind of like the range right there of the breakdown. Yeah, you can just measure the range, like a range trend right away. So it's like, sure, we're trending down, but that trend is also within its own range. So maybe we are hitting near the extremes of range highs, even within the downtrend. So that's something I'm watching for. But again, you got to remember, this could be very arbitrary. When we're trending, I would almost always put a little bit more emphasis on horizontal support and resistance rather than trending support and resistance. But I think that's very, again, it's very subjective, I would say. Yeah.
I like that tool, but I'm way too old school to use. You can't be giving me advanced tools like that. I'll just draw it myself.
No, what do you?
I'm joking. No, that is actually pretty cool. I don't know why I don't use tools like that. Just a couple of things, Joe. I'll get to NVIDIA in a quick little second, but I did want to mention Tilray first because I still had some Tilray left when it just broke back out above 63, so I punched it out. I didn't really look to see what MSOS was doing at the time. As I said, like I just shorted Tilray because this was happening, and it gave me a free roll at the 63 level, but it really only ever went down like the 62, took most of it out, and then it breaks back out, so we jump out of the trade, which you have to be able to do. And the same thing, we said, well, I keep saying we, but you know I mean me. Like we break this floor on NVIDIA, I'm going to punch short on NVIDIA, looking for like the retracement to happen. This is a little different of an out. Like oftentimes, like if I'm taking this break, you'd be like, oh, prior bar or whatever it might be. But I'm just looking at this trend line that it has to the downside, and if it breaks the trend line up, then I'll get out of the trade. So if you just kind of look at the high, look at these lower highs on a 3-minute, if we break the trend line, I'm out. So it's a bit of a moving target. Whereas as it starts working to the downside, my stop will actually move down in this particular case. I'll have to do it manually. But that's the idea with NVIDIA. And I'm looking for it to, first test the volume weighted average price, which I will get something out in front of, and then play down into like this range here, just underneath 164. And then my stop is going to be on that trend line for sure. I know there was a few things in the chat people were asking about, but one name that stands out, which, and again, if you ever just want to, like if you tag, like there you go, like see how often beat with Clint Nelson, just tag me in there asking questions. You can always do that, of course. You've been monitoring Etsy, you're thinking about a swing short. I'll try to get to that as quickly as I can, but there were a few people that asked about Circle, which absolutely, look, this scrolls today. But whether you're talking Circle or CoreWeave, it makes sense to me that the top has come in on those and they're working their way back down. But today was a relief rally day for Circle. What I would be concerned about is the lack of juice. What stock is that? Oh, that's that stupid penny stock. I'm like, why am I seeing something like with the lack of juice at the 200 level? So I have one trade in Circle. I took a little bit of a breakout play just for a scalp trade on Circle, but then after it broke the open range high, slapped a trend line on it to see if it could look like a good breakdown. It didn't go like right away and never really looked all that, like it didn't really sell off in there. So I didn't see any reason to get involved in it. However, it then double taps this 200 and is holding right at the trend. This could squeeze again this afternoon through the 200 level on Circle. I think that's worth a look. I'm going to throw that up on a second level too, see if we can break through that 200. And then to answer the question on Etsy, thoughts on this? I don't know the catalyst that will make me like it for Etsy at this particular point. Like for myself, like long term, like if I own Meta, who needs Etsy at the end of the day? That said, last week was a really strong week for these guys. If you're just looking at it, I love when you can consolidate and bounce off like this level here, like the 56. Like there's your huge move, like just program buying into selling, and then this is an obvious spot, like first bounce, there's your resistance. That's what held last week. So I think you're getting a nice consolidation here on Etsy, but that's about it. So if you're just waiting for it to break out that top and then give it back into here or something like that, like break out the high at 58.5 and give it a 56.5 stop and get it to trend back into there. I guess you could do a swing trade like that, but Etsy's not really my cup of tea. There's always better names. Like I love Meta's dollar cost averaging into that one this year, so like that'd be my pick. But let's go to Adara. I believe we've got some news.
Ryan, META here. New York Times reporting that the new Meta Chief AI Officer, that would be Alexander Wang, former CEO and co-founder of Scale AI. Apparently, this new AI team under Alexander Wang is considering scrapping Meta's most powerful open source AI model, Behemoth, in favor of a closed model. So looks like under this new AI regime here, or new team at Meta, they're making some pretty interesting changes. We'll have to see what comes of this. Right now, it's just a report from the New York Times. Back to you.
Dream team over there.
He's literally building the AI all-star team, and he's throwing money at it. So it's just like, all right, I'm going to be very, very interested in what Zucky has in store for us with this dream team, right? I'm just like, we were talking about this last week. Like, yeah, and I heard Brendo say it this morning as well. He's like, not just athletes now. I'm like, yeah, dude, these guys are athletes in their own field. Right? These guys are the top of the top runners in the AI field, and this is what's kind of pushing. I guess not. I wouldn't say society, but in a sense, yes. But human evolution and just the whole general sense of things along much faster. So yeah, I would say they deserve all of it and more. Supply and demand, I think, will speak for itself. So,
let them eat.
Yeah, let them eat.
And understandable. TTMSTR. TT Master, I don't know what that is. TT Master maybe? Meta stealing all your privacy. Well, maybe. But they're also making a lot of money, which is good. Look, at the end of the day, like you have to, and you know what? I have absolutely zero, like I have no issue with ethical investing. You want to say, I don't like the way these guys do business. UNH is a good example. I don't like the way these guys do business. I don't care if they make money. I don't want to invest in them. That's fair. You know, I think ultimately Meta's not going anywhere. Meta's going to win on multiple levels. They're even trying to get into, they're trying to develop and push further into devices, which I think could be a huge, huge platform for them. So I think they're just going to win whether you like it or not in this particular case. And they're certainly spending, and they're not getting punished for the spending either. Like, it's not like you're throwing out massive CapEx and then you've got the market punishing them for that. So I think it's being received pretty well here, and that's kind of what I want to bank on. So like, I like the stock. I don't know that I'd be buying it up here on Meta. To me, like I said, like this was one of my DCA plays on the year as it was heading to the downside. But then Otto saying Meta will get punished. I don't look. All I'm simply saying is they have not been punished for all of the spend that they've been doing to this point. And I think, like, I wouldn't mind if I started to see it break the trend, like trimming some from buying on the DCAs this year. Sure, when it goes up 30, 40, 50% from those lows, you want to look for signs to take some up. I don't know that I've seen that just yet. You know, I'd like to see us make another run at that high, or at least obviously break this trend that we've seen so far. So I think there's a lot that can still work here. So anyways, where did my trend line go? All right, anyways, you guys, this trend line's still here. So it's trying to break. It hasn't closed above the trend line here on NVIDIA, but that's the play. Like, I might bid in front of the volume weighted average price, and there's a trend. If it can close above, I punch out. It's that simple on NVDA. The other thing I wanted to come over to is what is going on with that in the nuclear space. Oklo and SMR starting to do a little bit of a dip here. See which one's going further. Ooh, did I just see Oklo already going and SMR is not going yet? Ooh, I check we have shorts on this.
Or might
we do.
Oh, yes, we
do.
can.
That looks like a yes, we can, Obi. Yes, we can short this one. Yeah, this looks like a bit of a. It hasn't really broken the trend, but Oklo has. Is it Oklo or Oklo?
I'd say Oklo. Some people don't even say it. They say OKLO.
Is it?
But
okay, well, you guys tell me which one it should be. I actually not even sure. It doesn't really matter, but the way I look at it, so you're breaking this consolidation level. I was looking at these anyways. I had the chart up. I was kind of looking for a mean reversion play. But the way I see it, OKLO already sort of breaking down, and then SMR at the consolidation level. So I feel like I can just sort of get in here, even though it technically hasn't broken the trend, throw my stop at the high. I mean, forget about VWAP. If this thing gets even to like 40.5, I'll be happy with it. Dara?
Oklo is actually pronounced Oklo, and it's not even something that we can kind of waver on because apparently it actually comes from the name of a region in Gabon. So it's actually a region here in a country in Africa, OKLO. Just a quick fun fact there. I don't have any news right now. Back to you.
No, I'm more than happy to get it right. And no, to be perfectly honest, like one of those things, like in life in general, like just be okay with being wrong. And if you don't know something, have the confidence to ask. When we started, I'm not making this up, like when we started, first of all, when the show came to YouTube, we had been on internally at Real Trading for like 8 months or so. So we've been doing the show forever. And as a trader, oftentimes, like you're trading companies and tickers, and you have no idea how these things are pronounced. And I remember everybody on the floor, like there was like 1 or 2 people on the entire trading floor that actually, like nobody really pronounced Neo correctly. Like so
Nio.
many people.
Yeah, everyone used to say Nio. I remember watching the show.
Nio.
It was like Nio, and I would sit at home. I'd be like, "Yeah, LOL Nio. That's what I'm going to call it too," because I thought it was just a running joke. But when I came to the floor, I was like, "No, these guys are just serious."
And then we just didn't know.
Yeah,
like it,
no,
basically, it more just came down to like the first person that ever said the name probably just said Nio on the floor,
and it just stuck.
And it just stuck because all you're doing is day trading the stock. And ultimately, what happened is someone was kind enough to be like, "Hey guys, you know you're mispronouncing this," and I'm like, "Oh, really?" And the same way with names too. Like, if you guys let me know. Like every now and then I'll see someone in the chat and I'll say, hey, shout out to that person, and then we'll mispronounce their name. And we're never trying to get it wrong. We're just all human here. Palantir, Mr. Ducats, AHZ, a lot of people asking about Palantir. Palantir, wherefore art thou? I had Palantir early for one good one off of VWAP and then kind of left it alone to see it go off VWAP again. I think we're going to get the break. like Palantir, like right now is breaking its all-time. Okay, maybe not. What are we, 30 cents away from the all-time high in Palantir? It's about to break its all-time high, which it's done, I don't know how many times this thing has made an all-time high this year, but let's just leave it at a lot and not try to get technical with it. I think we'll get a 150 break this week. We've been waiting around for that. As far as the afternoon trade goes, it's just not really, like, look at, not a lot of volume. It's not really moving around. I want to see it start to really go like that meme crazy where you're getting a little bit extra movement on it. That's why I went over to SMR, just thinking we get a little more action there, and it's just not going. But I do like Palantir for like the more dramatic dips. Like when it's going ham, buy the dramatic dips. Just should have had this one here on VWAP. That's what I'd look for this afternoon. Maybe you get some kind of a fail break, big pullback, and then you can continue, because this is just like a steady Eddie climb. And remember, this was one that we pointed out. I don't know why the top of my trend line isn't here. I guess I could use that tool you were talking about.
Yes.
That's hilarious that you were talking about that tool, and then of course I don't use it. No, but we talked about this trend line since it broke out 100. Look how cleanly it holds it. So logically speaking, why wouldn't it be headed to the top of the channel? I think that's exactly what Palantir is doing. But I'll stick with SMR here for now as we go look at a little something interesting.
Yeah, so Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Check them out. So, I mean, OCLO, OKLO, I don't know, you know what, I really don't know, nor do I care how to pronounce it, but take a look at this OK low that happened right off of the open, which kind of confluences with the OK lows from the prior day at 54s,
Ew.
right? That was interesting, and then you finally come in, and when you do break that opening range high, okay, there is no low. We just kind of continue to push straight up with that action, expanding volume as well, nice little trend, and okay, we might be making a little bit of a regional low right now on top of 60. But again, like Neil said, this is not the only stock that's kind of doing this. SMR, you can't take, I think I was saying CEG as well, because again, part of the kind of the sector, in my opinion, still kind of doing somewhat similar things. I think NNE was another one here. Buddy's probably going to be looking relatively similar. There you go. Nice little push through the highs and a little bit of a pullback as of right now. So I think I just want to address something. It was acrylic. Acrylic in the chat was asking me what moving average do I use for my volume bars. I don't necessarily have a volume moving average there. For my volume, I think I just said that, yeah, I just like to look for volume kind of expansion and contraction just off the bars. Like here, a good example here on NNE, just taking a look at the chart we're already looking at, just looking for this, this volume that's already been compressed as we trade a little bit lower to start expanding once again alongside with the break of trend and the reversion back up. That gives me some good confluence being like, all right, the price action's also going and the volume's confirming, so I like the move even better. If I'm not in it, I'm maybe thinking about initiating it. If I am in it, I might be thinking about adding or holding onto it. So a little bit of a confluence on that one there. I know there's a lot of chats here. Let's see, Palantir they want us to look at. Mr. Ducats will be on that one soon. And then what else we got? We got Rivian. Tony asking for Rivian, and UT asking thoughts on TROO. Okay, so let's start with those, and then we can kind of move from there. So Palantir was the first one, right? Palantir. So Palantir. Oh boy, wow, this thing is actually going 150s, Neil, within range. I know I was kind of involved in this one last week. Here, let's kind of go to a higher time frame. because this thing has been stepping up quite beautifully, to say the very least. Again, we had that aggressive selling. This was beautiful continuation in the next couple of days after that strong selling does come in with some relative volume, but you can see we've kind of reclaimed, held that 130, and now pushing back towards range highs. So got to go even higher, because these are, I think, all-time highs for Palantir that are being knocked on as of right now. Currently, the high sitting at 148.38. Currently trading at 148.31, so only about 7 pennies away from that high, but absolutely beautiful kind of hold of this trend. People were talking about, oh, you know, Palantir, where's the top? This is the top. This might be the top. You know what? I have no idea. All I like are, you know, funny colors on the chart and maybe some lines as well right here. So boom, right away. As soon as I draw this one line, all of these start to populate. So you can see multiple levels of confluence. This right here is the earnings anchored for Palantir. So look at all those aggressive dips, hold the earnings anchored, and then, you know, sometimes you can get a little bit anchorception. And you know, you can build anchors on top of the anchor there, maybe off of a different event. But you can see holding trend and holding recent supports pretty well. Here we talked about in the morning, somebody in the chat was like, oh, the hourly trend on Palantir has broken. And I was like, well, I don't know about that. And that's when we drew this line in the morning session. I was like, yeah, sure. You can look at this break and look to potentially look to get short, right? This is a 3-hour chart, so we were looking at the 1 hour. So let's go to the 1 hour right there. So you can see we were trading below it in the pre-market, but take a look at that. That bid coming in right off the bat, because bigger picture, we are technically still in a very, very strong uptrend.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
Would you ever play a trend break on that high of a time frame?
Of course.
If it, no. If especially on a stock which is like bigger weighting to the market, like not a small cap, where the break of the trend is only occurring in the pre-market.
So that's the nuance.
Let's see this.
Okay, that's perfect.
This is my thing.
Yeah.
If it's a penny, if it's like a small cap stock or penny stock, like I don't care that it's happening in the pre-market when it breaks that trend. That's fine. But if it's happening in like Palantir or Nvidia or like Tesla or like Apple, I think I'll go to Nvidia first. Just always have to update the positions. I'll let you guys know. And someone asked me, and I'll finish the thought in a second. Someone asked me, am I adding to Nvidia here as it went to the upside? My answer was a simple no. If I take a trade that is, this is channel down, break channel, stop at the trend line, that's the trade. It's not, oh, well, as it goes against me, I'm going to add to it because it happens to be consolidating. Now, if it's working down and you add to it as it's like breaking VWAP and it's working, fair. But I don't average in just for the sake of averaging in. Like the trade is break this support, this is the trend line breaks, that's my out. Like I try to keep it simple like that so that you can have the good R to R and I'm not really fighting anything. So again, that's just my style. But back to that point about that trend line break on Palantir, like I don't care what trend it is. If it's Palantir, I want confirmation, because like if you're underneath it, that's fine. But what happens when the money comes in?
Right.
And when the big money comes in, if the first thing they do is reclaim the trend line, I want to be long. It's resuming the trend. So that's where I need that confirmation. Like I said, if it's a penny stock, I don't care. Like a smaller stock, you just go ahead and do it because they have so much action in the pre-market relative sometimes to what they're going to do in the open market. But not with a Palantir, not with a Tesla, not with a Apple, like any of those types of stocks. I think hopefully everyone gets what I'm getting at there. SMR, I mean, it's still like it broke the trend line, yada, yada, yada. It's still holding. One of the things you generally want to see, I think, when you have that kind of an upward trend that broke, is you want it to kind of go right away. It's not. Like the stock just went like $3, and when it breaks this consolidation off top, went like 20 pennies. That's not really that great. Usually it's like, oh, just give it to the high. What I'm considering doing is just taking half off at this lower high and not giving the whole thing to the high. And that's simply because it's not going right away. I think when you go right away for a trend trade or a trend break, those are absolutely the best. But if it can't fall almost immediately, like here's an example. Look at the chart right here. That's actually perfect.
Oh yeah.
Because I can just go back to Friday. Right, like there's the trend break here. It just starts falling right away and making lower highs and all that good stuff. And that did not stop me for half. So I'm just gonna take out half right there. And again, like that's sort of the thing. Like it can work. If it works right away, great. That's exactly what you're looking for. And these are the types of trades you get one, and you should, and like, everyone's going to be different. But for me, you get one of those, and it should pay for like 3, 4, maybe even 5 of these that don't work, because that risk to reward is good. So when I don't see it work right away, my first thought is to trim and not try to risk as much. But when they do go, you give it a little bit of room. That's why we like those trend reversal trades, for sure. Pug Life, only because you tagged me in here. I know you are very methodical in your trades and you stick to your rules. Guess that comes with years of being a floor risk manager. You know what's weird? Like doing the risk manager job, that actually didn't change the way I approach things. It's just more my personality as a trader, because it's kind of just how I am. Like I'm just that way in a general sense. So that's the way I am in my trading. And you have to find a strategy which suits you. Like for some people, you're just going to be built more aggressively. You're going to want to do more ad hoc kind of stuff because maybe that's how you flow better. And if you're not trading that way, you're not being yourself. And so you try to find strategies that fit you. For me, that kind of as binary as possible, if then statement kind of deal where I'm not wavering from the plan very much. That's just how I'm generally built a little bit. So I tailor the plan to like myself. And it works, again, if it works for you, it works for you. But I'm not sitting here saying that's the only way to do things. Yeah, I'm not that arrogant. Like I'm not sitting here saying, yeah, but you better stick to your plan and you better take half off here because it doesn't go right away. I'm like, I don't know. It's just what works for me. So that's what you try to do. So hopefully that, and that's Rivian Millionaire. You ever get mad at anyone? You know who I get mad at all the time?
I mean, the song that you sent me today, you might have been.
Okay, but Obi, we can't play that.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah.
No, we cannot. But I'm saying, but with respect to, do you ever get mad? I mean, I don't know.
Well, the problem. Okay, so here's the problem. I can't even allude to the song.
No.
I can't really. Here's the best I'll be able to do, so that you guys are like, what are you guys talking about? There's a channel on YouTube that does like AI music, and very specifically, they do it to like old, like maybe like 70s or 80s, like R&B or funk, but the topics are
they like switch
just
it up.
very much not leaning towards like rhythm and blues, because like the actual lyrics will be something very different, which I find them hilarious, and I like that genre.
There's some really good ones, because like
really good ones. But I can't, like, it's wildly inappropriate, some of the titles, so we won't get into that too much. But what I was gonna say is, everybody? Of course you get mad. Of course you get angry.
Human.
Like we get like human and emotional all the time. It's just like I tend to be pretty measured, and I had this conversation with. It might have actually, I don't know if it was you, it might have been Sharif, now that I think about it. We're like the most emotional in the last, let's say like year or two that I got in a trade. And it was during the midday. Like I literally stood up and I like stormed off the stage, and like I might have cursed. I don't think I cursed, but I might have. And someone was like, and I think like Sharif messaged me, he was like, what was that? And I was explaining to him what happened. And I had literally just made what was my execution was the biggest trade anyone had made on the floor that day. The execution I had made out. But what had happened on the stock was I had hit the same trade twice for a good win, but it was worth 2.5 times as much. And based on how much I risked both times, it was a terrible execution to have not taken the 2 to 2.5. It was like it was a big winning trade, but I had just made not nearly enough for how much I had risked, and I had done it twice. And so I was livid with myself. Like I was pissed, even though it was a winning trade, to the point where I was actually cursing about it. Like that's the way I approach things. It's just sort of the way that I'm built. Like I just focus on the decision making. At the end of the day, like I don't know. Anyways, let's go back on to something else.
That's a
and
great.
no, Artemis,
that's
not the song. You're. If somebody were to guess it correctly in the chat, I would give you a bit of a head nod. It's not you did not. It's not like NWA or anything like that. It's AI generated.
No, Neil, I think you make a great
I'm
point.
chuckling just thinking about it.
Yeah, I know. I got to go back and I still haven't heard this whole song, but no, I think you make a great point there, Neil. I think because at the end of the day, guys, we're human. you're going to have emotions, especially when it comes to trading. The market will teach you exactly who you are. The market will give you what you deserve. Now, if you understand that statement, I'm still trying to understand it, but as you trade more and more, you start learning more and more about yourself. And I think something that's important, like Neil pointed out, was yes, we're all going to feel emotion. We're going to feel frustration. We're going to feel tilt. We're going to feel anger. But the difference comes in how you manage that emotion. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's good or bad. You can have fear, you can have excitement. The real question becomes, can you use that emotion to your advantage in a productive and effective way when it comes to trading? And that, I think, will definitely make the biggest difference, to be honest. That literally makes the biggest difference, not only just in trading, dude, in life. Because how you, it goes back to things you can control and things you cannot control.
Oh, I
right?
like that.
You can feel the emotion, that's fine. But coming to reality with yourself and coming to terms with yourself and being like, okay, these are the things that I can change, these are the things I cannot change, and how can I use this emotion that I'm feeling right now in order to, build and be constructive and move forward. And I think that is what makes difference, not only amongst traders, amongst people as well. So that's, again, great point to kind of cover there. But going back to the markets here, still grinding to the upside, so it's a nice day for longs there, and yeah, exactly. Mr. Easy Street saying there is no spoon. Exactly.
There is no
I think
what?
there is no spoon.
Oh, like the Matrix.
Yes, like the Matrix. So I think that's a big part of the understanding. So I like that. I like that as well. So back to the market. Yes, let's take a quick look at some of the volume leaders on the day. I know that we said we were going to take a look at Rivian and a couple other names as well, so let's do that. First, before we look at what some of the volume leaders on the day have been. So we're still on this hourly chart, so let's just take a continued look here at some of these stocks on this same time frame. So hourly chart on Rivian this morning, we may have had a little bit of a flush in the pre-market coming into the open, and off of the open, we're getting that little bit of a continuation. Well, so you can see right here, can't really bid above this kind of bounce high after that flush does come in. That seems to be around $12.91 here, and then breaks that pre-market low for a little bit of a flush. But sideways consolidation since then, and look at this, beautiful, kind of doing what it has been doing in the bigger picture, which has been selling off, making lower lows and lower highs since this top with some of the most volume. You can see right here, this volume bar kind of towering over some of the rest of them, and since then volume kind of decreasing and price kind of coming back down as well on Rivian. So exactly. So yeah, even higher time frame. I think some people in the chat are saying look at even a higher time frame. So let's take a look at it weekly here as well. You can see, oh boy, this is Rivian, right? Don't forget where it came from. I remember the swing short on this. This was absolutely beautiful. So again, I don't know anybody who's still holding that swing short off the IPO, but again, if you are, kudos to you. I guess we're looking for zeros here.
You had to get it out at some point.
No, you definitely had to get it out somewhere.
Yeah, you would have covered it the first time it bounced off 10, I would guess.
I think, yeah, I don't know, it was not a SPAC, but yeah, all-time lows coming in at $8 on Rivian. So good look there. Yeah, in terms of kind of the market moves that it's been having as of recent, yes, definitely exploitable, a little bit of opportunity there for sure. Okay, so let's see. Northwest Sasquatch saying, well, some of what you say about getting what one deserves from the market may be true, but until the manipulation, corruption, and criminal activity becomes non-existent, I refuse to believe. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that you might not trade the markets ever then. Because to be honest, manipulation exists. Corruption obviously exists. Criminal activity. There's if you sit down and watch price action day after day, like you will see the fugazi. You will see activity that you're like, okay, well, clearly somebody knew. There's an interesting.
By the way, just very quickly here, I got to do two things. One, I think we're right to get out. Remember, I said I'm going to take some out of SMR and not let it get to the high. Ends up being the right call. Like instead of, it's just risk less because it didn't go right away. So you're able to trim here, and then that way you're just, I don't know. Like the way I see it, you lose half the amount on the same trade because of something that you see right away. And again, that's just my own 2 cents. but there's also, it's a shoot, what was the stock? I literally just had it up. TROO, that's the one. Thank you, Adara. I didn't even say it out. Adara had no clue what I was going to talk about next, and before I'm even thinking, it's in my head. She's literally saying it's TROO that you want to talk about, Neil. This is the 50 millionth halt today, or whatever the heck you could count them up if you want. For anyone watching this particular stock, its tap is $1.53, indicating an open down here. This is essentially just going halt to halt, despite the fact it might do 100 million shares today, which is a little bit abnormal, but it's also just like a dollar stock, meaning it doesn't have to move that much for it to get to the halt band. Very tricky to trade them. I don't know why they don't sometimes adjust the halt bands in situations like this. It makes it less, it would be more orderly, as a matter of fact, if they would just adjust the halt bands. Let's be real. But I'd be very careful with this, especially given the fact that it just lost the high. And if you're indicating down at 150, we've seen this story before. Sometimes when something gives it up, I'm just going to use an example of something today. When I say it gives it up, there's like a distinct turn in the stock, and it can get really nasty trying to catch the bids. That would be that Stardust, or whatever this thing was called. Is it Stardust? Yeah, it is Stardust Power. Like Stardust Power was trending higher, and then when it lost the bid, it was a stair step down, and it might even break again down underneath 43. Did I ever pay for locates here? I did not. So I can't even short this if I wanted to. But I think that's what you have to be concerned with the TOOO or TROO stock, is the simple fact that it might be losing a little bit of its steam. The volume's starting to come down. You're trending down in volume after multiple halts to the downside. I'd be careful with that. It's not the best liquidity. The tap just dropped to 130 as I was talking from 150. That's the theoretical auction price. Where it would open if they opened it right now would be right down here. So it might even be too late to give that warning, to be honest with you guys. Brother Howard, thank you for the super chat. Teach these young traders well. That's what it's all about. I'm trying not to. In the afternoon, I find that nothing, the two best stocks for me were Tesla on the initial break. Here's the problem with, it's not the problem with, there's the thing with trading. In the morning, you get opportunities like that on Tesla or on that Stardust, which now all I can think about is Rogue One every single time I say Stardust. Or you get Stardust, which was just so super easy 54 break that goes to 60 cents, and you can literally risk 2 pennies, and it just very, very clean goes 6 to 8. Super clean trade. You're not, those types of trades are just not there in the afternoon. Nothing's moving that much. So you don't want to overtrade. That's why I don't mind answering questions, going over whatever you guys want to. We can talk macro, whatever it might be, because overtrading here, I'd rather take shots where you can get a move. Doesn't work, just jump right out. But other than that, there's just not a heck of a lot going too much. NVIDIA's falling, so I know AMD must be working pretty well over there. Because I'm seeing NVIDIA. Someone just said that NVIDIA is going down. I looked up. I tried it on the breakdown. I might give this one another chance. Here to break down underneath the same 164.5 level. Just be a little bit more patient with the entry. Let it hold down under here and then jump in on NVIDIA. I think I'd give it another go. I think that's got some serious room if it gives it up, especially with the market at the highs. You get down to 163.5. So I might give NVIDIA another try, but just to be patient for sure.
Yeah, I think the price action on that stock there, those halt ups, those halt downs, are absolutely crazy. So yeah, you gotta heed what Neil is talking about there, because it is definitely true. All right, so AMD finally coming back in. I guess you didn't get that one. No, nothing.
Shoot, oh, sorry,
True. The ticker's name TR.
Yes.
Okay, I'll stop.
No,
Listen, I'll be here all week.
That's on me for not getting. You can call me out for not getting.
It's all good.
That's fair.
Dude, this thing is finally breaking down. So you can see it's sitting in that short for a while. I have covered more than 99% of this AMD position as of right now. So, oh boy. But finally kind of coming in. Let's see if the selling can come into 146 as some prior structure here as well. But like Neil said, some of the best kind of momentum trades show up off of the open, maybe going into the close as well. It is a different, I would say, a different kind of style of trading in the middle of the day, where things are moving less aggressively, less slowly, but you can see that sometimes things do set up to trade and move just as fast intraday if you have like a catalyst, maybe you have an unusual buyer or seller, unusual volume that comes into the stock regardless of for whatever reason. It can present you with those fast-moving momentum kind of opportunities as well, and that's what I love as well. You can, like when stuff is really in momentum, like you can tell, you can be like, oh, I have very strong conviction that this is going to go and this is going to continue to go in this direction. And if I am wrong, I'm more than willing to be wrong because I'm looking for it to just go right away, right? And kind of going back to the point of like market manipulation we were talking about, and the criminal activities, whatever. It's a market. Dude, it's an open market. Those kind of activities will happen. So what you have to do as a trader, whether you're whether you're swinging, you're shorting, you're longing, you're intraday trading, you're playing options, what you have to do is get better. I know it sounds abrasive, but you got to remember that this is a player versus player game, and some people maybe are not cut out to play PvP games, and that's perfectly fine. But if you're going to sit there and be like, I don't want to participate because I think things are being manipulated or whatever, things are happening that it's not fair, I'm really sorry, but you won't be able to kind of extract from the market.
Well, or you can lean into that and say, I want to find an edge. Where the algos lose.
It's offside. It's like where do the bigger players lose?
Okay, so right? where's an example of some of the more just like lazy predatory algos where they might lose?
Yeah.
And I think in recent times we've seen it sometimes with some of the tariff like Trump headlines where like the reaction to the initial news will just be flat out like nonsensical, like the wrong things will go and you can sort of fade it back the other way. Oh, here's a good example. Friday. On Friday, whoops, I should start with PayPal or Square. Let's start with PayPal. So on Friday, sometimes I get ahead of myself. On Friday, we had that news. JP Morgan says payment processors are going to have to pay up for client data. Upstart, Affirm, Square or Block, all absolutely tanking. PayPal took it on the chin the worst. But remember, in this particular case, what happens in that moment when that story drops? Okay, everyone has to evaluate like how serious it is, but the first thing that happens is because almost all the market making and liquidity is supplied by algos, they just drop the bid. Well, if you honestly think they're going to drop the bid here and not in the other fintech names, then you're crazy. Because they absolutely will drop the bid in all the fintech names. Like I was in SoFi at that moment. I was actually in a long on trend in SoFi when it broke the trend, and that happened. But if you looked at what happened to, say, a Robinhood on that news, sometimes, and this is more of a swing thing than anything else, don't get me wrong, like obviously it's going to continue to the downside. Now, Robinhood initially, when it broke the trend with everything else, did catch a bid. And I think part of the reason it caught the bid is the understanding that this was the payment processors that were going to get hit the most. But they sold everything. So you could go initial bounce on something like a hood, which actually held a technical structure, holding some higher lows and holding a bit of a trend through all of that. It was able to hold on to the trend longer, which once you see that, there's your example. It's only it was trending up. It's only falling because of what happened in the other fintechs. Only falling for that reason. So maybe you go into the long bouncing off VWAP or whatever it might be. Then the other side of the coin would be, well, if it just continues selling off into the lows on that headline and you don't think it makes any sense, there's your opportunity to swing it. The algos just never put the bid back in. You're calling fugazi, crypto is strong, hood's related to that, and then you can jump in. And that's sort of the thing that we've seen traders do, where they just wait. They wait around for something crazy to happen, and then once it does, they'll pounce. Think there's an overreaction. Amazon could be an example of that on their the Prime Day headlines. Like every single time Amazon would drop heavily on those Prime Day, like early numbers, it would just get bought up heavily. So you just wait for it to get into those lows. Alphabet is a great example of that. Remember when you had the OpenAI browser story? The OpenAI browser, see this candle? What happened after that? Instantly, it goes right into the prior day low, so you're just waiting. The algos drop the bid because that's what they do in a headline like that, and you're just waiting for liquidity to come back in at first support. And then you're just long somewhere in here and you hold it to make the reversion back. If you think the market is rigged, then you don't short this on that news. You wait for one thing to happen and one thing to happen alone. Is it going to hold that low? If the answer is yes, you play the long. And if it's no, then you don't make the trade. The problem with doing that, and it's not a problem, is you just might not make a lot of trades. But when you do get them, you might have some serious home runs. So there's always another way to do it, for sure, everybody. And SMR, yeah, now SMR wants to go down. But I wouldn't be in the money anyways. That's sort of the thing. Like, it would be, what, at the money? Like after it broke the high, so it had trended down for a bit, broke the high, like I'd barely even be, I'd be at the money right now if I just held on to the thing the whole way. So I can't even say it would be successful. I think NVIDIA is breaking down though. So I might take another pot shot at NVDA here underneath the 164.50 level. That was the one with only about 30 minutes to go to the imbalances. You just gave an oh boy. What's with the oh boy?
Oh boy. 30 minutes until imbalances. I'm like, oh boy, I didn't even know.
No, I thought something was happening.
I mean, something's happening. The market's trying to turn. It's trying to curl.
It feels like
here, but again, not really. And I'm reading through the chat, having some conversations with people in the chat as well. So yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, because that's the only way you can participate in the beautiful community that we have going on here. And yeah, a lot of people. Again,
what's the oh boy count?
Asking questions. Oh boy count? I don't know. I don't think we're keeping an oh boy count, but yeah, I have only one thing to say to that, Neil, and that's oh boy. So anyways, AMD coming into 146s. That level was pretty well defended here earlier with a little bit of a bid coming up. So let's see if it can come in. Market tailwind, I'm looking for you, but the sale's not looking too full right now with only a little bit of a creeping action down into these lows here on the NASDAQ. That's what I'm looking at a little bit closer because I am short AMD. But like I said, not even in, I guess, much less than even 1% of what I had. Well, less than 1% than what I had coming into this right here. And somebody in the chat, I think it was Bobo in the chat, was asking, oh, what made me short 147.52 on AMD when the day high is 147.59? Guess what? A little bit of luck. I tried it multiple times over and over again whenever I see kind of sellers kind of stepping in or when I think I like it relative to the stuff that I look for. And then eventually I do get it. But again, it still didn't give me what I was looking for. It still didn't crack the bid that I was looking for. So when that happens, I just take what you can get and move on to the next trade. So that's what I'm kind of looking at right now. And again, we were also talking about in the chat about algos, guys, you don't have to fight the algos. If you're trying to fight algos, it's a losing battle. You want to be able to sidestep them. And I said in the chat, I was like, I don't want to get in the way. I might want to sidestep or even front run a little bit if I kind of see them doing stuff over and over again, because algos can have very repetitive action. For example, an example would be, if we're holding a very simple example would be if we're holding a moving average, and whenever you see price come into that moving average, there's reserves that show up. There's a single gate, buddies just keep on buying it over and over again or selling it over and over again, holding that moving average. You're like, okay, well, there's clearly algos on this moving average, so how can you use that piece of information to your advantage? One, if you're trying to fight the algos, you're probably going to be like, well, these guys are buying, I'm going to try to sell to them and break them. I don't know if that's, yeah, good luck, exactly, good luck with that. What you can do, sidestepping or joining the action can be, okay, well, they keep on buying this area. When they come back, I want to observe and get with them so that we can buy together. That's one way of doing it. Or just waiting for them to get out of the way. You see that it keeps on holding that moving average every time that price comes into a place and you see reserves and you see unnatural action kind of pull up, and then that suddenly stops to happen. Guess what? Now those algos are now gone, so maybe you have another piece of information, a relative difference to now make a decision off of. So it's like different ways you can use it. If you were thinking, oh, this is a PvP game, so I got to go in there and fight. No, it's more about playing defense than it is offense.
I 1,000,000% agree with that. And the whole point of like, don't fight it. Every trader, at least once in their career, has been, I shouldn't say every trader, but a lot of traders have at least seen a situation where they're looking at a stock or they're in a trade, and they're just like, at this level right here, if I could just take this out, it's gone. But you can't do it. You can't do it based on your risk to reward. I remember saying there was one time I was sitting there, I'm like, if you could, And it wasn't even an expensive stock. This was a stock that was under $5. And I remember, this was years and years ago, I'm like, there's $1 million on this offer. And if you just hit this for $1 million, it's free money because nobody thinks it's going to move the tick. And I remember, and then so you're sitting there looking at it. And look, I was in the position, so like, no, I'm not going to act like I didn't make any money on this, but I did. But I saw somebody swipe it. And it's sitting there, I'm like, I was accumulating a position, but I ain't no million shares. And then when they swiped it, it was gold. But I at the time, like, there's just no chance I could have taken that risk, and that's part of the game.
I love seeing that, because
Oh my
you know what I call it? I recently kind of thought about it like couple months ago. I mentioned on the show as well. I call it buying the odds. If you have the ability to take out that level and you think with conviction, you're like, if this goes, then the probability of this happening increases drastically. And if it makes sense to put on that risk, like you said, you have to have that risk in order to play that game. And if you're able to play that game, there are 100% players that play that game.
And like, here's the thing. The reason, what I'm getting at is, if I had punched into it and that order had been reserved, I would have been instantly shut down. Like, just the tick against me, like, just literally, if it did not tick up after I hit, I would be shut down and my clock would be up. So like, I can't take the trade. Now, I've been in a position where that's not true and I've punched a level because if it doesn't go, I can still hold it. And then hopefully it does go. But let's just go back to trading for a quick little second. Like, I think the futures are trying to go here. I'll be a little bit tighter with the stop, but I still like this notion on NVIDIA as I fight a sneeze again, seriously. I still like this notion on NVIDIA. Like, this is the one level, 164.5 that I'm trying to play off of. I'm really trying not to. I know when you do the breathing as well. So I'm taking a second shot at it. I don't want to give it as much room here, because it's almost 330, so I'll probably have a bit of a tighter stop and not give it almost all the way to 165 like I did last time. So yeah, just jumping right back into this. I think there's room to at least get us down underneath the 164 level. There we go. See, boom. What's up now, sneeze? It's not going to happen. All right, so I want us to get through VWAP in here and then break down underneath the 164. Tesla just cannot get going. Just when I want Tesla to go this afternoon and maybe retake some of where it was breaking out in the morning, and we're like, yeah, this is going to be the Tesla rally because the market's running out of steam and Tesla, which was weak, will get strong. Nope. This ends up being the reversion short. I think the reversion of the reversion is the play.
Hey man, I've been calling that out since I don't even remember, because like, I like the reversions, and then the reversion of the reversion, and sometimes you can even revert that reversion. As well. So, yeah.
Top VoIP, you've been asking about MP materials multiple times,
and we got MP and JPM we got to cover.
Yeah, JP Morgan earnings tomorrow. Join Adair and I. We can definitely preview some of the bank earnings.
Hey-o.
Actually, let me. I might just want to set that one up in a quick little second because we can talk about some bank earnings for sure. And we'll definitely talk about that in the aftermarket show. That's a good thing to lean into. But MP, oh, please go. Now, granted, I'm a little disappointed with this because on this day, it's frustrating. I was like, yeah, I think MP Materials is going to turn into a good buy. I had no idea there'd be a DOJ deal the day after. I was sitting, I put a stink bid in my account to buy it in front of the 50-period moving average myself. So I was bidding 28 something. I think 28.22 or 28.42. Either way, I've canceled it. I put that bid in on this day, on the 9th, and then just watched it go on the 10th. The problem is, I mean, let's be real, like, that's not, like, it just sort of, like, the news hit and just, like, gapped all higher. Like, there was just no chance to get into it. But look at the nice higher, like, consolidation, higher low. We breaking out? I think it's going to break out. Top VoIP, they got another DoD deal? I did not know that. I thought it was just the one DoD, Department of Defense deal for MP, but another 8% to the upside. I think they're the only game in town. The issue for them and why it's such a big deal that they get help and get funding is the refining capacity at the end of the day for rare earth metals. Like, they're still having to send it out. So, like, to be able to develop that in the U.S. would be huge for them, and you need money. And so they just need to raise money. And then remember, the shortfall is like 25%. That's the other side of this. That's the other side of this coin. 25% shortfall, at least the last time I checked. So I love the breakout here. I just wish I just wish I could have got into this in the 30s. Maybe I'd nibble into it and take like 10 or 15% of what I would have bought down here and play the break in my personal account. That's the only way I'd play it, because there's no way I'd get a full, like I'm not buying a full long-term position in this up at like $50. Not going to do it. Dara?
I looked into MP. There is no new deal today other than last week's deal with the Department of Defense. However, Canaccord Genuity did raise their price target for MP from $27 to $55 today, citing the Department of Defense deal. So the deal did, I guess, kind of impact an price target increase this morning. However, we didn't actually get any more deals or more information on the existing deal with regards to MP and the Department of Defense. Back to you.
And what was crazy was we come in the morning and that stock was just gapped up. And it's like, you should be excited about it. And people in the chat were like, great call on MP. I'm like, what do you mean great call? I'm not in this stupid thing. Oh, great stock. Congratulations, Teddy. Here, we got a... Let's go, MP. MP is doing it well. It represents Queens, but it was raised out in Brooklyn.
Yo, yes.
No?
What? No, I know what you're referencing. I just I'm not familiar with the songs as well as you are. But yeah, no. Something else I'm watching that I was involved in the morning is Hood. And that got all the way to the day's lows, and then now just consolidating on top of 99s and now 100. So again, aggressive action coming in off of the open, a little bit of a chop and churn, and looking back at it, yeah, maybe the best opportunities were in the morning session right here. Some strong reasons to sell up here in the 101s, maybe some strong reasons to buy here in the 99 halves as well. And it gives you that move a couple of times before kind of dissipating and kind of coming back into the day low. But right now, ripping up into that $100 mark. But again, every time it's gone to VWAP from the midday session or even close to it, we've seen some selling and kind of a push, an attempt back towards day lows at 99. So let's see how that one closes. We only have about 32 minutes until this session is coming to a close. But yeah, no, market's still consolidating and grinding. Since when is this? Since 1 o'clock, oh boy. So for the past couple of hours, these markets have been pretty much doing nothing. Sideways grind, sideways consolidation, maybe a little bit of a trend in the grind. But yeah, nothing really that I'm seeing that's like jumping out to me and being like, oh, this is a trade for you. No, nothing like that for me.
Which is fine.
Yeah, which is perfectly fine. I think, again, where is the next trade is one of the best questions that you can ask. But if there is no trade, then you have to be able to sit on your hands as well. So I think that's another big part of it. But until then, we can talk markets, we can kind of look at price action, we can look at charts. So be sure to kind of put that up in the chat. And of course, Nimrod, thank you for the 10 live Trader TV Live gift memberships. So thank you very much for that. I see people picking that up in the chat as well. So thank you. Shout out to Nimrod for doing that well.
Always a good friend of the show. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Super positive, Nimrod, giving great ideas out there, sharing with the community, and then sharing the memberships as well. And I see a lot of people sharing hymns going. Okay, so this is not going to be like some kind of a flat top break on hymns. The breakout that I want to see happen on hymns is going to be the consolidation of the 50 period and the breakout over the 50 period moving average. Like, see how it's respecting the 50 on this bounce? Yeah, I want to see it give up that 50 period. It's going to have to break 52 before that happens, but this looks very, very juicy. It's tricky up here. Like I have a rule, especially in the afternoon. Do not punch long into overhead resistance, especially, like it's one thing building inventory into the top when there's time for it to go. But to me, you don't build inventory at 3:30. You do that in the morning. Like in the morning, sure, this kind of a setup, you could be long into here awaiting a breakout up there because there's so much time for it to break both and go to 55. But in the afternoon, do I think it's going to 55? No, this thing just went $5 today. Like my rule precludes me from going into this long, but there is usually nothing wrong with, well, instead of waiting for it to break this top, just kind of take this long in here. That way you're in the money when it gets to the top, and you can ask yourself if you want to add to it or not. That said, I always find that a little bit tricky at this time of day. NVIDIA is trying to go and have taken a few pot shots at this, and ultimately, I get it. I could take the one short and just say it's going to work and hold it forever, and it would be working, but that's not my style of trade. I'm looking for us to get down into this 163.80 level here as NVIDIA finally starting to roll over and accelerating a bit. You got the NASDAQ, which is picking up. I'm just going to go to the Qs so you can see the NASDAQ picking up steam here. There you go. So we just broke a little bit of a shelf on the Qs. That's what I think can get us going. Is it going to be a complete flush? Nah, I think it's just a slow grind to the upside where you break a little trend, lose a shelf, and head down to the next one. That'll get us, on the Qs, that'll get us 50, 60, maybe even like $1, I guess. It could go all the way to the volume weighted average price. That'd be absolutely fine. And then this Tesla, NVIDIA trade could work out. Like, why am I saying Tesla? It's because I just looked up and saw Tesla on the radar. But again, you're just looking for that next opportunity. NVIDIA set up, so we jump back over into NVIDIA. And if there's something else, Zach asking about TMC, the metals company.
Oh, wow.
What is this thing doing?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. It's the same sector as MP. Yeah.
But it looks like that's just probably MPs going and squeezing. So again, the algos hit the other one, the offer lifts on the other one, and it continues to go. I kind of like MP better, but this is actually doing just great. Extended from the 50 period moving average. Where's my 200? Does this not have? There you go. That's super extended. This is probably a way too big of a short. Probably a huge short float name. I'm not familiar with the short float on this. I do know MPs in the mid 20s, and I just like them a little bit better. But this looks great as well. Maybe this can squeeze. If MP keeps going, for those that some people don't like to trade $50 stocks. Maybe this is the one. If MP breaks out tomorrow or late today, this could be something that you go look at. But I just like MP. I would stick to that one. But volume picking up there, it's only okay volume, like 10 million shares on a $7 stock, and MP is 20 million shares on a $48 stock. Obviously, we know which one is the bigger player. And I like usually following those. I'd be careful. Like if MP starts falling down, you might see some reversion come into the metals company. Just be careful with that.
Someone say reversion?
Yes, I said reversion.
Hey.
I keep saying Tesla when I mean to say NVIDIA. I don't even know why. So NVIDIA rolling through the volume weighted average price. I'm just looking for, and the reason why I'm saying 163.8 should be kind of obvious. Like the open, like right off the open, it bounced at 163.7, and then this move at VWAP held that same level. So that's where I think we can play to next on NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see if it can hold under VWAP after 3:30, which means we can look at the early look imbalances. Everybody.
Oh, what do we got?
PCG 2 million sell.
Stellantis.
Stellantis for 1.5 to sell already. Interesting. It doesn't usually have an imbalance. BBAI's from the morning. That's why I leave the time up there so you can see it. And that's Stardust stock. That's from the morning as well. So you can see 9:30. The only ones that are updating for the afternoon are like PCG and Stellantis. Not a heck of a lot. SGov, RY. We'll check back in closer to 350 and at 350 to see what the big ones are. And there's always a possibility NVIDIA could have one, in which case I would tighten my stop up for sure.
I'm just reading the chat here. The incredible Mr. Lib saying, Obi, 0 TGT sitting on a 365-day point of control, 104.46, coming up on a liquidity zone with no walls, volume through 115, 120. Great setup to play a two-fold swing. So I think you mean on Target. So let's take a quick look at that Target here. So I haven't really been looking at consumer discretionaries here as much, but again, with that earnings season on the horizon, maybe worth taking a look at some of this as well. So what did you say? Sitting on a 365-day point of control, so POC. So we're talking about volume profiles for those of you who are wondering what a point of control might be. So that's sitting at 104.46. So we're sitting on that right now. Nice little consolidation happening here as well. And the incredible Mr. Lib is saying, coming up on a liquidity zone with no walls, volume through 115, 120. So yeah, let's see if we can get volume through 115, 120. Let's go to a higher time frame, just check this chart out here as well and see what may be sitting there. Oh, this is nice. Right here, a little bit of a grind up, which seemed to be from those April lows. We're seeing a bit of a pattern there. A lot of stocks kind of coming up from their April lows. Yeah, it could be interesting if it kind of gets all the way back up to 120s here. Yeah, no real kind of too strong of a resistance showing up until that 120 right away. You can see strong volume flush on that earnings from, when is this, November of 2024 there. And yeah, a little bit of a support that happened just shy of that 120. And yeah, a little bit of a free fall from there. Yeah, cool. Nice idea there. Thank you, Mr. Lib, for sharing that. Well, but right now,
And at the end of the day, like maybe you're looking for some indicators that might take your trading game to another level. Well, if you are, then you get 1 month free over at eSignal. Check them out. They've got reliable data. They've got every indicator, API access. You're able to trade directly through them on multiple brokers. And the value, I think, sometimes too, is that they have an entitlement-based system, so you can add which markets you want, dump the ones that you don't, add features you want, and get rid of ones that you don't, so that you find customization, level of customization that fits your personal trading style. Maybe you don't need level 1X. Maybe you're a swing trader. You don't even need level 2. Maybe that's your game. Like, that's absolutely fine. You can try them out. It's 1 month free. Everybody, and as I said, it's reliable, real-time market data. Shout out to eSignal. We always say trade harder, trade smarter, not harder. Well, eSignal is a good way to be able to do that. Check them out. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you, link in the description, and get your 1 month free. If you don't like it, you can always turn it off. And we use eSignal around here, and traders have been using it for a very, very long time. So it's something that we can say with confidence. And as I look at eSignal right here, everybody, look what's happening. Well, I can tell on this daily chart, Palantir is at another all-time high. Stock just keeps going and going and going and going. And you're absolutely right, Mike DeRider. Trading is better done when done together. And anybody who's traded on a floor is obviously going to feel that way. I've had the good fortune, obviously, to have been blessed to have only really traded on the floor. Even during COVID, we were here and we're always sort of trading with other like-minded traders, that just didn't, maybe they didn't have the same strategies. You could always talk through your ideas. Yeah. You can work through all of your, whatever it's problems or just notions, ideas, things that you see, you can run past somebody else, say, hey, well, what did you see here when Palantir was breaking 149? Like those types of things. So that's why we're here. That's the entire point behind it, because trading is hard enough already when you have to do it alone. But Palantir, someone had asked, what do we do at 150? Well, if it breaks 150 this afternoon, I don't think I take it because it's already 340. It would likely be after the imbalances or right into them. So I think I would stay away from that break. If it happens tomorrow, I'll probably grit my teeth and take the trade. But, and there's a but, just because I'm taking a breakout trade does not mean you don't have to die with that trade. You don't. Like you can, like Tesla's a good example of a breakout. Robinhood's an example. Like some of these things early where they reverse, like I would never let 150 do this to me. It's just no. Like let's say you were in 38 and 18 and 19 were better on Tesla. Let's say you're in the 20 break. I would never let this 20 break ruin my day. That's not what you do with breakout trades. They're meant to go and go right away and then work them. So I always have a relatively tight stop on the breakout trades. It's just easier to play them in that direction. That way, if it goes right away, you're fantastic. I did not look at Rocket Lab today for those that are asking. I mean, I don't want to hit the moon thing again, but Rocket Lab is at the high of the day and up 10%, so that kind of does work. Ooh, NVIDIA just came back up through VWAP. Sorry, I'll get to Rocket Lab in a quick little second, but NVIDIA did not follow through past 64. So at this time of day, I'll just trail it out. Obviously, that's the one that stunk. That was the bigger. This is like when it breaks that floor the first time from this level here, that's the one where I want it to go. I want that flush to just immediately go. That's one where I'm going to risk like 30, 40 cents, and I want it to go that dollar immediately. Later on in the session where there's less time for it to go, you just got to trade it a little bit differently. But back to Rocket Labs, RKLB. Wow. Wow is the only way to think about this.
Is it daily?
Yeah, that's the daily on Rocket Labs. This is absolutely
living up to its name.
Oh, 100% it's living up to his name. It's just like it's a squeeze play in a certain sense. You don't think about this in terms of like proper valuation or anything. This is pure momentum right now in Rocket Labs. I want to double check to see what the I want to double check to see what the actual short float is on this because I'm not familiar off the top of my head. Just bear with me as I'm pulling it up so I can find the short float on Rocket Lab for you. That can't be right. It's only 15%. That's it.
What's the float?
No, the short float's 15%. The float is 54 million. It's not a gigantic.
Decent.
It's done 25 million today. But you know what? Why would it be as big as I'm thinking when it's breaking out like this? If it was as big as I thought when the chart looks like this, then hedge funds would be really, really dumb. So like, yeah, it's actually probably reasonable. It was certainly in the 20s back when they were in control, and now they're just getting blown away. So this is a pure squeeze play. Pure squeeze play. Even if you like it in the long term, I don't know how you buy it up here on Rocket Labs. It's the same way I feel about MP. Like I want to be in MP. I probably will I'll probably just nibble into this break for a small position in my long-term account because I want to be an MP. I just can't chase things like this. It's not in my DNA. And some people can. I just can't do it.
Getting that alarm now for imbalances.
Right.
So 342. It's 342 right now. I just want to address something in the chat. I think it was somebody in the chat. Scroll back up because I got to call them out right here. Raheel Anwar saying, betting on Intel for earnings, ? Neil Roberts and Obi. So I have a response to that, and that's this. Gambling, we don't do that here. So betting on stocks pre-earnings. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Neil, but I don't know if that's really a trade.
I've actually never swung something
through earnings
before earnings with the intention of betting on it. I've bought a stock because I wanted to own the thing before.
And you hold through earnings.
I've bought a stock. I've had a swing trade maybe in something because it was a technical break that I liked or a setup that I liked that happened to go through earnings. Like but I've never, in my whole life, at least I'm 99%, I've never done it. Where I'm just buying it because I hope the next earnings are a turnaround for the stock. I think if you're playing Intel, you're playing it because you think the bottom's in, and it can't do worse at this point. And that 18, 19 level, or at least some under the 20, that's it. And this is the turn. And eventually everything's going up, so it's got to go as well. Like that's all. Like I think that's why you're in Intel at this moment. So like I hope you print. I'll keep it as simple as that. And I still own some Intel, not as much as I did when I was buying the. How far can I go back here? I don't want to move from a daily chart here. So I was a 25 buyer. Like, here we go. I don't have to go too far back. Like, I was a 25 buyer in here. And that was the most aggressive I've ever been at any point in my life on Intel was around the 25 level. And you'll say, well, that was great. Well, just pull up any other stock at that time, right? Like, it's not, like, it seems like it was great based on the move, but you're not seeing me do cartwheels because just buy some better tech stock in that moment, and you'd see why it wasn't the best trade ever because you could have had anything and it would have been good. But I just think it's bottoming out, gambling on their earnings. Good luck. Maybe you have a reason to do it. It's just not, again, it's just not my cup of tea. How much time we got here? Palantir might break 150. It's already at the quarter, 149.25 Palantir. And the imbalance is still pretty much a nothing burger on the imbalances.
We could probably push that 150 going
pretty quiet. It could break the 150.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to pull that
I forgot to mention that TROO stock. True. Held 150 after all. So it's somehow not completely falling apart. It's holding up just underneath the volume weighted average price. I still wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole, but it did not completely fall apart after that fourth down halt. Not that it's any good, it's just that it didn't really drop all the way back into $1, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was there tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I instantly, when you said that, when you brought up that Palantir, I have brought it up now going into the close because I think that could pose us with a potential opportunity here. And because it might pose a potential opportunity, we have to make sure that we're poised to take on such opportunity as well. So let's keep on watching this one. 149.25s. Let's see if we can hold the quarter, print the halves, and then go to the next quarter to print the whole. That's what I'm waiting for. And oh boy, guess what, Neil? It's funny enough. AMD actually got down to that 146 right as I went up to go to the bathroom, which was absolutely funny, the timing of that. And then it rips right back up 30 to 40 pennies, 50 pennies, pretty much on the retrace off of that 146 hold. And that's what I was looking for initially. And I was like, oh boy, that was, sometimes you have very expensive, or no, it wasn't that expensive this time, but sometimes you have very expensive bathroom breaks, I would say.
You have no idea.
Yeah, no, just, I'm sure you have stories. I'm sure you have stories. There's literally like, some traders are just like, yeah, I went to go buy groceries and I was sitting, long or short on this and I just had to go.
Oh,
and then boom, six-figure loss.
No, I got it. It's better than that because it could have, like, in theory, it's like it would have been better if I hadn't been sitting down.
Yeah.
If I had been sitting down. At our old office, when Sean and I had our own trading floor, the office building we were in, it wasn't one of those where you had like a bathroom in your suite, so you had to leave the office and there was a bathroom on the floor. Well, you get up in the middle of the day, you're physically leaving, and if something happens, someone would have to come get you, let's just say. So I went to the bathroom in the middle of the day to fight, whatever, I'm not going to get anything. I come back, and the stock that I was trading heavily, I was doing a lot of volume on this stock. It was in the morning. I was long it most of the time. I was doing pretty well on it. And the CEO had been indicted in the company.
Okay.
And the headline had come in while I was in the bathroom. And the only way I'm going to try to explain it this way. Imagine this is the chart. Like, see this move down in NVIDIA? Like, just imagine like I'm like the A dude or like the dude who's like long as this is just working. And then the CEO, and he was like, imagine this is not really stock. Imagine this happens. Boom. But then imagine it does like, it only for a few minutes and then it comes right back in. Why? Because it was known that he was going to be indicted for months in advance, and it was just a crazy algo move. So had I been there and sitting down, I might have punched, I might have just like taken the hit and punched out like a chump. But instead I came back and I'm like, oh, well, that was interesting.
Is that real?
This just went against me in the time I went to the bathroom, like 5 times the biggest loss I've had this month, and it's right back to break even. Well, I'm just chilling now because it trapped a bunch of shorts. I just sat in the long the rest of the day and was a great winner. That being said, that's complete dumb luck because I happen to need a bowel movement at that moment. So anyways, sometimes you get lucky with that and your bathroom breaks will make you money. Most of the time, something like that happens, you're going to lose. Have stops. It's a good reason to have stops. I didn't particularly use stops on that stock like that at that time. It just, in certain strategies, if you're aggressive with your market making and your size, you don't always want to be throwing stop orders for a certain size around out there because it can get a little dangerous. Yeah. You'd almost better, like if it breaks a level, I'd rather manage the position myself. It is generally the way I would consider it there. That said, if you're absolutely getting up and not going to be there, then a stop order is good. And they can really save you.
No, there are times where I intentionally get
seriously
up, right?
Save you.
I will get into a position and I'm like, I understand why I'm in here. I understand where I'm wrong. I understand where I want to potentially get out, and maybe I'll put out an order to get a little bit out with the stop in the market as well. And I'll just go for a walk. Go to the park, go for a walk, and come back. And at that point, I've accepted the result of that trade already. It's just being like, okay, I'm more than willing to lose on this. I've put on my risk, and I'm willing to kind of put that to work. So that's, again, distinctly different from, you're just like, oh damn, I got to get up and use the bathroom or go grab some food or just go get a coffee. And then the move you were looking for happens, and then you're just like, well, damn, now my risk has changed, or maybe for in this case here, now I have to cover 40 pennies away from where that bounce was when it's only dropped like $1.50, right? So it's just like, all right, well, maybe not the best, but imbalances right now, Neil.
And we've got nothing too crazy. Rig, really? That thing, 2.6 million to the sell side. Again, the small name, IQ, 2 million. That's another $2 stock. Wow, there's really nothing much on the imbalance locator. T, that's not going to move the needle anywhere. Where's a single Mag 7 name? Snapchat's only 900,000 to the buy side. These are all incredibly tiny. There's finally Tesla's a buy of 800,000. I mean, that's not Tesla for 800,000. If that's the biggest of the Mag 7 name, that's a nothing burger. The market is a 189 million buy. The NQ, 1.2 million to sell, which is essentially nothing. The Mag 7, 162 million to buy. This is, like, Apple's a small buy at 650,000. So there's really nothing on the locator this morning. And that's sort of the thing. You do not want to overtrade in situations like this, everybody. not a heck of a lot going on. Like you could have had some small reversion off the top. A couple of the chips were able to give it to you, or maybe you were playing longs. I think some of the energy name, Palantir would be a good example of something in a larger tech stock, which would have given you some juice, or like the Oklos, Oklos, and the SMR. See, now I'm gonna be good enough to correct myself on that. But Tesla with a small buy imbalance of like 790,000 barely moves. Like it just like 50 cents maybe Tesla just went on that imbalance. So if you were trying to play for the bigger move on Tesla, it's even likely to pair off as well. So I would tend to agree with stuck traders saying Palantir is the one. Palantir, I think, is going to be the one.
It's holding really well.
One way or another, for better or for worse, Palantir feels like the one tomorrow. Breaking out the top, the 150 level. Like here, like if you're a breakout trader through the top, like the Tesla breakout today, or whether you want the mean reversion if it fails the 150 like Robinhood, whichever style you have, it just feels like that's going to be the thing tomorrow here in Palantir. 5% to the upside, and it's not like there was even any big catalyst today. It's just a good stock, which is squeezing people, and the more people don't believe it, then the worse it gets for the shorts. That's the issue. Like the more improbable or nonsensical it is, then. And Obi, this trend line,
Yeah.
the bottom trend line always saves. The top, I feel like it's like on purpose that it's not saving the top because there is no top. It's like it's saving the bottom because we should all be buying it on the trend line, but it's not going to save the top because we don't want anyone to go short off the top here and get burned. No, I have no idea what's happening. I keep having to redraw it, but this channel is unabated. And I see no reason why when I head to the top of that channel, tomorrow my play is almost certainly going to be 150 break with room to the top of the trend line high, which will probably be about 155.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get it.
Yeah, I mean, you show me that. I'm like, if we're opening up anywhere near 155 where it's the trend range resistance, I like that. Maybe potential time for a reversion back down to the lower end of that range as well, right? So it's just like it's had healthy kind of action, kind of a chop and churn, and right now currently trading at 49 halves. So against the high of day is 149.53 half. I'm seeing that's probably going to change very, very soon as we're pushing right up into these 149 half. So again, with the market pulling back, Palantir looking distinctly different. Again, more often than not, you see Palantir kind of in step with the rest of the market here, as I think it has if I remember correctly, a beta of 2. Well, it's probably changed significantly last time I checked. Last time I checked, it was like 2.6, 2.7. The beta on Palantir. I think you were.
Why don't they have the beta here?
Okay, so I can definitely look it up in seconds here, but
no, these guys don't have
something interesting just to note, right? It's just like
I should have checked.
It's probably a little different right now, but it's looking different than the rest of the market. So the beta I have here is 2.59. Boom, off by 0.01. All right, so I guess it hasn't really changed too much in the past couple of weeks there. No, I just got lucky there. Oh, wow, SMCI actually came back all the way down. That's interesting here. But guess what? That's probably for later because no trade there. The trade I'm watching right now, Neil, is Palantir. And here, going into the last 20 seconds before some of these imbalances pair on the 55-minute mark, we're getting some shake and bakes happening.
Remember, the imbalances weren't that big, so there's not much to pair. There was a small buy on Tesla of 800K. So like maybe watch again, and Tesla moved like maybe 60 or 70 cents. So it's really not that big of a deal. Not like anything's popping up, but maybe something jumps in at 355, which nothing did. So it's still nothing big over that million shares. I don't even see Tesla. Like Tesla probably paired off there. I don't even see it on the list anymore. So clearly that buy and balance on Tesla would have at least somewhat paired, but you're not going to have any crazy. Yeah, like it's just not doing anything crazy. Slight move, catching a bid. Look, I'm gonna like the fact that Tesla's catching a bid, but unfortunately, I wanted this holding above. Let me zoom this. There we go. I wanted this holding above that 319 area. Still good. We held on to the prior low, the prior day high. So that's a positive sign there for Tesla. But I don't want it to just do a nice consolidation higher. I want Tesla when it's breaking out. So I think maybe probably not going to have. I'll probably have the same 2 levels tomorrow on Tesla the way it traded today, and just keep it simple. But Palantir, well, I hate to be the jinx, but it didn't seem likely we'd break 150 today, and Palantir just bounced off 149.5 to come back in. So maybe we get that 150. Selfishly, I want it to break tomorrow because then we can trade it. Because we're not taking a trade at the end of the day here on PLTRs. Selfishly, I wanted it to break tomorrow anyways. That's just me. You know what's going to happen now, Obi?
What's going to happen?
Oh, it's just going to gap above 150.
Of course, we're definitely not going to get those prices in the intraday there.
It'll gap above. Let's see. It'll hold here. It'll gap above, break 150 at like 6 a.m. When everyone's on their way to the office, and then, then we'll chase it the second time. It'll shake us out, but then we'll get it the third time. It'll go to 155. That's the play for Palantir tomorrow. Only about 3 minutes to go.
Make it a little spicy for us.
No, farm trader. Silky smooth. I'm being facetious with that. I say it like selfishly. We want that break to happen when we can trade as day traders, but.
More often than not, that's not going to.
No, it's not going to happen always, but I want everyone to print at the end of the day. And here's the thing, who cares? Like, what I say doesn't really matter on that case. What's going to happen is what's going to happen. As a trader, you just react to it. You take the trade that's out there in front of you. I just want it to be 150. If it's not there, then we trade something else on Palantir. If anyone that's already long, congratulations. Good luck to you for sure holding it overnight. Stan, remember Palantir huge down at the end? Well, I remember a couple of weeks ago, you were on here when Palantir had that random sell imbalance.
Oh, that was wild. Yeah. That was on a Friday, I think.
That was on a Friday. That was at the month end, I believe. It was a month end.
Rebalances.
Window cleaning, it was just insane.
Dude, what was crazy that I found out later, and that was a huge miss on my part, but that was $4 billion to sell.
Yeah.
Research. And did you see the open as well? It was like, yeah, of course. You think they did $4 billion on the close? They probably did some off the open, some into the close, dude. With the way that action went. Like, I don't know. I got to look into more about how those players that are doing those imbalances kind of conduct their business. But yeah.
So this was the open.
Yeah. Look at that.
On Palantir.
Slapped on the open, slap on the close.
And again, like you just don't see that very often, and then it comes right back in to those highs. Well, I'm gonna get on up to the desk, mosey on up to the desk. We got Michael Noss coming through with Dara, myself, and the market recap show. We'll go over all the nonsense. We got bank earnings starting tomorrow, and hopefully Palantir breaking to 150. Maybe it does it in the aftermarket.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we're gonna find out soon. All right.
Within range. Thank you very much.
Good luck there, Obi, hanging on to that AMD into the close, and I'll see you guys up at the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil. Again, dropping some solid wisdom today, some Neilage for sure. If you want to go back and kind of review some of the topics and the lessons that Neil has been covering on the day today. So hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself. I should probably get out of this position right now, and because we only have about a minute left. I was looking for that 146 to potentially come in. Funny enough, that does come in with a little bit of a low into the 90s, 145 90s, while, again, like I said, while I was kind of getting up. But it is what it is. Just took the rep for holding it. Not what I was looking for. I was looking for more of a distinct flush, a little bit lower here, back into VWAP, of course, and we didn't necessarily get that on the time frame that I was looking for, and that's perfectly fine. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. And guess what, guys? Probably not anymore for me today. I'll be back here tomorrow, bright and early, 8:30, right here with Neil. So join us then. But as of right now, don't go anywhere because we got about 10 seconds for the bell here. Let's see, I got to get that countdown just right. Boom, there we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 4, sometimes you got to switch it up. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dara. And thank you all for joining us today for another great trading day here. Solid start off to the week. We saw some great opportunities, some interesting momentum right off of the open. Tesla, XAI, are they going to merge? Oh my God, a little bit crowded off of the open. Yes, arguably. And we kind of sold off as well. Similar kind of idea with a lot of the crypto names. Again, Bitcoin gapping up past 120s. And yeah, I was looking for the long, and I'm sure everybody was looking for that long coming into the open. And guess what? We did a bit of a reversion coming in. And you can see that same kind of sentiment reflected on Bitcoin's chart on the 15-minute since the opening of the North American markets, which is also an interesting piece of confluence there. So Again, some solid opportunities. Going to do a little bit better with kind of extracting them again tomorrow. But the market was hella strong today for a majority of the day. That morning shake and bake definitely, exchanged some hands. But you know what it is? It is what it is. So that's all I'm going to say on that. AMD still kind of holding. PLTR not at 150 just yet, so going to continue watching that one. I'm going to put up an alert later tonight, but maybe we'll get it tomorrow. But right now, don't go anywhere, guys. We got Adara and Neil with the market recap. It's earnings season again starting tomorrow. Take it easy.
Welcome to the Market Recap Show, brought to you by Beta Pro, coming from Global Ag. So shout out to them. And hey, it was all about crypto when we sat down here this morning.
Was
Dara,
it ever? Yeah.
100%. It was Bitcoin hit 123. It was breakout. All the names were going nuts. And then it was everything but them once the open hit. So, unfortunately, it was one of those days, and you never really know how the reaction is going to be. And when it's a 24-hour market like the crypto market is, just because we open up, it doesn't mean you're going to get that continuation. Sometimes it's just a bit of an exhaustion. There ended up being selling. Overall, kind of a consolidated day for the indices, but there was a lot of strength up there. You saw at the end of the day, Palantir with another all-time high. Somebody has got to count them up because I'll just make up a number. The 23rd time this year Palantir makes I have no idea what the actual number is, but let's just say it's the 23rd time that it's made an all-time high. But certainly 5% up for PLTR, one of the strongest names out there for sure. Bit of a mixed bag for something like Tesla. Well, they may not be investing in XAI, but they did manage to rise today. Only 1% because, as we're pointing out, Tesla decided that it wanted to revert the big breakout that was happening at about 9:30. So a bit of disappointment there for Tesla. But one thing that was super strong, you're going to see URA up today. You're going to see SMR with a big power move, OKLO with a power move, GEV, Go, G, Verona, and Vistra, and all those bad boys, because the nuclear names were explosive today there.
Yes, they were. We did have a post sort of to that effect from Chris Wright, who is, of course, the Treasury Secretary, Energy Secretary. It's been a day, guys. And he also does have a connection to one of these names. He was at one point, and I'm going to double check which one it was, but at one point he actually did serve on the board of Oklo. That's what it is. So he was on the Oklo board, of course, when he took the Secretary of Energy position. For very obvious reasons, he had to leave the board of Oklo. But yeah, interesting look there. CEG was the one I was looking at because this is just kind of my tea, if you will. This long into the close was pretty nice. It was kind of choppy, but interesting look here for Constellation Energy. That one certainly a nice constellation to the upside. I can't even pun right now, guys, but yeah, great look here for CEG. Yeah, we didn't. It was interesting for news. We didn't really get any tariff-related updates. We got Donald Trump saying again that Powell is a knucklehead and not smart. So he called him a stupid guy. So yeah, other than that, I mean, we didn't really get no more tariff letters. I wonder when we're going to get the next tariff letter, if there are any more, because it was kind of alluded that we'd get a lot more than we have. I was looking at the tariff poster board. There are like 4, like on the White House X, there's basically 4 full pages of this, and each page is like, two-sided for these poster boards. So there are a lot of countries that we could theoretically get tariff letters for. We've only had like 25.
Exactly.
So that
There's
is very much
come.
still up in the air. I've noticed he likes to release them around like 12 p.m. or 4 p.m. And right now I can't even get into Truth Social, so thank you, Truth. But yeah, we'll see. That is, I think, something that could certainly be on watch.
I had that same problem with Truth because, let's be real.
It's terrible.
As a trader, the only reason I even use Truth Social or have it up is to make sure as timely as possible that you're getting information. Like Adara could be, let's be real, we rely on Adara because Adara gets us all the news as quickly as possible, and it's very reliable. But hey, man, everyone gets up from the desk every now and then, and in those moments, I want to make sure I have it up, and sometimes it just doesn't want to load for me. Makes no sense. I don't know what the reason is, but I do want to jump to, it was Pug Life was asking ASML reports overnight. That's tomorrow. Oh, sorry, it'll be Wednesday morning. So like overnight Tuesday. Early Wednesday morning is when ASML. Tomorrow, the big earnings are going to be we're going to get the banks coming through. JP Morgan, led by JP Morgan tomorrow morning. So that's the big earnings. And then ASML, we're going to get the following day. We're jumping right back into earnings season. I think it should be pretty exciting. You actually had, like, if you looked overall at some of the movement today, like, you actually had a relatively solid day here. I'm talking about JP Morgan, up almost a full percent. There. And then also, obviously, if you're looking at the actual indice, what was interesting about that JP Morgan and why I was saying it's almost a full percent was kind of impressive, XLF here on this daily chart, sorry, on the daily and on 3 minute as well, but I want to go back to the daily chart. On the daily chart, we like pullbacks into prior highs. I'm not saying right before bank earnings you swing into this, but prior highs, pull back into prior highs on the XLF. I'm not saying, I'm just saying this is set up pretty well for a nice rally to break out. Like, if this breaks out post bank earnings, that's kind of one of those rolls that you almost just got to take if you can do that on the fundamentals of those bank earnings. So yeah, you're poised in a very good spot for the XLF. There were a few other things that were happening throughout the day that I want to just jump to. I know we just talked about the nuclear names very specifically, like the run up in Oklo and SMR. This will be on watch tomorrow. Very strong movement. 11% up when it comes to Oklo, 18% short float. SMR, New Scale Power, 24% short float and 12% to the upside. Of the two, not just because, look, I own it, Sean owns it in his personal account. That's not the reason I'll be looking at SMR tomorrow. It's this. SMR just a little bit stronger, bigger short float, a little bit stronger into the high than OKLO was, just more likely to reach a breakout stage tomorrow is SMR. So that's probably the one that I would trade as a day trader, but it almost has to be on your radar. As a day trader, it's going to move, whether it's one direction or the other, reversion, breakout, you just want to be involved in these types of names. But Miami Dragon in the chat with why the NVIDIA dump. So I don't, there's no story happening here on NVIDIA. There is a theme this week. There is a theme
I'll talk about that in a minute because I have thoughts on that. We can get to,
because there is a theme this week. That being said, if you're wondering why did it fall at the end of the day today, the best I could tell you is just zoom out a little bit and look at Friday in this 165 area. It was like 164.5. I came in thinking that 164.5 to 165, that was the go zone. It pressed through, immediately lost it at the open. Well, it just lost that support where the buying went into on the breakout on Friday and then where it dipped into in the afternoon. It just lost that support at the end of the day. I think you're getting a little bit of a technical breakdown based on that. And really, when you're at the all-time highs, people look for excuses to take a little bit of profit. So that's my 2 cents. It wasn't anything specifically what had just happened now, but a bit of a support break happening on NVIDIA there.
So the thing with NVIDIA is we do know that Jensen Huang has, I guess, said some things recently that are maybe not on the side of the U.S. government right now. And I'm not saying he's intentionally going against the government, but even yesterday he was on, I think, CNN, and he was saying, well, I honestly, with regards to the worry of the Chinese military getting a hold of U.S. chips, he said, I don't even know why they would want to use U.S. chips. They know they can't rely on them due to sanctions and, of course, stuff like that, these curbs, these restrictions. So he said, if they don't view them as reliable, then why would they even be using these chips in the first place? So Jensen completely dismissing any and all, I guess, fears that China would be interested in these chips for military purposes. That also comes as some senators sent him a letter basically saying, hey, Jensen, make sure you're very careful about who you talk to when you're in China, because he is going to China. I think he'll be there as of Wednesday. I don't know. I'm not sure what he's leaving. But either way, some senators sent him a letter, said, hey, be careful when you're in China. Don't talk to anybody involved with the military. Don't tell them secrets. And I'm like, I think Jensen understands. He's an adult man. He's, leader of the first $4 trillion company in the world. But it's very interesting. And I think depending on what he says at this press conference on Wednesday, he could run the risk of alienating himself. And I think also this timing comes at a very key moment because he did, again, $4 trillion company status. Donald Trump touted the company's drop from, or pop, I guess, from Liberation Day, kind of attributing it to Liberation Day, the way he worded it, a little weird. But either way, it's very interesting. He meets with Trump, then he goes to China, second time this year. I think, honestly, I really respect what he has to do and what he has to say, and I think it'll be very interesting to see what the fallout from this is.
He's a smart dude.
Is,
And at the end of the day, NVIDIA is the U.S.'s bargaining tool, everybody. So what? What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You can't live without them. And that's the whole story here. They can't live without them. They need, like, NVIDIA's absolutely winning. And I think, Jensen, he's smart enough. I have zero concerns of Jensen pulling anything remotely looking like an Elon type of moment. It's just, I believe in the never say never, and I don't think that you should speak in certainties. The only thing I'm certain about is the unconditional love for my daughter. That kind of a thing. When you, yes, that's about it. But it's as close to a zero probability that Jensen is that type, in my opinion. So I'm not worried about that. I just think he's there to make sure that at the end of the day, they're able to give China something, A, for negotiation for the U.S., B, so that they don't sit there and make their own chips. They can just keep buying the inferior NVIDIA and give them that lesser version of Blackwell and keep the party going. It's great for everybody, especially if you're an NVIDIA shareholder, which we are. So we're all happy with that for sure. I know we're definitely going to have Michael Noss coming through in just a little bit. The one thing that we didn't do when we sort of led the opening of the show here, and we were talking about the crypto rally and the gap up, and then the lack thereof intraday. It gives a reason you just didn't. I didn't even trade IBIT today. Bitcoin broke 120, went to 123. I didn't even trade IBIT today. Complete and utter disappointment. A bunch of the I guess we're calling them the stakeholder type plays. And then SBET spent most of the day bleeding off there, which was, well, I mean, okay, fine. It made a rally this morning, and then eventually spent most of the day bleeding off. Just disappointment when it came to the crypto space overall. And I'm beginning to wonder, I saw something at the end of the day here. Of all of the days, if you would tell me, Adara, that the day circle would go up 8% and trend up the entire day, and I'm ranting a little bit here because it's fine, we can do this, is the day that IBIT spent the day bleeding, that all the other custody names after an early rally just spent the rest of the day bleeding. I just feel like this is a trap on Circle.
Yeah.
Like a big, fat trap on Circle, the buying pressure that it had in today. And we'll see tomorrow, but if it gets back through that 200 to the downside, we pay for locates every day on this stock. You don't have to use them.
Yeah.
But this just felt weird to me, and then it pressed more it actually pressed more at the end of the day to go 200 into 205. What is going on here in the midst of no strength in the overall crypto space? So we'll see if it gets through that big resistance. I think it's 210 or something. Yeah. 210, but that one didn't make sense to me today.
Well, it didn't make sense to me either. And so one thing too is even if it's quote unquote squeezing, and I'll explain why I say this in a minute. A, it was still respecting a pretty steady uptrend, which is not usually what you see in a squeeze. And B, it still respected key levels. It had some resistance around 195. It did get very stressed out around said resistance. I took a scalp off of that. But so the point is, even if it is a squeeze, it's respecting levels in a way that makes me think this. I don't know. Basically, all it did today was just undid all of the selling from Friday.
Yeah.
If you look at the daily, it's not that crazy. So like I said, I've been saying very open about this. I've been asking Neil for locates on this literally every day, and I will continue to do that until this stops being in play because I think it's a name worth having eyes on, and I don't want to make any biases or judgments until it shows me.
One day it's going to give you a $25 drop, and that day is coming in this month. We have time left. There's still time left in this month. We also have a good friend of ours. We call him the Noss Boss. Let's get some trader talk. Michael Noss back in the house, everybody. Michael, good to talk to you again. We had you on this morning. I hope the day treated you well. Obviously, I know you were looking this morning, and we'll maybe talk about some of the banks, especially the regional banks in the U.S. But just to start things out, we were just talking about the crypto, Bitcoin and the breakout. Ultimately healthy for people like yourself, for day traders. I can't believe I didn't trade IBIT today, but I wasn't thinking short, so it was just never going to happen, I guess.
Well, and that I heard in the green room that was a pretty bold call on Circle. So I actually brought up the chart here because this is actually something I've been watching. Took a nibble on Friday, got paid a little bit for it today. But the basic idea here is I just drew an anchored VWAP from the IPO price, right? And this is something, again, shout out to Brian Shannon, who wrote the book, quite literally, on anchored VWAP. And this is one of his favorite setups and quickly becoming one of my favorite as well, where the idea is the anchored VWAP gives us the average price with volume included. And if you anchor a VWAP from the IPO date, then you end up having the average price of the average market participant who's been kind of dollar cost averaging into Circle for a while now. And right off the bat, you can see every single time we've pulled into this anchored VWAP, it's been a buying opportunity. So it's one of those, until there's some proof that we're going to break this, I'm going to keep buying at that level and then flipping out a couple days later. I don't know much about the company. I don't know why it's ripping so much. If it's basically just like a bank that makes carried interest, but every time we hit this level, we seem to buy. So I'm continuing to play this bounce and circle until the market proves otherwise, which is really just one daily close below this level, and I'll leave it alone for a while.
Well, that's literally what I'm. So like, I don't think it's that bold what I said, except for the fact that I'm saying it's going to break that support this month. I guess that's bold. But the fair thing would be say when it I pay for locates every single day on that stock for the day that it breaks that level. And I think as a day trader, real trader, it's relatively cheap for us to pay for the locates, and you just want to be prepared. Because I promise you, the day it breaks that support level, if I go to pay for the shorts after it's done so, you're going to be paying way more because everyone's going to want it at that point. So I don't think we're looking at the same thing. I just find myself begrudgingly waiting for it to break down. I did have a long today in it, just for the record. I don't only go short the stock. I've actually done way better going long the stock. But I think it's important. There's lots of ways that you can use a technical level like that, whether it's a break of the anchored VWAP or be a buyer. The more important thing, as you like to point out, is that you have eyes on the right names at the right areas for the right reasons. Now, what you do with it is up to your execution strategy. I think you can go long every single time and make money, and then when it breaks, get out. Or you could wait patiently for it to break that support and hopefully bank on the short trade. There's something out there for everyone, but it starts with you, and obviously with Stats Edge, at finding that right spot.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes when you see a setup that clean, I often kind of get worried about it that, if it's treating me too well, it's like each time I want to take less size, I guess, on the trade, because at some point you keep knocking on the door of this like 182-ish, which is that support plus the anchored VWAP. Eventually it's going to break. And I agree. At some point, just look at that, BMNR, that did the same thing. It ripped. And when it broke, it just cratered in a day.
Yeah, that's rough. That was a rough one for a lot of people. And I think it's a good cautionary tale. Is a 15 going to show it? Yeah, I think a 15 will kind of give the idea. Like when something like that does break down, it gets very, very nasty. I'm with you on that. And I think it comes down to, like, traders all know this. You have some, when you find a good level, you find an indicator or whatever it might be, or you find the stock in the right spot. The first time it gives you the move, great. Second time, the chances that you're the only one that sees this, fair enough. But when it just keeps on doing it over and over again, that's just more and more people crowded into that trade. The likelihood of it going as far, there's more sellers on the up move because there's more short-term entries in there. There's more stops as it breaks down. It just, everything about it means it's not as good risk the 10th time as it is the first 7 or 8, 9 times. And I live by that rule. If I will never like a support and if it like after the second time, the third time, I'm like, there's no chance I'm taking it with the same size at that level. And that's only the third time through. So I agree with you there. This morning you were talking, we're going to earnings season, but you were talking about the regional banks this morning. Was there anything that might have got you, like I know you were looking at some setups. Was there anything that might have piqued your interest in terms of getting into it today? I know the market didn't move a heck of a lot overall.
It was a good close for regional banks. So I have regional banks up here. And for those who missed the morning show, the idea was I have a strategy, right? What we do at Stats Edge, trading is we're quants, right? So I'm a quant. I build strategies. Those strategies give me setups at the end of the week, and then I take a look at those and I take the trades on kind of whatever is the most interesting to me. So a lot of them from this kind of momentum continuation strategy were regional banks. So it might, if I start to see a lot of them trigger, it might be worthwhile to just take the regional banks. Or I also talked about DPST, which is a triple leveraged, again, for short-term trading only. That might be an interesting one as well. But yeah, it's good candle, right? Strong candle, strong close, because when I ran all the stats, it was down here at the low end of the range. But I really wasn't too interested in taking too much because we have JP Morgan's earnings tomorrow morning and a bunch of other earnings that are coming up tomorrow morning. That to me has me a little bit cautious, because even though they're a different kind of bank, they're still going to move somewhat with JP Morgan earnings. So I'm really excited tomorrow. But yeah, if we break this level, this is a very nice tight flag on a sector that I think is super interesting. And not only is important because it's a trade setup and I want to take the trade setup and make money, but I think if we get a break in regional banks, and we also have been having some strength in XBI, which is biotechs, those are the largest components of the Russell 2000. So if these both sectors that look really great start to break up around the same time, it means that IWM might finally get out of bed, and we might actually have some small cap move as well, which I for one like. It's fine to trade the same couple mega caps for the number of years, but if there's only 500 names in the S&P 500, there's 2,000 in the Russell 2000. So if that starts to get going, then I think there's a lot of names under the hood that we can take a look at.
Oh, that XBI 89. Can it just finally happen already, Michael? Are you kidding me? It's been dying to break out. But that's sort of the thing, like the level of patience required as a trader, especially a swing trader. And to credit to yourself, like as a day trader, okay, the stock you like doesn't set up. Well, you throw some scanners up, something else is going to go that day. Whereas when you're waiting for a swing entry, hey, you might have to wait days, weeks for something that you've been anticipating and requires that. But you don't get that without, you're not going to be able to have the patience without putting the work in to know technically what it is that you're looking for.
Yeah.
I have to do this, Michael, because I want to shift gears for a quick little second. And you don't know what I'm about to bring up, but I'm bringing it up anyways. Because a certain person I know, handsome gentleman, might have posted this on X. And what stage of the market cycle is Elmo got hacked and started a crypto scam? Yeah. Elmo giving away some soul. So just, I want to get your thoughts on, in general, like cycles and the risk when it comes to like some sorts of breakouts and some sort of technical trades versus others. You just mentioned maybe you don't want to get into KRE and that's set up because of JP Morgan. Now, when trading some of the crypto names or engaging in higher risk plays, that's like times 10 the risk that you could have for rug pulls and whatnot. But I just want to get your general thoughts. I know you do trade, like I don't even touch the altcoins myself. I know you do trade them. I just want to get your general thoughts on, do you ever take certain moves and say, okay, well, now this has just gotten out of hand. I don't want anything in the space. Or do you just sit back and remember your technicals lead everything?
Well, first of all, that was probably the most tame thing Elmo tweeted before they got the account back. I don't know if you were following that, but that got pretty wild. So I'm glad you only brought up that one. But we try to keep it
clean here, Michael.
Yeah, Elmo went a little crazy last night, so I'm glad that he's back to normal. I was worried about putting on Sesame Street for the kids in case that got hacked too. But it's easy to point looking back at a lot of these crazy events and say, well, that was definitely a top. And I think that when we get a crypto top, we'll look at stuff like that. We'll look more importantly at every company in the world that's a failing company is now a crypto treasury.
Right.
You take a marketing business and it's not going so well. It's like, yeah, let's just YOLO Solana. Eventually, it all comes down. And eventually, it's going to be a little bit of a pullback and a bad time. The problem is, and one of the biggest quotes that I always like to remember, I think it was George Soros, was, if I see a bubble, I run into it. And that's the kind of what I want to do from a technical point of view when I'm looking at Bitcoin. And if we go around just to some of these altcoins and we look at like Ethereum, we have kind of barely broke out of Ethereum. We're still nowhere near this high, which is also still below all-time highs. And then Solana, we really haven't moved either. So we're seeing frothiness in some activity, but we're not really seeing that in price. And at the end of the day, if we are seeing some craziness in both, and it looks like there's a giant bubble going on, I couldn't be more excited because I want to be in that bubble. I want to be participating in that bubble as much as I possibly can. And then eventually, when it comes unwound, that's fine, especially in the crypto markets, because they're 24/7. So you have stop losses that are always working. If there's some sort of crypto crash in the middle of the night, as long as you got your stops out, you'll get a fairly decent price. So bubbles are only bad for people who do not have an exit plan. So I will say, if you're going to participate and you're seeing all this craziness of, the treasury companies and crypto scams popping back up and all of this, use it as a warning sign to just make sure you're double checking that your stops are in place. But bubbles can go way further than anyone can think. I don't even know if we're in a crypto bubble yet. Although if we are, again, we'll look back at these treasury companies and say, oh, of course a failing biotech can't just YOLO Ethereum and then be a great company. We just don't know. And while the trend is going, I just want to stick with it as long as I can.
I'm with you on that. For those who don't have an exit plan, that's where the bubbles are a problem. And I've said that.
Yep.
I've had that conversation with my dad, because he'll come to me because he's a buy and hold, a passive investor. And when things get ridiculously frosty, I'm just like, well, do you have a plan? It's like, if you're sitting there and you don't care and you never sell, then whatever, you're holding it to your retirement. But if you're active and you're getting in and you're getting out, then part of getting in is having a plan to get out. And if that's not what you do, then who cares? And if that is what you do, then have a plan to get out. But it's funny that you said failing biotech company holding Ethereum. It's not even ETH. There was this one today. It was Sonnet that holds the first treasury for Hype token, which, first of all, I don't even know what that is. Don't at me if you're anybody who's pushing the Hype token. I don't know them, but it was insane today. And if there was a one mistrading opportunity, it was probably not shorting this all day long. But to that point, anybody that was in, this is up 70% after falling from 30 to 10. And my point is, that's a nasty looking move. There's no questions asked. It's disgusting. People could get burned doing that. But if you happen to be in this thing early, how could you not have done extremely well? There's so many obvious places to get out. And I sort of point to that. When you look at trends that break, it's not easy to always pull the trigger when a trend breaks. But it's usually relatively easy to spot when it does happen. And I think as long as you have indicators out there, that's what makes a lot of sense. I know you like to use trailing stops and have an idea of where the out is. I'm just curious. Has there ever been a situation where you've let something fly in a trade because it's now gone so far out of whatever your model norm is that you don't have a trail? You can just say, well, I'm only holding 10% and I'm kind of playing it by ear. Have you ever found yourself without a technical out because it was so parabolic? Because I've seen some charts where I don't even know what to look at because I don't use Fibonacci's or anything along those lines. And I'm just kind of curious for those ridiculously extended moves, which you can see in crypto.
Yes. And Lunar is actually a really good example. Way back, I think around $5. I got my system triggered an entry around here at $5. And then you can see a couple days later, it gapped up to around 10. So and I just develop rules for everything. Every time I'm in a situation that I don't know what to do, I just do the best I can and then take that as a learning opportunity to write down another rule and then codify that rule in my system. So right away, the rule was, if you ever get a double, just exit half right away. And then you can figure out what to do with the rest of it then, because you've gotten your money that you initially invested in. This one, I end up just putting a moving average on and going from there. So in a lot of cases, yes, if it gets too far extended, it gets too far out of the way, that is the rule, is that you take half off. The moment I don't know what to do, it's half off the table immediately, and then try to pick a moving average that the stock respected in the past, try to pick something that makes a little sense, a trend line that I can see, and just know that it's a suboptimal estimate. But it happens all the time. Thankfully, they're good problems to have. When we have stocks that gap down against us, which of course happens, that is where you really tightly stick to your rules, right? You put out your stop loss, you take your hit, you move on. When you have these good problems, they're still problems. So at least for a majority of the position or half of the position, I respect the normal exit rules. And then you can kind of play a little bit with the house's money from that. And that's where some, quick and dirty technical analysis can help you out. But you always have to, it doesn't matter how many rules you put into your system, there'll always be something that happens that's outside that system. So I always just say two-step process, right? Get light enough that you're thinking clearly, which means just sell enough or cover enough that you're thinking clearly, manage the rest, and then use that as an opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to develop a system around what happens when the unexpected happens.
Well, first, Michael, I'm exactly the same way with rules, so I love hearing you say that. And second, we actually have a question from Miami Dragon in the chat asking for, I guess, a little bit more information about what you guys do over at Stats Edge. Do you mind providing some insight?
Yeah, sure. So you guys have been here for a while. You know me. I'm a technician. I'm a CMT. But as time has gone on, there's more gray in my beard and all of that. I've just become more and more of being a quant. So the idea behind that is I take things that I see in the world when it comes to trading, and I try to systematize those. So for example, the KRE trade is really just a bull flag if you break it down. But because of the leaps in AI and the fact that I'm learning a little bit of coding and AI is doing most of the work, I can systematize those. So I can essentially test what happens if I had done this same setup, this same breakout over the last 25 years. What's the win rate? What's the risk reward? How is it best to manage? And I do all of these tests. And then when I have systems that make sense, I give those to the Stats Edge Pro members. So we have day trading systems, we have swing trading systems, and we have investment systems. So for the swing trading, once a week, there's just an email and says, here's everything that popped out of the system, entry price, exit prices, go do your own research, take a look at the charts. Every morning, here's all the day trades that's set up. I took 42 day trades today. It was a very busy day. And then once a month, here's the investment systems, which usually is rotating into the strongest stocks in the market, that type of thing. And the main premise and the main idea that I have is that there's not one system that always works. So I might as well trade as many systems across as many time frames as I possibly can. So when system A may be a little bit underperforming, system B will be doing so well, and vice versa, to try to smooth out that equity return. So that's what we do. We're combining mostly quantitative analysis with a handful of technical analysis in order to try to get an edge up on the market.
That you have. I could try to explain what you do. I know what you do over there, Michael, and you do great work, but it's always best to hear it from the horse's mouth. Thank you so much for A, dropping knowledge, B, having a little bit of fun. I love that humble thing, and it's somewhat amusing if anyone wants to check out that thread, but we showed the most tamest thing that was out there. But thank you so much. Good luck in all of your trades, and hopefully Bitcoin to the moon, and we'll talk to you again on Friday. A pleasure having you as always, Michael.
See you Friday. Have a good one.
You too. Aha, I've learned the guest. See, I figured it out. Fabian can't hit the alarm if we still have the guest on. You can't do it. You can't hit that siren that says we've gone on too far. I know it's past 4:30, but that was a good question. I wanted to give a chance. We want to give a chance for Michael to answer that, not just only talk shop, but allow him to talk about what he does over there. But you know what time it is? It's roll call time, because if you want to be part of roll call on the market recap brought to you by Beta Pro, then get your name in the chat, throw it in there, give a big shout out. But before you do that, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. Give a big shout out to Obi filling in for Sean, getting a well-deserved vacation, to Brendo, the Midday Boys. Obi's still here chilling out, saying, oh boy, and going over his charts. Shout out to Fabian Ramin and Andre, of course. Big shout out to Adara, bringing us the news and keeping us locked and loaded all day long. But you know what time it is. Roll call time, everybody.
Yeah, let's do it. Thank you so much to Beta Pro Global X for sponsoring, bringing us this wonderful recap. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Hope he's enjoying his vacation in Boston. Thank you to Obi. Thank you to Sharif and Joe. Thank you to Andre, Fabian, Ramin, and Brendan, and this whole chat. Obi saying, oh boy. So it's an oh boy kind of day, guys, and actually week. Tranquil Channel, Mr. Ian, we've got Donkey Trader, Sunny Littletree, Why Not, Rivian Millionaire, Susie Fox, Explorer 12, Rob Palmer, Laura Bennett, Works until it doesn't. I love that name. Apple Money. We've got Trader TV Live. We have Iron, Why Not, Rajesh Miglani. We've got Ryan O'Day, Pug Life 77, Marlon B, Darth Trader. Great name as someone who's currently working through the Star Wars universe. We have Andrew Chow. We've got Miami Dragon, Rob's Weather and News Channel, TH Going West, Aziz Al, John, Rivian Millionaire, and Blippo Blorpo. And thank you as well to Michael Noss for that awesome segment and very wise words about trading rules. But Neil, that brings us to the end of today's show.
It does, but you know what? It's earnings season, everybody, so come right back. We got JP Morgan, the rest of the banks reporting. Later this week, we'll get ASML. It's going to be an exciting week, everybody. Volatility's there, whether it's in crypto, whether it's Palantir all-time highs, regardless, whatever happens, we're here to bring it to you and trade you through it. So let's get there 8:30, bright and early. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one, everybody.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.